BookEmpathy.com presents Mimic by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Maya Shun lowered her camera and let out a long, slow exhale. The tension in her shoulders finally eased, a physical unclenching that started at the base of her neck and rolled down her spine. 3 days. 3 days of pre-dawn drives up the winding coast highway with a travel mug of bitter coffee warming her hands. 3 days of patient, silent vigils on the same spongy bed of redwood needles, her neck craned until it ached, searching the high, misty green for a flicker of movement. The marbled murrelet was a ghost, a secretive seabird that nested in these ancient trees, and capturing it had become an obsession. Just an hour ago, the patience had paid off. A shadow had darted between two mossy limbs, a compact, swift shape with a distinctive peaked head. Her lens had found it, locked on, and she'd fired off a rapid burst as it paused, a perfect silhouette against the textured bark. The preview on her camera's screen had shown a sharp, compelling image, the bird's eye a bead of dark intelligence. The project was complete. Now, with dusk settling like a soft blanket, her pack felt lighter on her shoulders, her steps quick and buoyant with the simple, uncomplicated satisfaction of a job done well. She allowed herself a small smile, her cheeks aching slightly from the unaccustomed expression. The drive back to San Francisco stretched ahead of her, a 2-hour journey of fading light and coastal radio stations. She could already taste the salty, greasy takeout she'd pick up from the place near her apartment, feel the welcome weight of her own couch, the cat curling into the space behind her knees. The main trail back to the parking lot was a well-groomed ribbon of dark earth, wide and reassuring, bisected by the long, thin shadows of the trees. She was maybe 10 minutes from the car. The air was cooling rapidly, carrying the rich, fungal scent of damp earth and decaying wood. Somewhere high above, an owl called once, a low, questioning sound. A sliver of unnatural color caught her eye 20 yards off the path to her left. A flash of faded yellow, stark and synthetic against the uniform brown of bark and the deep green of salal. Curiosity, that ingrained photographer's reflex to investigate the irregular, the out-of-place, pulled her feet from the packed earth. She hesitated, one boot hovering over a gnarled root. Her glasses, perched on her nose, slid down slightly as she leaned forward, squinting, the world going slightly blurry before she pushed them back up with a knuckle. It could be nothing. Litter, maybe. A discarded rain poncho. But the color was wrong for a candy wrapper or a piece of gear. It was the specific, institutional yellow of caution tape, the kind that spelled out "Do not cross" in repeating black letters. Pushing aside a curtain of glossy salal leaves, she stepped off the trail. The leaves brushed damp and cool against her sleeves, leaving dark streaks on the fabric. The air grew closer, the sound of her own movement suddenly loud in the enclosed space, the crunch of her boots, the rustle of her jacket, her own breathing. The light dimmed by a degree, the canopy closing overhead. The clearing was small, a pocket of flat, needle-strewn ground between two massive redwood trunks whose roots formed a natural, cathedral-like arch. It didn't feel discovered, it felt staged. Deliberate. The silence here was different, thicker, as if the trees were holding their breath. Faded yellow police tape, brittle with age and bleached by sun, was tied in a sagging, loose X between the trees. One end had come untied and fluttered limply in the faint breeze, making a dry, papery whisper. On the needle-strewn floor, several plastic evidence markers, the kind with bold, black numbers, lay scattered as if tossed by a careless hand. They were an outdated design, the plastic yellowed and cracked with fine, spiderweb lines. In the center of this makeshift, abandoned cordon, a mannequin lay on its side. It was a department store dummy, the kind used for cheap suits, featureless and pale under the dappled light. Its smooth, vinyl skin was dusted with forest debris, a sprinkling of dirt, a few pine needles stuck to its torso. But someone had posed it with specific, unsettling care. One arm was twisted behind its back at an impossible angle, the fingers of the molded hand splayed as if in mid-grasp. The legs were bent, one knee drawn up high, the other extended and awkward, the foot turned inward. The head was tilted sharply to one side, the blank face turned, as if listening intently to the ground beneath it. The pose screamed of violence, of a body dropped, not laid down. A cold finger, sharp and precise, traced the length of Maya's spine. This wasn't kids playing a prank. The detail was too meticulous, the atmosphere it created too heavy and specific. It felt like a violation, a poison injected into the quiet woods. Her eyes scanned the small space, jumping from the tape to the markers, and landed on the trunk of the larger redwood. Pinned there with a simple steel thumbtack was a single sheet of paper, its corners curled from moisture, stained with water spots. She took 2 steps closer, the dry needles crunching softly under her boots, each sound amplified. The paper was a photocopy of a case file page, the copy so poor the text was grainy, a field of gray dots. Thick, impenetrable black bars obscured whole lines, names, dates, locations. What remained were fragments of cold, clinical language. Subject found in a wooded area position indicates possible restraint, pending toxicology. At the top, a case number was partially visible, 74-08-3. The last digit was a smudged mystery, a blob of ink. A faded date stamp, barely legible in the corner, read AUG 1974. The paper felt old. It smelled of mildew and cheap toner. Her photographer's brain engaged, a familiar switch flipping that overrode the prickling dread crawling up her neck like insects. This was a story. A dark, bizarre, and inexplicable one. Who had done this? Why here? Why now? Her hands, acting on trained instinct, raised her camera. The weight of it was a comfort. She framed the pinned page with the mannequin in the blurred foreground, a ghostly witness. She took the shot. The electronic whir of the autofocus locking on was obscenely loud in the hushed clearing. The shutter click sounded like a bone snapping. She took another, leaning in for a close-up of the redacted lines, trying to force the lens to resolve the grainy text. The light was failing fast, the golden honey leaching to a flat, cool gray. The flash would ruin the atmosphere, make it look staged. She had to work with what was left. She took 3 more shots from different angles, her movements quick and efficient, her breathing shallow. Enough. The warm satisfaction of the Merlot shot had completely evaporated, replaced by a cold, pressing need for the car, for the phone in her cup holder, for the sound of a human voice on the other end of a line. She turned abruptly, the camera banging against her chest as she moved. Retracing her steps through the salal, the leaves seemed to grab at her now, their damp touch feeling clingy and invasive, snagging on the loops of her backpack. She emerged onto the main trail, the open space offering no relief, only a longer runway of shadowy path stretching into gathering gloom. She walked briskly, her hiking boots making soft, rhythmic thumps on the packed earth. She focused on the sound, a metronome to pace her breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth. The trail curved ahead, vanishing behind a thicket of young firs. A twig snapped behind her. Not the small, dry pop of a squirrel's weight. This was a sharper, cleaner break, like a pencil snapped in 2. She froze mid-stride, 1 foot hovering above the ground. She listened, her ears straining, every sense dialed to its maximum. The forest was never truly silent. It was a tapestry of tiny scuttles in the underbrush, the distant, questioning call of a jay, the endless, sighing whisper of the wind moving through the highest branches hundreds of feet above. This sound had been different. Heavier. Deliberate. Placed. It came from where the clearing was. She started walking again, faster now, her strides lengthening, the muscles in her calves tightening. Her hand went to the strap of her camera bag, holding it steady against her hip to stop its bounce, her knuckles white where she gripped it. A few seconds later, she heard it again, the distinct, crushing compaction of a footfall on a bed of dry needles. One step. A pause. Then another. It was keeping pace with her own, a shadow rhythm just a half beat off from hers. Not an animal. The rhythm was all wrong, too even, too purposeful. 2 legs. Of a person. Don't look back. The advice surfaced from some primal, deep-seated corner of her mind, clear and cold. Just get to the car. She picked up her pace to a near jog, the thumping of her boots now a jarring staccato on the path, her backpack jostling with each step. The footsteps behind her matched the increase in tempo instantly, and she heard the distance close slightly. A louder crunch, closer than the last, maybe 30 feet back now. Panic, hot and liquid, flooded her veins. It was a physical wave, starting in her gut and rushing outwards, making her fingers tingle and her mouth go dry as dust. Her heart began to hammer against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat she could feel in her throat and hear in her ears. Her vision seemed to sharpen at the center but blur at the edges, tunneling on the path ahead. She broke into a full run, abandoning the trail entirely and plunging into the denser, darker forest to her right. The world narrowed to a tunnel of brown and green. She weaved between the colossal redwood trunks, her shoulders scraping against rough bark as she misjudged a turn, the fabric of her jacket catching and tearing with a rasp. A low-hanging branch whipped across her forehead, not hard enough to cut, but enough to sting and disorient her, sending a flash of white light across her vision. Ferns, waist-high and thick, tangled around her ankles, their fronds grabbing like cold, green fingers. She stumbled, her knee hitting the soft earth with a wet thud, and pushed herself up immediately, mud smearing her pants, the damp seeping through to her skin. Her camera bag swung wildly, the heavy lens inside slamming into her hip bone with a painful thud that made her gasp. She could hear him now, a heavier, faster crashing through the same undergrowth, no longer bothering with stealth. The sound was a relentless pursuit, a promise of collision. Twigs snapped like gunshots, leaves tore, breath was drawn in ragged gulps that weren't her own, a deep, rhythmic sawing of air. The trees thinned abruptly. She saw the dull gray gleam of asphalt through the last line of ferns, a beacon. With a final, desperate burst that burned in her lungs, she burst out of the tree line and into the gravel parking lot. It was deserted, a lonely oval of graded earth beneath the vast, darkening sky, the only sound the distant, fading hum of a truck on the highway a mile away. Her dusty blue Subaru sat alone in the middle, looking impossibly small and far away, like a toy car. She sprinted for it, gravel skittering and pinging under her boots, each footfall sending a jolt up her legs. Fumbling in the pocket of her hiking pants, her fingers, numb and clumsy with adrenaline, closed around her key fob. She thumbed the unlock button, her thumb slipping on the smooth plastic once, twice, before finding purchase. The car's lights flashed once, a blinding strobe in the twilight, and the chirp of the horn echoed, absurdly cheerful and loud across the empty space. The sound seemed to hang in the air, a beacon announcing her location. She yanked the driver's door open, the metal handle cold and solid in her sweaty palm, her grip almost slipping. She threw herself inside, the familiar scent of old coffee and sun-warmed upholstery hitting her like a memory of safety, undercut now by the sharp, acrid smell of her own fear. She slammed the door shut, the solid thunk a temporary barricade. The sound of the forest was muted, replaced by the hollow sound of her own panting. Her thumb found the lock button on the armrest, pressing it down with frantic, repeated force. A click. A click, click. The solid, mechanical thunks of all 4 doors locking in succession was the sweetest, most definitive sound she'd ever heard. She sat there, gasping, the air in the car already feeling used and thin, too hot. Her chest heaved, her breath fogging the windshield slightly in quick, irregular patches. The keys were still in her hand, the metal teeth biting into her palm. She hadn't started the engine. The dashboard was dark. Move. Just move. Her brain was screaming at her limbs, which felt like they were made of wood, heavy and unresponsive. Her hands trembled violently, a fine, constant vibration that made her knuckles ache and the keys jingle a soft, frantic chime. She reached for her phone in the cup holder, her fingers brushing against a discarded gum wrapper and a cold, half-empty water bottle before closing around the smooth plastic case. She pulled it to her lap, her damp palm leaving a smear on the screen. She swiped it with her thumb. The screen lit up, the glow a cold blue rectangle in the darkening car, illuminating her pale, strained face in its reflection. 1 bar of signal. It flickered, died, then flickered back to life. Git held. Git was enough. She swiped again to unlock, her thumbprint recognized after a heart-stuttering delay. Her mind was already composing the call, rehearsing the flat, calm tone she would force into her voice. 911. My location is the Redwood Creek parking lot. A man in the woods. He chased me. Her thumb hovered over the emergency call shortcut. Her eyes darted to the rearview mirror, scanning the tree line she'd just erupted from, a jagged black tear in the lesser gray of the sky. Nothing moved. No shape emerged. The ferns were still. A soft, metallic click came from the passenger side. The sound was small, precise. A clean, engineered sound. It was the sound of a lock disengaging. Her mind, fogged with adrenaline, tried to reject it. She'd just locked them. She heard the thunks, felt the button depress under her thumb. She stared at the lock pin on her own door. It was still down. Before the thought could fully form, the passenger door swung open. It moved smoothly, without resistance, without the groan of hinges she knew it had. The interior dome light didn't come on. It should have, a warm yellow glow to illuminate the empty seat, the crumbs, the folded map. It remained dark. Someone had disabled it, or known how to open the door without triggering it. The open doorway was filled by a broad, dark silhouette, blotting out the last faint smear of twilight from the forest beyond. He was just a shape, a cutout of deeper black against the gloom, but he was large, his head nearly brushing the roof of the car, and he was here, inside the space she had just locked. Maya's breath caught in her throat, a sharp, painful hitch that offered no air, locking her diaphragm. Her phone slipped from her paralyzed fingers, clattering against the floor mat and sliding with a whisper under the passenger seat, its glow extinguished. She stared, frozen, her eyes wide, her pupils dilated so far the world seemed made of shadows and faint outlines. She could see the shape of him, the bulk of shoulders filling the doorway, the outline of a head held level. The lock. She'd heard it disengage. From the outside. He had a key, or a tool, or something that had simply undone her only defense with a casual, practiced ease. The figure leaned in slowly, deliberately. One hand, large and pale in the darkness, braced on the roof of the car, the fingers splayed. The movement was calm, unhurried, which was more terrifying than any lunge. It spoke of absolute control. The smell of the forest entered with him, damp earth, crushed fern, the sweet rot of bark, and beneath it something else, a faint, coppery tang like old pennies or wet stone. He was close enough now that she could hear the quiet rasp of his clothing, a heavy jacket, maybe canvas, could see the faint gleam of his eyes in the near-total dark, fixed on her, unblinking. His other hand reached across the center console, not towards her throat, not towards her face, but towards the ignition. His fingers closed around her keys, which were still dangling from her trembling hand where it rested on her knee. His touch was dry and shockingly cold, the skin rough. He didn't wrench them away. He simply took them, his movements economical and sure, prying her numb fingers open with no more effort than one would open a child's hand. He straightened up slightly, pulling the keys with him, and turned them in the ignition. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life, the dashboard blooming with soft green and orange light that illuminated the lower half of his face. A strong, stubbled jaw, a thin, unsmiling mouth set in a straight line, the lower lip chapped. The light did not reach his eyes, which remained in shadow. He dropped the keys into the cup holder where her phone had been. They landed with a plastic rattle. His gaze returned to her, holding hers in the dim, electronic glow. Maya couldn't move, couldn't scream. The panic had crystallized into a sheer, icy block of terror that locked her joints and stilled her lungs. She was a specimen, pinned under a microscope, every twitch, every rapid pulse in her throat observed and catalogued. Her hands were frozen claws in her lap. He leaned in again, his face now only inches from hers. She could feel the warmth of his breath, could see the pores on his skin, a small, pale scar nicking the edge of his eyebrow. He hadn't shaved in a few days. His voice, when it came, was low, gravelly, as if from disuse and utterly devoid of emotion. It was a flat, toneless instrument, a voice meant to be obeyed, not argued with. "Drive," he said. The word hung in the air between them, simple and absolute. It wasn't a request. It was a command that brooked no discussion, no hesitation, a single syllable that carried the weight of a threat. His eyes didn't leave hers, waiting for compliance, watching for the moment her body would obey. The engine idled, a low, waiting hum that vibrated through the seat. The open passenger door gaped like a dark mouth. The forest beyond was now a wall of blackness, offering no escape. Every option, every instinct to fight or flee, narrowed to this single, impossible point. The steering wheel, the gear shift, the pedals at her feet. Maya's hands, still trembling, lifted from her lap as if pulled by strings. They found the steering wheel, the familiar textured leather cold under her palms, her grip weak. Her right foot, moving as if disconnected from her body, heavy and dead, shifted from the brake to hover over the accelerator. She didn't look at him again. She couldn't. She stared straight ahead through the windshield, at the empty parking lot and the dark line of trees, at the gravel path that led out. With a jerk that was all wrist, she put the car in drive. The gear shift thunked dully. The figure settled fully into the passenger seat, his weight making the car lean slightly, the springs groaning. He pulled the door closed behind him with a soft, final thump that sealed them in together, a capsule of light and fear. The dome light remained off. The only illumination was the ghostly dashboard glow, painting their hands and laps in sickly green, and the weak, yellow beams of the headlights cutting a short, pathetic path into the nothingness ahead. She eased her foot onto the gas, too lightly at first, the engine revving without moving. She pressed harder. The car rolled forward, gravel crunching and popping under the tires, the sound loud inside the sealed cabin. She guided it towards the exit, a single-lane road of cracked asphalt that led back to the highway, her turns too wide, her corrections oversharp. He didn't speak again. He didn't tell her which way to go. He just sat there, a silent, massive presence beside her, his body taking up too much space, his arm resting on the center console. He watched the road, and he watched her, his head turned just enough that she could feel the pressure of his gaze on the side of her face like a physical touch. The normal sounds of the car, the hum of the engine, the whisper of the tires on asphalt, the faint buzz of the radio's empty frequency, were deafening in the silence between them. The smell of him, that forest and metal smell, filled the small space, overpowering the familiar scent of her own car, making the air taste strange and dangerous. She turned onto the park exit road, the headlights painting the trunks of the redwoods in fleeting, skeletal flashes, creating a strobe effect of light and shadow that made her dizzy. In the rearview mirror, the parking lot vanished into the darkness, swallowed whole. The last place she had felt any semblance of control disappeared behind her, a tiny island of safety, now inaccessible. She was on the road now, the yellow lines appearing and vanishing under the hood, driving into the night with a stranger who had walked through a locked door as if it weren't there. The case number from the clearing echoed in her mind, a meaningless string of digits that now felt like a label, a tag tied to her own ankle. 74-08-3. The question mark was the smudge, the unknown. She was living inside that smudge now, hurtling forward, and the road ahead was pure, unbroken black, waiting for his next command. Her hands were slick on the wheel. She didn't know where she was going. She only knew she had to drive. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The low, beige buildings of the Federal Correctional Institution were a stark contrast to the green hills that surrounded them, a geometric scar of poured concrete and asphalt. The only hint of its purpose was the double fence topped with gleaming coils of razor wire that caught the flat morning light. Katie Ford parked her sedan in the visitor lot between a minivan with booster seats and a dusty pickup, the engine ticking as it cooled. She sat for a moment, her hands resting on the steering wheel at 10 and 2. She hadn't told Nina. She hadn't told Director Vance. The lies were simple shields, protecting her from the professional reckoning that would follow if this was discovered. She'd rehearsed her cover story on the drive over, the words feeling like dry pebbles in her mouth, a follow-up on an old financial fraud case, a loose end from a closed file. She ran through them once more, watching a corrections officer in a tower slowly scan the perimeter, the black shape of a rifle just visible against the sky. The processing area was a bland, fluorescent-lit room that smelled of industrial cleaner and stale coffee. A corrections officer behind a plexiglass window took her ID, his fingers thick and blunt. Catherine Ford. FBI. He held the credential up to the glass, comparing her face to the photo with a slow, deliberate tilt of his head. He typed, the clack of the keys loud in the quiet room, his eyes flicking between her credentials and the screen. Visiting Marcus Fell, inmate 78,104. He didn't look surprised. This wasn't a supermax. It was a place for tax evaders, insider traders, and disgraced former agents. The routine here was bureaucratic, not confrontational. Weapon? He asked, his voice muffled by the barrier. In the lockbox in my vehicle, Katie said, her tone flat and procedural. She'd already surrendered her service weapon, the weight of its absence a constant, subtle wrongness at her hip. Any recording devices, cell phones, electronic equipment? No. He slid a clipboard through a metal tray. Sign here, initial here acknowledging the search and surveillance protocols. She signed, the pen dragging. Through the scanner, please." The arch of the metal detector was a cold blue. She emptied her pockets, keys, a single folded $20 bill, her FBI badge in its leather holder, into a small plastic tub. As she walked through, it beeped once, a sharp, accusing sound. She stopped, her body going still. "Belt buckle," the officer said without looking up from his monitor. She unfastened it, the leather sliding through the loops with a whisper, and placed it in the tub. She walked through again. A silence. He nodded toward a door with a buzzing electronic lock. "Wait by the red lines. An escort will take you through." Another officer, younger and quieter, with a close-shaven head and eyes that avoided direct contact, met her there. He didn't speak, just turned and led her down a short, tiled hallway. The air was cooler here, carrying a faint, damp concrete smell under the cleaner. Their footsteps echoed, his boots a firm clack, her flat-soled shoes a softer tap. He stopped at a solid steel door, marked with a stenciled 3. "Attorney room 3, he said, his voice barely above a murmur. He unlocked it with a key from a large ring, the mechanism turning with a heavy, oiled thunk. He pushed the door open and stood aside. The room was small, utilitarian. A single rectangular table bolted to the floor, 2 chairs, one on each side, cinderblock walls painted a pale, sickly green that reminded Katie of hospital corridors. A camera lens watched from a high corner where the walls met the ceiling, its red light a steady, unblinking eye. It was a room for legal consultations, not for family visits with partitioned phones. She took the chair facing the door, her back to the wall, a habit so ingrained it was autonomic. The vinyl seat was cool through her trousers. The table's surface was scratched and gouged, stained with old coffee rings and the ghostly impressions of frantic handwriting. The officer left, pulling the door shut. The latch didn't catch, it remained closed but not secured, a standard protocol. The sound of his footsteps receded. As she waited, the air was still and cool, carrying a low, persistent hum from the fluorescent lights overhead. The silence was a physical presence, thick and waiting. Her own investigation, the one she was running parallel to the official task force and hidden from her partner, had led her here. The murder of her father, Ken Ford, a retired police detective, was a cold case buried in a small-town filing cabinet. The evidence was scant. A single, ambiguous partial print on the doorframe of his workshop, no murder weapon recovered, no witnesses to the gunshot heard on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. The motive was unclear. A robbery gone wrong. A personal grudge. The local PD had settled on the former after 6 months, the case sinking into the mud of other priorities. But in her obsessive review, a pattern of suppressed files and redirected inquiries had emerged, a ghostly fingerprint. A witness statement that vanished from the digital log. A request for ballistics cross-referencing that was marked, completed, but had no attached report. A detective who transferred out of state 2 weeks after the case went cold. It pointed toward a network, one that her father might have stumbled into during his years on the force, something his meticulous nature wouldn't let him ignore. And at the edges of that network, according to the whispers she'd chased down in dark corners of databases, and through cautious conversations with retired cops who remembered Ken Ford fondly, was Marcus Fell. Nina's former partner. The one who'd been caught. Not for violence, but for the paper crimes, evidence tampering, obstruction of justice, making false official statements. A fall from grace so complete it had barely made the news beyond the law enforcement trade journals. He'd taken a plea, named no names, and vanished into the system. A quiet disposal. Katie believed he knew more. He had to. He was a link, a pressure point. The only one she could reach. A series of sounds broke the silence. A distant metallic clang, the murmur of voices, the scuff of shoes on tile growing closer. Katie straightened slightly, settling her shoulders, arranging her hands flat on the table in front of her. She took a slow breath in through her nose, held it for a 3 count, let it out silently through parted lips. Control was a performance, and every detail mattered. The door clicked and opened. Marcus Fell shuffled in, preceded by the same young guard. Fell's movements were constrained by the shackles connecting his ankles, the chain just long enough for a careful, short-step gait. The cuffs on his wrists were linked to a chain around his waist. The guard positioned himself just inside the room, hands clasped behind his back, gaze fixed on the far wall, a study in neutral presence. Fell was wearing standard-issue khaki pants and a matching shirt, the fabric worn thin at the knees and elbows, the color doing nothing for his pallor. He was thinner than the photos from his trial, his shoulders slumped inward as if protecting his core, the confident, almost arrogant set of his jaw gone soft and undefined. His hair, once thick and dark, was now a sparse, graying cap. He didn't look at Katie immediately. His eyes, a washed-out blue, darted from the guard to the door to the camera in the corner, then finally, cautiously, to the woman sitting at the table. They held a raw, animal nervousness, the pupils slightly dilated. A faint sheen of sweat glistened at his temples. He sat down slowly, the chains rattling with a dull, musical sound, as if the chair might be wired, his movements careful and small. He placed his cuffed hands on the table, the metal links scraping against the formica. The guard gave a short, sharp nod and stepped back into the hallway, pulling the door shut but not latching it fully. The click of the mechanism was loud in the sealed silence. They were alone, save for the watching camera. Katie looked across the table at the diminished man, the ghost of a federal agent. She let the silence stretch for a 5 count, letting him feel the weight of her observation. She noted the tremor in his left hand, the way his right index finger tapped a frantic, silent rhythm against his thumb. She saw the old scar on his chin, the new lines etched deep around his mouth from tension. This was not a man at peace with his bargain. She kept her voice low, even, a calm pool in the tense room. Marcus Fell. She paused, waiting until his flickering gaze settled on her face. My name is Katie Ford. Another pause, deliberate. She leaned forward an inch, just enough to shift the dynamic. I think you knew my father. Fell's reaction was immediate and physical. His breath hitched, a quick, shallow intake. The tapping finger stopped dead. His eyes, which had been skittering around the room, locked onto hers with a sudden, startling intensity. The raw nervousness was still there, but now it was mixed with something else, recognition, and a deep, wary calculation. Oh, he didn't speak. He just stared, his body rigid, as if waiting for the next sentence to be a blow. Katie held his gaze, her own expression giving nothing away. She didn't blink. She had seen this look before, in interrogation rooms. It was the look of a man accessing a mental file, racing through contingencies, trying to determine if this was a threat, an opportunity, or a trap. The hum of the lights seemed to grow louder. She could smell the faint, acrid scent of his sweat now, mixed with the ever-present disinfectant. Finally, his lips parted. His voice, when it came, was dry and raspy, unused. Ford, it wasn't a question. It was an acknowledgement, a piece falling into place. He cleared his throat, a rough sound. Ken Ford's daughter. He said the name carefully, as if it were made of glass. And yes. He leaned back slightly in his chair, the chains shifting. The initial shock was receding, replaced by a more guarded, weary posture. His eyes never left her face. "Your FBI," it was a statement, but one laced with a question. "Did I am?" A faint, bitter twist touched his mouth, gone so fast she might have imagined it. "Of course you are." He looked down at his cuffed hands, then back up. The animal fear was still in his eyes, but it was being marshaled, compartmentalized. This was a man who knew how to have a dangerous conversation. "This isn't an official visit." "No. They don't know you're here." "No." He absorbed that, his jaw working slightly. He glanced, almost imperceptibly, at the camera in the corner, then back to her. The message was clear, they're listening. "Why are you here, Agent Ford?" He stressed the title, a reminder of the roles, the walls between them. Katie didn't answer directly. She shifted her own hands on the table, a small, deliberate movement. "You took a plea deal. 8 years for evidence tampering and obstruction. You gave them paperwork. You didn't give them people." Fell's face closed down. The wary calculation intensified. "My case is closed. I did my time. I'm doing my time." He gestured vaguely at the room with his chin. "My father's case isn't closed." Katie kept her voice low, but let a thread of steel enter it. "Not for me. He was murdered. In his home. 7 years ago." For the first time, Fell looked away. His gaze dropped to the scarred tabletop, focusing on a deep gouge near the edge. His breathing changed, becoming more controlled, shallower. "I heard about that," he said, the words barely audible. "I'm sorry for your loss." "What did you hear?" He shook his head, a tight, minute movement. "Just that he was gone. A break-in. It was a shame. He was a good cop." "He was a retired cop," Katie corrected, her eyes boring into the top of his bowed head. "Working on his boat in his garage." "What kind of network targets a retired cop, Marcus?" His head snapped up. The use of his first name was a deliberate needle, an attempt to pierce the formality. The fear was back in his eyes, bright and sharp. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do." She leaned forward again, reducing the space between them. The table was a narrow continent. "I've seen the ghost in the machine. The redirected requests. The missing files. The whispers that don't make it into reports. It points to a system. A system you worked for. A system you protected when you took that plea, and kept your mouth shut about everything except which forms you falsified." Fell's face had gone ashen. A muscle ticked in his cheek. He looked like a man balancing on a crumbling ledge. He opened his mouth, closed it, then whispered, "You have no idea what you're poking at." "Then tell me." Her own voice was a whisper now, fierce and urgent. "Tell me what my father found. Tell me who he threatened." He let out a long, shaky breath. He looked at the camera again, a longer, more meaningful look. When he spoke, his words were measured, deliberate, chosen for an audience. "Agent Ford, I was prosecuted for mishandling evidence in a racketeering case. I admitted my guilt. I have no information pertaining to any other investigation, especially not a tragic local crime from years ago. My condolences are personal, not professional." The speech had a rehearsed quality, a wall of official-sounding nothing. Katie didn't move. She heard the subtext screaming underneath the words, "I can't talk here." It's not safe. She gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. She had expected this. The first visit was never about answers. It was about establishing contact, applying pressure, and seeing the cracks form. She had seen them. The sweat, the terror, the careful, camera-aware denial. She reached into the inner pocket of her blazer, moving slowly so the guard outside wouldn't be alerted by sudden motion. She pulled out a plain, white business card. On it was only her name and a phone number, a secure, encrypted line, a burner. She slid it across the table. It came to rest against the knuckle of his cuffed right hand. Fell stared at it as if it were a live scorpion. He didn't touch it. The official inquest into your case noted some inconsistencies in the evidence log, Katie said, her voice returning to a normal, conversational level, playing along with the charade for the microphone. I'm reviewing it as part of a procedural audit. You may be contacted for clarification. She held his eyes, willing him to understand. Take the card. The number is safe. His hand trembled. Slowly, with immense effort, he uncurled his fingers. The chain between his wrists clinked. He placed his palm flat on the card, covering it completely. Then, in one smooth motion, he slid his hand back toward the edge of the table, the card disappearing into the loose cuff of his khaki shirt. It was a practiced move, one that spoke of a man who had learned how to handle contraband. I've answered all my questions, he said, his voice hollow. Under oath. Sometimes new questions come up, Katie said. She pushed her chair back, the legs scraping against the floor. The meeting was over. She had planted the seed. She had seen his fear. She had made contact. She stood up, looking down at him. He seemed smaller now, folded in on himself around the secret he was clutching to his wrist. Thank you for your time, Mr. Fell. He didn't reply. He just looked at the table, his shoulders hunched, a man waiting for a storm to hit. Katie walked to the door and knocked twice. It was immediately opened by the young guard, who had evidently been standing right outside. She stepped into the hallway without a backward glance. The walk back through the tiled corridor, the retrieval of her belt and badge and keys from the plastic tub, the processing officer's indifferent nod. It all passed in a blur of routine. The buzzing door released her back into the visitor lobby, and then out into the flat, gray light of the parking lot. She got into her car, the interior already warming in the morning sun. She didn't start the engine immediately. She sat, watching the razor wire on the fence gleam. She replayed every micro-expression on Fell's face, every tremor, every guarded word. The raw, animal fear had been real. The denial had been a performance. He knew something, and he was terrified of it. She had come here looking for a thread to pull. She had found one, thin and frayed and possibly booby-trapped, but a thread nonetheless. It was connected to her father's death. It was connected to Nina's past. And it was buried deep inside a man who looked like he was already living in his own grave. She finally turned the key, the engine coming to life with a subdued purr. The lies were still her shield. The investigation was still hidden. But now, for the first time in years, she had a direction. It led into the dark, but it led somewhere. She put the car in gear and drove away from the low, beige buildings, the green hills swallowing the sight of the razor wire in her rearview mirror. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The door to the visitation room clicked shut behind her, sealing her back into the same sterile, fluorescent-lit space. The sound was final, a heavy metallic snick that cut off the murmur of the corridor and left only the low, persistent hum of the lights overhead. It was a sound of finality, of being locked in. Marcus Fell was already there, seated at the same scarred table. He looked smaller than he had yesterday, hunched in his orange jumpsuit as if trying to fold into himself. The fabric was too large at his shoulders, bunching in loose folds that emphasized the sharp angles of his collarbones. His hands, cuffed and resting on the table, were pale, the knuckles standing out like white stones. His eyes, bloodshot and shadowed by deep, bruised-looking sockets, darted past her to the reinforced window in the door where the guard's silhouette was a dark, watchful smudge, a shape that didn't move. He didn't blink, just stared at that shape as if it were a predator at the mouth of a cave. Katie took the chair opposite him, the legs scraping with a short, sharp squeal against the linoleum. She placed her hands on the table, feeling the cool, pitted surface beneath her palms. There were stains here, rings from forgotten coffee cups, a long, thin scratch like a tally mark, the ghost of a phone number someone had tried to etch and then scratch out. She could feel a sticky patch near the edge, something sugary that hadn't been fully wiped away. The air felt thin, charged with a kind of held-breath anticipation, like the moment before a storm breaks. It smelled of industrial cleaner, the lemony scent undercut by something else, something human and sour, old fear, or maybe just the lingering odor of countless anxious conversations absorbed into the paint. "You came back," he said. His voice was low, stripped of yesterday's performative edge, the sly confidence gone. It was just a voice now, raspy from disuse, tight with a fear that seemed to vibrate just beneath the skin. He cleared his throat, a dry, painful-sounding hack, and his gaze finally dragged from the door window to her face. He didn't hold her eyes, though. He looked at her chin, her mouth, then back to her hands on the table. "You said you had something specific," Katie replied, keeping her own tone flat, professional. She didn't lean in. She kept her posture upright, a visitor behind a desk, but her eyes were fixed on him, cataloging the new tremors. The way his thumb rubbed compulsively against the side of his index finger, the constant, minute adjustments of his cuffed wrists on the table, as if the metal was burning him. A muscle in his jaw jumped rhythmically, a tiny, frantic pulse. Fell leaned forward, a slow, careful movement that seemed to cost him effort. The chain between his cuffs clinked softly against the formica, a tiny, sharp sound in the quiet. He didn't look at her eyes, but at a point just over her shoulder, as if monitoring the door, the window, the angles of the room. "Things are happening. On the outside. You hear things in here, even in Seg. Sounds carry. Conversations in the yard, guards talking just a little too loud, new inmates with stories. Whispers. Names." He said the last word as if it were a physical object he was placing on the table between them. "What names?" Katie asked, the question a precise tool. She let a beat of silence hang, forcing him to fill it. She could hear, very faintly, the echo of a shouted command from somewhere deep in the facility, followed by the distant, rolling clang of a metal door. The sounds were muffled, but they were there, a reminder of the world just beyond this quiet box. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his thin neck. The sound was dry, audible, like stones grinding together. He licked his lips, which were chapped and peeling. People connected. To the arrangements. The logistics. The network your dad was poking at. He glanced down at his hands, then back to that spot over her shoulder, his eyes widening slightly as if he'd seen a movement there. "They're turning up dead. Not accidents. Not street stuff. Clean jobs. Professional. The kind that look like nothing, a heart attack, a single car wreck, a slip in the bathtub, until you know what to look for, and then you see the pattern. A signature. A cold thread pulled taut in Katie's chest, a fine wire of dread. She kept her breathing even, in through the nose, out through the mouth, the way she'd been trained for a firing range. She felt the cool air of the ventilation ducked above wash over the back of her neck. Who? Give me specifics. She kept her voice low, matching his pitch, drawing him into the conspiracy. I don't have police reports, Ford. I have echoes. He leaned in another inch, his voice dropping. A fixer who used to handle transport logistics out of Reno. Gone. A bookkeeper, very discreet, operated a shell game out of a Chicago import-export firm. Vanished. His office cleaned out, landlord said he moved to Florida, but no one's heard from him. Not a postcard, not a forwarded piece of mail. His gaze finally snapped to hers, and the fear in them was raw, unmediated, the pupils wide and dark. It's a pruning. Someone's cutting away loose ends, trimming the branches back to the trunk. And I'm a very loose end sitting in a very accessible box. He gave a short, jerky nod towards the door. This isn't a country club. A shiv, a bag over the head in the shower. A suicide where the note is in handwriting you, never use, it's not hard to arrange if the money's right and the will is there. They have people in here. They have people working in here. You think you're a target, she stated it, watching for the flinch. She saw it, a quick, involuntary twitch at the corner of his left eye, a tightening of the skin around his mouth. A harsh, breathy sound escaped him, not a laugh but a release of tension, almost a sob caught in his throat. Oh, thank you. I know I am. They put me in here to bury me, but stone walls don't stop whispers. I can still talk. I haven't, but I could. Now someone's making sure the people who can talk don't. Permanently, he leaned closer still, the movement bringing a faint smell of institutional soap and stale sweat, and beneath that, the coppery tang of pure panic. His voice dropped to a whisper, so low she had to tilt her head forward, straining to catch the words. Your father, Ken, he wasn't just some random casualty of a botched robbery, Agent Ford. He was digging. He had a thread, a local thread that was starting to lead somewhere ugly. He was following it right to the same people who decided I needed to take a fall. Different sides of the same rotten coin. The room seemed to tilt. Katie felt it viscerally, a sudden lurch in her inner ear as if the floor had dropped a fraction of an inch. Her left hand, resting on the table, shifted instinctively, her fingers pressing down hard on the cool, gritty surface to ground herself. The pressure turned her knuckles white. The official story, a late-night gas station, a panicked shooter, a dead cop found next to his open car door, crystallized in her mind in the stark, simple lines she'd been fed for 20 years, then it shattered, the pieces scattering and reflecting a different, darker picture. She saw the grainy photo from the newspaper, her father's patrol car, the door ajar. She saw the rain-slicked asphalt, the neon sign. Oh, a stage set. He never said, she heard herself say, her own voice sounding distant, like it was coming from another room. He never mentioned any investigation. Not a word. He wouldn't. Not to his kid. He was a good cop. Careful. Paranoid maybe by the end, Fell's eyes were locked on hers now, willing her to believe. But he was getting close. Close enough to spook them. So they buried his case along with him. Made it look small, made it look random, made it go away. You know how it works. No witness, no murder weapon that leads anywhere, no motive that makes sense. The file gets thinner and thinner until it's just a cover sheet in a box. Katie's hands were flat on the cold tabletop. She willed them not to shake, focusing on the sensation of the tiny imperfections under her skin, a chip, a ridge of old glue. She could feel her pulse hammering in her fingertips, a rapid, insistent thrumming. She curled her fingers slightly, digging her short, clean nails into her own palms. The small, sharp pain was an anchor. "You're telling me my father's murder was a hit." Saying the words aloud made them more real, more terrible. They hung in the antiseptic air between them, ugly and final. "I'm telling you, it was orchestrated to look like street crime." And it worked. Flawlessly, he nodded slowly, his head moving like a rusty hinge. Case went cold, within 6 months? No serious leads, no viable suspects, just the usual dead ends and maybes. Sound familiar? Oh, it did. It was the hollow, echoing fact of her life. The unanswered phone call of that night, the closed casket, the slow dimming of the spotlight on the tragedy until it was just her and her mother in the quiet, gnawing dark. She remembered the detectives, their kind, tired faces growing more apologetic with each visit, their notebooks eventually staying closed. She forced a breath into her lungs, held it for a 3 count, felt her ribs expand against the stiff fabric of her blazer, let it out slowly through her nose. The exhale fogged the air faintly in the chill of the room. "What do you want, Fel?" The question was a concession, and they both knew it. She heard the slight change in her own voice, the professional detachment giving way to something more personal, more urgent. A flicker of desperate hope lit his eyes, a brief, bright spark in the dimness. His shoulders, which had been hunched nearly to his ears, lowered a fraction. "I'm a trade. You want a name. A real one, from your dad's case file, from his own jurisdiction. Someone he was talking to, someone who might know why he was in that gas station, lot at 11:30 on a Tuesday. I give you that, you get me transferred. Not just any transfer. Protective custody. A different facility, different state, different Bureau of Prisons numbering system. You have pull. Use it." His words came faster now, tumbling out in a rushed, whispered plea. "I can't just snap my fingers and move a federal prisoner," Katie said, but it was the opening gambit of a negotiation, not a refusal. She leaned back slightly, creating a space for him to argue, to persuade her. She crossed her arms, a defensive, considering posture. "You can start the process." He leaned into the space she'd created, his cuffed hands coming up in a gesture of supplication. "You can make the request, cite security concerns, credible threats. You can lean on the right people in the U.S. Marshals Service, in the BOP admin. I need a paper trail, Ford. I need a file that says Marcus Fell is asking for protection, that the FBI is considering it. It's a flare. It makes me a slightly harder target to disappear. It gives me a few more days, maybe a few more weeks." His eyes were pleading now, all pretense of cunning or control gone, replaced by the naked terror of a trapped animal. She could see the sheen of sweat on his upper lip, the way his breath hitched. "I give you a thread to pull on your dad. You give me a lifeline. That's the deal. That's the only deal." Katie studied him, the sweat beating at his temple despite the room's chill, and tracing a path down his gaunt cheek, the rapid, bird-like pulse fluttering in the hollow of his neck. This wasn't a mastermind playing chess. This was a rat in a flooding cage, looking for any piece of driftwood. Her mind raced, weighing the ethical breach against the sheer, gravitational pull of the possibility he was offering. Of a name. A real name. It was a door, cracked open after 2 decades of a solid, impenetrable wall. She uncrossed her arms and placed her hands back on the table, a signal she was engaging. Prove it, she said, her voice low and measured. Give me the name. If it checks out, if this person exists and had any documented contact with my father, I'll file the paperwork for the transfer request. I'll get it into the system. That's all I can promise. No guarantees on outcome. No promises beyond the request. He hesitated, his jaw working, teeth grinding audibly. She could see the calculation warring with the panic, the risk of giving up his only leverage against the immediate, suffocating fear. His eyes darted to the door, to the camera in the upper corner, then back to her. The fear won. It always does. He nodded, a quick, jerky motion that made the cords in his neck stand out like ropes. Okay. Okay, he leaned in again, his whisper barely a breath of sound, so faint she could hear the faint whistle of air through his constricted throat. She mirrored him, closing the distance until she could see the individual pores on his nose, the broken capillary on his cheek, the chapped, cracked skin of his lips. The smell of his fear was overwhelming now. Your dad was working with a retired detective from his old county. A guy who knew the territory, the old players, the places money could hide in plain sight. He was a source, a confidential informant on the pension roll. His name is Arlen Voss. He lives in Cedar Fork. It's a nothing town in the same county your dad worked, maybe an hour's drive from where you grew up. Katie committed it to memory. Arlen Voss. Cedar Fork. She repeated it internally, visualizing the words typed on a case file in crisp courier font, seeing a map of the county in her mind, placing the dot for Cedar Fork somewhere in the wooded, rural eastern part. She saw herself driving those back roads. What did he know? What was his information? She breathed back, her own voice just as quiet. I don't have the details, not the fine print, Fell whispered, his eyes flicking again to the door, then up to the camera in a quick, guilty glance. I just know Ken was meeting with him, that Voss had information about money moving through the county, payments that didn't make sense for the businesses they were attached to. Land deals, maybe. Shell corporations buying up parcels no one wanted. It was a local angle on a bigger, uglier picture. After your dad died, Voss clammed up. Retired for good. Went quiet. Like he'd seen a ghost and decided to become one himself. Fell's breath hitched, and he pressed a fist briefly against his sternum, as if to calm a heartburn of dread. They buried your father's case for a reason. If you dig it up, if you go knocking on Arlen Voss's door, you become a target too. You understand what I'm saying. This isn't a game. It's not some cold case hobby. They're cleaning house. They started 20 years ago, and they're finishing the job now. Katie let that sit for a moment. She could feel the weight of the name, the location, settling into her consciousness, displacing other things. She straightened up slightly, putting a few more inches of safe, neutral space between them. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, a sound she suddenly became acutely aware of. You said old cases are surfacing yesterday. What did you mean by that? And specifically, not echoes. What are the whispers saying? He sat back slightly, the plastic chair groaning under his slight weight. The movement broke their conspiratorial huddle, and his voice returned to its low, raspy normal pitch, though it still trembled. Just more rumors. Whispers in the pipe that things from back then, documents, evidence logs, witness statements people thought were lost or buried, are being found. Or are coming to light. I don't know the mechanism. I don't know if it's a leak, a hack, someone with a conscience and a death wish. He rubbed his thumb over his knuckle again, a frantic, polishing motion. But it's got people nervous. When old bones surface, it means the ground is shifting. And when the ground shifts, people on unstable footing, he trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air between them, as tangible as the table. He spread his hands as far as the cuffs would allow, a gesture of empty surrender. The chain rattled. That's it. That's all I have. Garland Voss. Cedar Fork. Now you hold up your end. Start the transfer. Please, the please was cracked desperate. The clock isn't just ticking, it's in the last 60 seconds. You think I'm paranoid. I haven't slept in 48 hours. Every time that slot in the door opens, I jump. Every footstep outside. Katie stood. The motion felt deliberate, heavy, as if she were pushing up against increased gravity. The weight of the name was solid in her mind. An anchor point dropped into the 20-year fog that had shrouded her father's death. It was something. It was concrete. It was actionable. A destination. Of a person. She looked down at him, at the man swimming in his orange jumpsuit, and felt a complex knot of revulsion and pity. He was a corrupt agent, a man who had betrayed his badge. He was also, right now, just a terrified human being. I'll file the request, she said. The words felt like a vow, heavy with consequence. Today. Relief washed over his face. It was a physical transformation. The tight muscles around his eyes and mouth loosened, his shoulders dropped a full inch, and he released a long, shuddering exhale he seemed to have been holding for days. His head bowed forward for a second, his chin nearly touching his chest. But immediately, as if the relief itself was a threat, the anxiety rushed back in, tightening his expression once more. His head snapped up, eyes wide. Don't wait. And don't tell anyone you got it from me. Not your SAC, not your colleagues. Not even your partner. The mention of Nina was a sharp, guilty prick, a needle of betrayal slipped between her ribs. She had just gone behind her back, traded a potential favor with a corrupt ex-agent for personal, off-the-books information. It was a breach of trust, a violation of their partnership's core. It was exactly the kind of compartmentalized, lone wolf secret Nina would despise, would see as a fundamental weakness. Katie's throat tightened. She pictured Nina's direct gaze, the way she'd lean against Katie's desk with a coffee and dissect a case, trusting and open. The guilt was there, instant and cold, a stone settling in her gut. She controlled it, walled it off behind the professional facade. Her face remained a neutral mask, but she felt a heat rise in her cheeks. This was for her father. This was different. This was family. The old, tired justification, but the only one she had. She gave a single, curt nod, a promise she knew was already a lie by omission. I'll be in touch, she said, the words automatic, a line from 100 professional conversations, and turned for the door. Her hand rose to knock, a single firm rap that echoed in the small room. Agent Ford, Fell's voice stopped her, quieter than ever, almost lost in the hum of the lights. She paused, her back to him, her knuckles an inch from the cold steel of the door. She didn't turn. Be smarter than he was. He thought he was just doing his job. He didn't think it was a war. It is. She didn't look back. She knocked again, twice this time, more insistently. The sound was sharp, demanding. A shadow blotted the window, darkening the rectangle of reinforced glass. A key rattled in the lock with a sound like falling teeth, and the door swung open with a sigh of pressurized air. The guard, a large man with a bored, impassive expression and thick forearms, stepped aside, filling the doorway. Katie walked out without a backward glance, feeling the weight of Fell's desperate eyes on her back like a physical pressure, until the door clicked shut again with that same final, metallic snick, sealing him back into his silence and his fear. The walk down the corridor felt longer. The echo of her low heels on the buffed linoleum, a metronomic tick-tick-tick that seemed to measure out the seconds of her new reality. The sound was isolated, crisp. The walls, a glossy, impersonal beige, reflected the harsh fluorescent light in blurred, watery streaks. From a distant corridor, she heard the clang of a metal door, a raised voice quickly muffled, the static crackle of a radio dispatcher calling a code. The air was cooler out here, moving, carrying the faint, ever-present scent of bleach. As she was shaken, a fine, high-frequency tremor ran through her hands. She clenched them into fists at her sides, feeling her nails bite once more into her palms, focusing on that small, sharp sensation to steady herself. But beneath the tremor, beneath the cold dread and the warm, spreading guilt, was a new, fierce clarity. It was a dark clarity, a clarity found at the bottom of a well, but it was direction. Her father hadn't just been killed. He'd been silenced, executed. And Marcus Fell, a broken, frightened man drowning in his own consequences, had just thrown her a line, not to save her, but to save himself. And on that line was tied a single, crucial name. Garland Voss. She repeated it in her mind with each step. Cedar Fork. She pushed through the final security door, a heavy, windowed affair of steel and wire-reinforced glass. It buzzed loudly, a jarring electronic sound, and released with a heavy thunk as the magnetic lock disengaged. She leaned her shoulder into it, feeling its weight, and emerged into the bland, carpeted administrative area. The air changed here. It was warmer, stuffier, smelled of photocopier toner, paper dust, and cheap lemon air freshener instead of bleach and human despair. The difference was jarring, like stepping from a refrigerator into a stale closet. The free world was just ahead, beyond another set of glass doors. The guilt about Nina was a shadow at her heels, a presence she could feel with every step, keeping pace. She pictured Nina's face, the sharp, intelligent eyes that missed very little, the way she'd tilt her head and ask, "You okay, Ford?" "You seem off," in that tone that was both concerned and probing. She would have to lie. She would have to build a compartment and lock this inside it, and the first brick of that wall felt like it was made of that cold, gutstone of guilt. She reached the counter where a different corrections officer, a woman with tired eyes and her hair in a severe, graying bun, sat behind a computer. Without a word, the woman slid Katie's credentials and her sidearm, still in its holster, back across the countertop. The leather of the holster was smooth and familiar. Katie signed the logbook with a hand that was now steady, her signature a practiced, unreadable slash of black ink. The ritual of it, the pen, the paper, the official timeout, was grounding. The weight of her Glock in its holster as she clipped it back onto her belt was familiar, a return to her own identity, a tool and a symbol of her authority. But as she settled it on her hip, adjusting the strap, she felt different inside. The landscape had shifted. The weapon felt heavier, its purpose more ambiguous. She pushed out through the main entrance doors, into the late afternoon light. It was grayer than when she'd entered, the sky a uniform sheet of low, bruised clouds that threatened rain. The air was cool and damp, carrying the distant, oily smell of wet asphalt and diesel from the highway beyond the perimeter fence. She took a deep breath, the first full one she felt she'd taken in an hour, and the cold air burned her lungs clean of the prison smell. She walked to her car, the only sound the crunch of her shoes on the gravel lot, each step kicking up small stones. The lot was nearly empty. Her sedan sat alone, a dark blue shape under the gloomy sky. She unlocked it with a chirp from the fob, the sound absurdly mundane. She slid inside, shut the door, and the world went quiet. The silence of the car was immense, a vacuum after the institutional noise and the pounding of her own thoughts. It was a thick, padded silence, broken only by the faint, almost subliminal hum of the vehicle's electronics. For a full minute she just sat there, hands on the wheel at 10 and 2, staring through the windshield at the stark, razor-wire-topped fence without seeing it. Her knuckles were white. She made herself relax her grip, finger by finger. Arlen Voss. Cedar Fork. She said the names aloud, her voice strange and too loud in the quiet cabin. Arlen Voss, the name had a solid, old-fashioned sound to it. A retired detective. A source her father trusted. A man who saw something that made him disappear into a nothing town. What had he seen? What had he told her father in those meetings? Her mind spun with possibilities, each darker than the last. She started the engine, the sound jarringly normal, a purr that vibrated through the seat. The dashboard lights glowed softly in the dim interior. She had a name. She had a town. It was a start. It was the only start she'd ever had. And as she pulled out of the lot, the tires crunching over the gravel, turning away from the grim, concrete geometry of the prison, she knew the first thing she had to do was not go to Cedar Fork. It was to go back to the office, to her cubicle with its government-issue desk and her computer, and open a bureaucratic file. She had to start a paper trail for a terrified man, to uphold her end of a dirty, necessary bargain. The work of the day was just beginning. The real work, the work for her father, was now waiting in the wings, and it would require a different kind of preparation, a different kind of silence. It would require lies of omission to her partner, to her superiors. It would require digging into a case file that was supposed to stay closed. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The boxes were still stacked against the wall, their flaps taped shut, a silent testament to a life perpetually on hold. Katie sat at her kitchen table, the laptop's glow the only light in the sparse DC apartment, carving her face out of the surrounding dimness. The pothos on the windowsill was a splash of green in the monochrome room, the only thing that felt settled, its vines trailing over the edge toward the scuffed floorboards. Her go-bag, zipped and ready, leaned against the doorframe like a silent sentinel, its dark nylon a familiar silhouette against the off-white paint. Outside, a steady November rain streaked the window, distorting the amber streetlights into long, weeping smears. Marcus Fell's voice was a loop in her head, a scratchy, fearful recording. Professional hit. Disguised as a robbery. The words had the cold, hard shape of truth, a shape that fit perfectly into the jagged hole her father's death had left. She could still smell the sterile, antiseptic odor of the visitation room, feel the chill of the bolted table under her palms, the ghost ache of it now under her own fingertips as she rested them on her kitchen table. On her screen, the search results for Arlen Voss scrolled by in a monotonous parade of digital dead ends. She started with the basics, her fingers flying over the keys with a rhythm born of countless late nights. Retired. Sonoma County Sheriff's Office, Cold Case Unit. A few grainy news photos from the late 90s, a man with a thick mustache and tired eyes that looked straight through the camera. She'd run him through every database she could access without tripping internal flags. NCIC, driver's licenses, property records. Each query was a calculated risk, her credentials leaving a faint digital footprint she'd have to obscure later. He'd left California over a decade ago. Current whereabouts unknown. The last address was a P.O. box in Santa Rosa that had closed in 2012. She'd cross-referenced with utility records, voter registration, nothing. The man had evaporated. She'd need to dig deeper, use resources she wasn't supposed to have, call in favors that would leave a trace. It was a problem for the next hour. She pinched the bridge of her nose, her eyes dry and gritty from the screen's blue light, and let her gaze drift to the boxes. One was marked Dad Office in her own sharp handwriting. She hadn't opened it. She didn't need to. She knew the weight of the files inside, the smell of old paper and ink that would whisper of unfinished work. A knock at the door, two sharp, authoritative raps, jerked her from the data stream. Not the super, who shuffled and knocked with an open palm. Too deliberate. Her body reacted before her mind, a coil of tension snapping tight from her shoulders down to her calves. She stood, the chair legs scraping harshly on the bare floorboards, the sound like a gasp in the quiet room. Her hand drifted toward the empty holster on the back of the kitchen chair, her fingers brushing the cool leather, a habit so ingrained it was muscle memory. She moved to the door, her socked feet silent on the wood, and leaned in to peer through the peephole. The distorted fisheye view showed an empty hallway, the worn beige carpet, the facing apartment door shut tight, a flyer for a pizza place still wedged in the handle. Her gaze dropped. On the mat lay a standard manila mailer envelope, legal-sized, pristine, and untouched by the damp hallway air. She listened, her ear almost touching the cool wood of the door, her own breathing loud in her ears. No retreating footsteps, no elevator chime, no rustle of clothing. Just the distant hum of the building's furnace and the patter of rain against the hallway window at the far end. A silence. She flipped the deadbolt, the metallic clunk loud in the quiet apartment, and turned the knob, her grip firm. The door opened inward a cautious 8 inches. She scanned the hall again, left then right, seeing no one, her eyes cataloging the empty space, the scuff mark on the baseboard, the dust motes dancing in the fluorescent light. A quick glance upward, a paranoid check for anything out of place, a camera, a wire. A nothing. She knelt, her knees pressing into the coarse, synthetic fibers of the welcome mat, and picked up the envelope. It was light, barely more than the paper itself, flexing easily between her fingers. No return address. Her name and address were printed in a generic, blocky font, the kind generated by a label maker or a basic printer, each letter perfectly aligned. The postmark was smudged but legible under the harsh hallway fluorescence, Willow Creek, CA. A small town up north. She ran a mental map. Northern California. She didn't know anyone there. The envelope was cool and smooth, except for one corner that was slightly damp, as if it had been carried in a pocket. Back at the table, the envelope felt alien in her hands, a silent intruder. She set it down flat on the clean wood, studying it under the laptop's glow. No lumps, no odd bulges. She ran a fingertip along the sealed flap. It was glued shut, no tape. She retrieved a letter opener from a drawer, a slim, sharp piece of stainless steel her father had given her when she made agent, and slit the top in one clean, deliberate motion. The sound of tearing paper was shockingly loud, a crisp rah rip that seemed to hang in the air. Inside was a single photograph, 5x7, glossy. No note, no card, no slip of paper. She hooked a finger into the opening, feeling the slick interior, and slid the photo out, face down, onto the table. The back was plain white, slightly textured. She took a breath, a deep pull of air that did nothing to steady the sudden, skittering pulse in her throat, then flipped it over. The air left her lungs in a sudden, silent rush, as if she'd been struck in the diaphragm. Her body folded, collapsing back into the kitchen chair, the wood catching her weight with a creak. Her hand came up, covering her mouth, fingers pressing hard against her lips as if to hold in a cry. Her other hand flattened on the table, palm down, fingers splayed, bracing herself. She stared, her eyes refusing to blink, drinking in the image. It was a candid shot, taken from across a street, slightly elevated, maybe from a vehicle or a second-story window. The subject was a young man in faded jeans and a dark gray hoodie, standing on a cracked sidewalk in front of a diner with a faded sign she couldn't quite read. The building was beige stucco, the windows tinted dark. He was looking down, cupping his hands to light a cigarette, his face partially obscured by his hood and the protective curve of his fingers. A faint wisp of smoke curled up from the cradle of his palms. But the line of his jaw, sharp and familiar even in early manhood, the set of his shoulders, a little hunched as if against a cold wind, the particular way his dark, unruly hair fell across his forehead. It was a map she knew by heart, a topography she'd traced in 1,000 memories and 100 nightmares. The jeans were a little too long, pooling slightly over scuffed sneakers, just like he'd always worn them. Eli, it's her little brother. Missing for years. Vanished after a fight, after the last, desperate phone call where he'd said he was in trouble, real trouble, his voice thin with a fear she'd never heard before, and then the line went dead with a finality that still echoed. Presumed dead by everyone but her. Declared legally dead 2 years ago to settle what was left of their mother's estate. She had refused to sign the papers, her signature a line she would not cross. The file was still open on her desk at Quantico, a personal indulgence she never spoke of. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the photo, her grip careful at the very edges, her thumb leaving a faint smudge on the glossy surface. She turned it over. Nothing written. No cryptic message, no instructions, not even a pencil mark. She looked at the front again, her eyes hunting, scanning, devouring details. The diner's name was a blur of peeling paint, maybe ending in cafe. The cars parked along the curb were nondescript, modern sedans, a Toyota Camry, a Ford Fusion, nothing distinctive, their colors muted in the flat, gray light. The trees in the background were deciduous, bare-branched against a gray sky, a few stubborn brown leaves clinging to the twigs. Late autumn or winter somewhere. And in the bottom right corner, digitally stamped in white sans serif font, a date. 11/18. A last month. A raw, soundless gasp broke from her, a convulsion of her chest that didn't make a noise, just a hitching shudder that racked her frame. Her vision blurred instantly, hot tears welling and spilling over, tracking fast down her cheeks. She hadn't seen him, hadn't had a single credible sighting in over 4 years. The hope she'd forcibly buried, the one that felt like a sickness, a weakness she could not afford, erupted, hot and dizzying and terrifying. It was a physical sensation, a flush of heat up her neck followed by a cold, nauseating plunge in her stomach. Her breath came in short, ragged pulls. He was alive. This was proof. Tangible. In her shaking hands. The paper itself was a miracle. But who sent it? And why? A threat. A taunt. We have him. Or a message. He's here. Come and see. Her mind raced, a frantic engine trying to gain traction on ice, thoughts spinning and sliding. She tried to connect the postmark to the image. Willow Creek. She knew that name. It nagged at her, a tickle at the back of her memory. She swiveled to her laptop, her movements jerky, the chair legs scraping again, and typed with unsteady fingers, hitting the wrong keys, backspacing, trying again. A search. Willow Creek, California. The results populated. It was in the same county, Sonoma, as Arlen Voss's old jurisdiction. A small, unincorporated town in the coastal mountains, population under 1,000. That couldn't be a coincidence. Nothing was. Not in her life. The photograph, Voss, her father's case, Marcus Fell's whispers. They were suddenly not separate strands but parts of a single, snarled thread, and she could feel it pulling tight around her, a constricting loop. She held the photo up to the light from the laptop screen, tilting it, looking for watermarks, patterns in the grain, any sign of digital manipulation or a printing artifact. The paper was standard glossy photo stock, slightly cool to the touch, the edges perfectly cut. It smelled faintly of chemicals and ink, a generic photolab smell. She laid it flat again on the table and used her thumb and forefinger to measure the distance between Eli and the diner window. A useless, frantic gesture to somehow quantify the unreachable space between them. Her breathing was shallow, fast, her ribs feeling tight. The questions were a swarm, buzzing, biting. Where was this diner? Who took it? Was he alone? Was he hurt, thinner than he should be? Was he waiting for her? Was he running from the person who mailed this? Why send it to me now? Before the cascade could fully form, could drown her in a riptide of what-ifs, her phone rang, a harsh, electronic trill that made her flinch, her shoulders jerking up toward her ears. It vibrated against the wooden table, skittering slightly in a half-circle. The screen lit up, the caller ID stark and official against the dark wood. FBI Director VANCE. The professional reflex was instantaneous, a circuit closing with an almost audible click in her mind. Her spine straightened, vertebrae aligning. Her shoulders squared back, pulling down and away from her ears. She wiped the back of her hand across her wet cheeks, a quick, brutal motion that left her skin feeling raw. The gasping breath stilled, held in her lungs for a 3 count, then released in a controlled, silent exhale through her nose. Her face settled into a neutral mask, the muscles going slack and purposeful. Her voice, when she needed it, would be flat, neutral, a tool. She picked up the phone, her grip firm now, the cool glass and metal solid in her palm. As she answered, Ford. Katie. Robert Vance. His tone was clipped, devoid of preamble, the voice of a man who measured time in seconds and cost. There was a faint rustle of paper in the background. We have a situation in Sonoma County, California. A body found this morning in a redwood grove. Local PD is requesting assistance. The scene is unusual. Unusual how, sir? She kept her eyes on the photograph of Eli, but it was like looking at it through a pane of thick glass. The emotional connection was severed, stored away in a locked compartment behind her sternum. Her mind was now parsing his words, analyzing tone, extracting data points. Sonoma County. The words landed like stones. It's a staged recreation, Vance said, the words deliberate. Meticulous. Of a local cold case, homicide from 1974. The victim was a teenage girl, found posed. This new victim is male, but the positioning, the props, the location, it's a mirror. The original detective is deceased. Local authorities are out of their depth and spooked. I need you and Shaw on a plane to San Francisco by tonight. She's been briefed. Your flight details are in your inbox. Coordinate with her. You'll liaise with the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office. A detective, a pause, the sound of paper shuffling, a finger tapping. A Detective Miller is the primary. He's the one who made the request. Understood, her voice was even, a flat line. What's the victim's ID? Her pen was in her hand now, though there was no paper. She wrote the name Miller in the thin dust on her table, the letters clear and sharp. John Doe for now, Vance replied. No wallet, no prints on file so far. The recreation is the signature. Get out there and find the breaks. This has the potential to escalate. Copycat or something worse. The locals are already leaking to the press about a Redwood ritual killing. I want it contained, understood? No spectacles. Yes, sir. Her mind was already layering the new geography. A Redwood Grove. Sonoma County. The same county that held Willow Creek and Arlen Voss's ghost. The coincidence was no longer a tickle. It was a fist in her gut. Keep me updated. Daily, the line went dead with a soft click. 3 minutes exactly. She lowered the phone, placing it carefully back on the table, aligning it with the edge. The two realities collided in the silence of her apartment, a brutal, silent impact that reverberated in her bones. The photograph of Eli, alive in an unidentified town, a personal ghost made flesh, a secret now pressed into the grain of her kitchen table. And a staged murder, a theatrical echo of a 40-year-old case, a professional puzzle screaming for attention from the same patch of earth. Both in Sonoma County. The coincidence was a klaxon in her mind, loud and insistent. It wasn't a coincidence. It was an intersection, a deliberate junction where her two lives, the personal wreckage and the professional duty, were being forcibly merged, the walls between them crumbling. She didn't hesitate. The questions about the photo were a whirlpool, dark and deep, threatening to suck her down into a paralyzing vortex of fear and hope, and 4 years of pent-up grief. The case was a rope, a clear taut line of procedure and action. Secure the scene, establish timeline, interview witnesses, analyze evidence. She could only grab one. For now, the rope was the only thing that would keep her moving, keep her functioning, keep the whirlpool at bay. The whirlpool would have to wait. It would churn, but it would wait. She picked up the photograph again, her movements deliberate now, measured. She studied Eli's face, the sliver of profile she could see, the curve of his ear, the way his hoodie strings hung limp. She committed every pixel to a deeper, more protected memory, a vault she could access later. Then she slipped the photograph into the inner pocket of her jacket, which hung over the back of the chair. It settled against the lining, a secret pressed flat and close to her heart, a hidden weight that shifted as she moved. She patted the pocket once, a quick, firm touch. Action was the antidote to the storm inside. She stood, the chair scraping again, a familiar sound of departure. She snapped her laptop closed, the screen winking out and plunging that side of the room into deeper shadow, and slid it into its padded sleeve, zipping it shut with a decisive pull. She walked to the go bag, her steps measured, heel to toe on the floorboards. She unzipped the main compartment and did a mental inventory, her hands checking by touch in the dim light. The compact toiletry kit, the spare charger, the bundled cables, the sealed package of socks and underwear, the folded black tactical pants and 2 plain tees. She added the laptop sleeve, tucking it snugly beside the clothes. From a drawer by the door, she took her badge wallet, the leather worn smooth at the edges, and her service weapon, a Glock 19. She ejected the magazine, checked the full 15-round count by feel, slammed it home, then pulled the slide back a fraction to confirm a round was chambered. The brass gleam of the cartridge a quick flash in the dark, before securing it in its paddle holster. She threaded her belt through the holster loop and fastened it, the weight familiar and anchoring on her right hip. She clipped the badge to her belt on the left. She took one last look at the empty apartment. The unpacked boxes, their contents a mystery even to her. Old college textbooks, her father's case files she couldn't bring herself to sort or discard, the few family photos she hadn't put in storage because she couldn't bear to look at them every day. The lonely plant on the sill, thriving on neglect, its leaves a defiant green. The kitchen table, now just a piece of furniture in the dark, the ghost of the photograph still lingering on its surface. This wasn't a home, it was a way station, a place to sleep and store things, and she was leaving it again as always. She switched off the light, plunging the room into a darkness broken only by the faint orange glow of the city through the rain-streaked blinds. The shapes of the boxes became hulking shadows. She closed the door behind her, the lock engaging with a solid, final thunk. The hallway was bright, sterile, and empty, smelling of lemon disinfectant and wet carpet. She slung the go bag over her shoulder, adjusting the strap, feeling the comfortable, distributed weight. She walked toward the elevator, her heels clicking a steady, purposeful rhythm on the linoleum, the sound echoing in the empty corridor. Two mysteries now pulled her in different directions. One a silent, pleading face in a photograph that warmed the fabric over her heart, the other a dead body in a silent grove, a problem to be solved. But for the first time, both were leading to the same place, the same patch of ground on a map. Sonoma County. As the elevator arrived with a soft ding and the doors slid open, she felt the photograph against her chest, a faint crackle of paper with every heartbeat, a counter-rhythm to her steps. She entered the elevator, turned, and stared at the numbered lights as they began counting down, her face a calm, professional mask reflected in the brushed metal doors, while inside, the whirlpool and the rope began their fierce, endless tug-of-war, the battle for who she would be when the doors opened again onto the rainy street. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The small plain banked over a quilt of vineyards, the late afternoon sun turning the rows of vines into sharp lines of shadow and gold. Katie watched the landscape tilt, her stomach doing a slow, familiar roll. Her knuckles were white on the armrest, the cheap pleather cool and slightly sticky under her palms. The engine's drone shifted in pitch as the pilot made his final approach, the wing dipping to show a sudden, dizzying view of the ground rushing up, a blur of dry grass, a fence line, a lone tractor looking like a child's toy. Then came the jarring, solid thump-thump of the wheels hitting tarmac, a brief, skidding vibration that rattled the fillings in her teeth and traveled up through the frame of the seat into her spine. The roar of reverse thrust pressed her forward against the locked seatbelt strap, the harness digging into her collarbone. Outside the scratched window, the world became a streaked blur of asphalt and hangar. The plane slowed rapidly, the deceleration a physical pressure against her chest, until the view resolved into a stark reality. A single strip of tarmac and a low, sun-bleached terminal building that looked more like a large shed, its corrugated metal roof shimmering with heat. As they taxied toward it, the propellers winding down from a roar to a whine to a visible, lazy blur, she saw a single county patrol SUV parked on the asphalt, a figure leaning against its driver's side door, arms crossed, watching their arrival with the still patience of a predator. Officer Teresa Reyes was a woman in her 40s with a calm, assessing gaze and hair pulled into a severe, dark bun at the nape of her neck. She didn't smile as they descended the plane's folding steps onto the sun-warmed asphalt. The heat of the day, stored in the blacktop, radiated up through the thin soles of Katie's flats in a palpable wave. The air smelled of jet fuel, hot tar, and the dry, dusty scent of the surrounding hills. Reyes pushed off from the SUV with a roll of her shoulders and met them halfway, her hand already extended. Her grip was firm, dry, and brief, encompassing Katie's fingers in a calloused palm, and then releasing to take Nina's with the same no-nonsense efficiency. "Agents Ford and Flores," she said, not a question. Her voice was low, devoid of inflection, carrying just enough to be heard over the dying engine coughs of the plane. "I'm Officer Teresa Reyes. I'll be your escort." She paused, her eyes doing a quick head-to-toe inventory of each of them, their travel-wrinkled blazers, their small kits, their faces. The flight was fine. It was a perfunctory courtesy, delivered without expectation of an answer. Katie gave a short nod. "It was." "Cars this way," Reyes said, and turned immediately, her boots making soft, gritty crunches on the loose asphalt gravel. She wore a standard deputy's uniform, but it was crisper, the khaki shirt ironed to a knife edge, the badge polished to a dull shine against the fabric, the utility belt organized with a precise, almost military economy, pepper spray, radio, handcuffs, flashlight, each item squared away in its own pouch. Katie exchanged a glance with Nina, who gave a slight, almost imperceptible lift of her eyebrows, all business, and a tiny shrug. There would be no pleasantries beyond that, no offers of water, no discussion of the flight or the weather. This was a woman who dealt in facts and logistics, who had seen something this morning that had put a permanent crease of focus between her brows. Reyes popped the rear hatch of the SUV, a white Ford Explorer with the Sonoma County Sheriff's seal on the door, the gold and green muted by a fine layer of road dust. She waited, arms at her sides, as they retrieved their small evidence kits and go bags from the plane's cargo hold, the pilot handing them down with a silent nod. She didn't offer to help, but when Katie hefted her heavy kit, the strap biting into her palm, Reyes reached out and took it from her, her movements smooth and efficient. She placed it neatly in the back alongside a heavy-duty first aid kit, a locked rifle case, and a folded yellow rain slicker, then slid the door shut with a solid, metallic thunk that echoed in the quiet airfield. Nina took the front passenger seat without discussion, adjusting the seat back a notch with a mechanical whir. Katie climbed into the back behind the driver. The interior smelled of old coffee, sun-warmed vinyl, and the faint, clean, chemical scent of disinfectant wipes. The seats were firm and cracked in places, the plastic trim around the windows scratched and worn to a smooth shine by use. A county-issued laptop was mounted to the dash, its screen dark and dusty. A thin layer of fine, gray dust coated the dashboard. Reyes started the engine, a low rumble that vibrated through the floorboards, and pulled smoothly away from the terminal, checking her mirrors with a thorough, practiced sweep that took in the entire airfield behind them. They turned onto a two-lane road that wound immediately into the rolling, golden hills, leaving the flat plain of the airport behind. Reyes drove with economical precision, her hands at 10 and 2 on the textured wheel, her eyes constantly scanning the road, the gravel verges, the shaded turnoffs that led to hidden properties and vineyards. The silence stretched for a full minute, broken only by the hum of the tires on asphalt, the rush of climate-controlled air from the vents, and the occasional crackle of the police radio, turned down low to an indecipherable murmur. Katie watched the landscape unfold, ancient, gnarled oak trees casting pools of deep shadow, smooth, red-skinned madrona trees shedding papery bark, fields of dry grass that rippled like water in the breeze. "Victim is Dorothy Brennan," Reyes began, her voice even and clear, a report delivered to the vehicle at large. She didn't look away from the road. A 67. Retired county clerk. Worked in the records office for 31 years. Lived alone in a cottage off Bennett Valley Road. Body was discovered at 0900 this morning by a park ranger on routine patrol. Location is off the Vista Trail in Jack London State Park, approximately half a mile from the nearest trailhead. Ranger called it in as an apparent unattended death. First deputy on scene recognized it was a homicide within 30 seconds of viewing the body. "Cause of death?" Nina asked, turning her head slightly to look at Reyes. Her profile was sharp against the passing scenery, the afternoon light catching the fine lines at the corner of her eye. "Pending full autopsy," Reyes said, her eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, catching Katie's gaze for a fraction of a second, a direct, measuring look before returning to the road. "Visible trauma is a single deep puncture wound to the lower back, left side. Likely a hunting knife or similar fixed blade. Narrow, deep entry. No defensive wounds on the hands or arms. No signs of sexual assault." Her purse was found beside her, wallet intact, credit cards and $42 in cash present. Car keys. A library book. Katie watched a winery flash by on the left, its sign ornate with wrought iron grapes, a stark, pastoral contrast to the clinical details being recited. "Robbery wasn't the motive," she said, more statement than question. "No," Reyes confirmed, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "The posing was." She paused, as if choosing her next words with care, her fingers tightening minutely on the steering wheel. She was placed in a clearing on her left side, knees slightly bent, one arm outstretched, palm down. "Very specific. Deliberate. Not just dumped. Arranged," she took a breath. "Our crime scene unit ran a preliminary check against our internal database. It matched a case from our files. 1994. The air in the car seemed to still grow heavier. The hum of the engine and the road noise felt suddenly louder, more intrusive. Nina turned fully in her seat, her forearm resting on the center console, her body angled toward Reyes. "It matched how? Generally or specifically?" "Photograph for photograph." Reyes's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, which made the statement more chilling. "Our CSU overlaid the digital images from this morning's scene with the scanned photos from the Whitmore file. The body position is identical. The angle of the limbs, the tilt of the head, the placement of the feet. The nature and approximate location of the wound is identical. The original victim was a man named Carl Whitmore, 58. A local contractor. Found at the bottom of a shallow ravine on state land near Glen Ellen. His death was ruled accidental, a fall while hiking, with the puncture wound attributed to impalement on a broken branch. The case was investigated, closed in 3 weeks and filed." Katie felt a cold trickle of recognition start at the base of her skull, a distinct physical sensation, like a drop of ice water, tracing a path down each vertebra of her spine. Her breath caught just for a half second before she forced it to even out. 1994. This county. The numbers didn't just echo, they slammed together in her mind with the force of colliding trains. Fell's voice, raspy and urgent from the sterile prison visitation room, surfaced in her memory, clear as if he were in the car. "Your father's old territory. The whispers are coming from there." She kept her face carefully neutral, her hands still and loose in her lap, but her mind was racing, making connections with a speed that felt physical, electric. She focused on the passing landscape, a weathered barn with a caved-in roof, a cluster of mailboxes on a splintered post, a hawk perched on a fence wire, to ground herself, to keep the sudden, vertiginous pull of the past from showing in her eyes. "A copycat then," Nina mused, though her voice held a deep, ingrained skepticism. She tapped a finger against her knee. "Working from old news reports. A true crime blog maybe. There are sites that dig up obscure cases." "No," Reyes's tone was definitive, final. She shook her head once, a tight, controlled motion. "The Whitmore case wasn't in the news. Not locally, not beyond a 2-inch obit. It was a quiet, administrative closure. No family made a fuss. The file was sealed shortly after the ruling due to a minor family privacy issue, a son with a drug record who didn't want the attention. It's not online. You'd need access to the physical case file in our archives to know the details of how he was found. The specific pose. The wound details. The level of detail in this recreation, she glanced at Nina, her jaw tight. It's internal. It has to be. Someone with their hands on the paper. Nina was silent for a long moment, absorbing that. Katie could see the muscles working in her partner's jaw. You've secured your archives. Restricted access logs. Started that process 2 hours ago, Reyes said. But if it's been copied, it was copied a while ago. This wasn't a rush job. The page he left, she trailed off as the SUV slowed. They turned onto a narrower road, the smooth pavement giving way to gravel that pinged and rattled against the undercarriage in a sudden, noisy barrage. Dust plumed in a thick ochre cloud behind them, visible in the side mirrors like a chasing phantom, swallowing the view of the main road. They passed a parked ranger's truck, its forest green and gold dulled by a uniform coat of dust, then a second county cruiser, its light bar dark and silent. Ahead, yellow police tape was strung between two sturdy pine trees, cordoning off a trailhead parking area already crowded with official vehicles. More sheriff's SUVs, a white van from the coroner's office with its rear doors open, a crime scene unit's box truck. The scene had the settled, grim look of an investigation, moving from the urgent chaos of discovery into the slow, methodical grind of processing. People moved between vehicles with purpose, but without haste. Reyes pulled in beside the coroner's van, the gravel crunching loudly under the tires, and killed the engine. The sudden silence was profound, a vacuum that rushed in to fill the space. The quiet of the woods pressed in from all sides, a living thing broken only by the low, murmuring exchange of two deputies near the tape, and the distant, lonesome cry of a hawk circling high above the ridge. Katie opened her door and the air that washed in was noticeably cooler, carrying the rich, damp, fungal scent of humus and the sharp, medicinal smell of bay laurel leaves crushed underfoot. She could smell pine sap, too, and the dry, peppery dust their arrival had stirred up. Scene S about a half-mile in, Reyes said, climbing out and shutting her door with a soft, solid click. The path is clear. I'll take you. She retrieved her own kit from the back, a heavy-duty olive-drab backpack with multiple compartments, and slung it over one shoulder, adjusting the strap across her chest. The hike was along a well-maintained dirt path, wide enough for two to walk abreast, packed hard by countless hiking boots and mountain bike tires. Dappled sunlight filtered through the high canopy of bay laurel and live oak, painting shifting, dancing coins of light on the ground. The air was noticeably cooler under the trees, carrying the deep scent of damp earth, dry pine needles, and that pervasive, camphorous bay laurel. They fell into a silent single file, Reyes in the light, her stride brisk and sure, her boots leaving clear impressions in the softer patches of dirt. Then Nina, her eyes constantly moving, scanning the trail edges, the overhead branches. Then Katie, bringing up the rear, her own senses stretching out, trying to absorb the feel of the place. They passed other professionals, moving with a grim, focused purpose. A deputy carrying a heavy case of equipment back toward the trailhead, his face sheened with sweat. Two CSU techs in white coveralls talking in low tones as they took a break on a fallen log, their gloves off, holding bottles of water. One of them nodded at Reyes. The atmosphere was one of concentrated efficiency, a machine at work, but the forest itself felt watchful, indifferent. The path began a gentle, uphill slope. Katie's calves started to burn slightly, a reminder of the hours spent sitting on planes and in cars. The sound of their breathing, the crunch of their footsteps, The rustle of their clothing became the only sounds in their immediate bubble. As they rounded a gentle bend, where the path was edged by a large, moss-covered boulder, the trail opened up. The clearing was to the left, a small, grassy space beside the trail, ringed by the smooth, twisting, blood-red branches of manzanita bushes heavy with green leaves and tiny, apple-like fruits. The body of Dorothy Brennan lay in the center, a small, human-shaped mound now covered by a dull gray plastic sheet, weighted at the corners with smooth, river-washed stones. What arrested Katie's attention, what made her step slow and then stop completely, were the little plastic, numbered evidence markers. They were bright, fluorescent yellow, stark and artificial against the muted green and brown of the forest floor. But they formed a strange, deliberate constellation around the sheet, placed with an obvious, geometric precision that felt utterly alien to the natural, random disorder of the woods. A cluster here, a lone marker there, a line of 3 leading toward a specific bush. It was a map of a different scene, superimposed on this one. Ray's stopped at the edge of the clearing where the trail met the grass, her arms crossed over her chest. She pointed with her chin, not needing to gesture. Those markers. They're placed exactly where evidence was noted and photographed in the Whitmore scene photos. A discarded plastic water bottle here. She indicated marker number 3, a yellow 3 on a black tab. A scuff mark on that exposed root there. A broken branch on that manzanita, about 4 feet up. She paused, letting them look. There was no actual corresponding evidence there today. Our people fingerprinted, swabbed, photographed. Nothing. The markers themselves are ours from a kit. But they were placed by him. For the comparison. So we'd see the match immediately. So we'd pull the old file. Nina moved forward slowly, her eyes sweeping the scene with a predatory, cataloging intensity. She didn't step past the initial perimeter tape strung around the clearing's edge on thin metal stakes, but her gaze missed nothing. The specific pattern of the trampled grass where many feet had worked, the exact placement of each yellow flag, the way the late afternoon light fell in a long, golden shaft across the covered form, leaving the head in shadow. "He's not just copying a murder," she said, her voice low but carrying clearly in the hushed quiet. She shook her head slowly. "He's recreating a closed crime scene, down to the irrelevant details. He's staging a reference. It's a display. A demonstration of knowledge." Katie's gaze was pulled past the victim, past the eerie, silent markers, to a spot just beyond where the gray sheet covered what would be the victim's outstretched hand. There, placed neatly on a flat, moss-fringed stone, as if on a display pedestal, was a single sheet of paper. It was protected by a small, clear plastic evidence tent pinned to the ground at its corners. She felt a pull, a magnetic, visceral need to see it up close. Without a word, she stepped off the hard-packed trail, her boots sinking slightly and crunching softly on the dry leaf litter, twigs, and acorn caps. She moved carefully along the perimeter, giving the sheet-covered form a wide berth, her eyes fixed on the paper. The other professionals in the clearing, a photographer adjusting a camera on a tripod, a tech kneeling with a measuring tape, glanced at her but didn't stop their work. Her FBI credentials, visible on her belt, granted her passage through their space. She stopped about 3 feet from the stone, the scent of damp moss and cold stone now strong in her nose. She crouched down slowly, the knees of her trousers stretching tight, bringing her eyes level with the paper under its plastic dome. Her breath caught, held for a second in her throat before she let it out in a controlled, silent stream. It was a photocopy, but not a fresh one. The paper itself had a vintage, off-white color, yellowed at the edges as if it had sat in a file for decades, exposed to slow sunlight and air. It was a header page from a case file. Even through the slightly warped plastic, She could make out the faded, typed letterhead. Sonoma County Sheriff's Office. Investigations Division. Below that was a case number. Scrawled in pen, now faded to blue. A date stamp that clearly included 1994, and the name Whitmore. Carl, but across the body of the page. Several lines of typed text had been thoroughly, aggressively blacked out with a heavy felt tip marker, leaving opaque, rectangular bars of ink that swallowed whatever information had been there. Names, notes, locations. The black was so total, it seemed to suck the light from the page around it. That was here when the ranger arrived, Reyes said, coming to stand quietly beside her. Katie hadn't heard her approach over the soft forest sounds. Place just so. It's real. The paper stock, the aging, the county watermark you can see if you lift it to the light. It's a page from the original 1994 investigatory file. Or a perfect, meticulous forgery of one. Our lab will determine which, but my money's on the real thing. The redactions are new. The marker ink is fresh. It hasn't soaked in and faded like the rest. Nina had joined them, her focus now entirely on the redacted page. She stared at it, her head tilted slightly, as if trying to see through the black bars. For a second, her professional calm, the unflappable demeanor Katie had relied on for years, fissured, revealing a flash of pure, unvarnished alarm. It showed in the slight, sudden widening of her dark eyes, in the way her breath hitched audibly and then stopped entirely, in the sudden, tight press of her lips into a thin, bloodless line. Her hands, which had been resting on her hips, curled slowly into loose fists. "This isn't a fan," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it seemed to cut through the ambient noise of the forest, the distant chatter of a squirrel, the buzz of a fly. "This isn't someone inspired by a cold case podcast or a newspaper microfiche. This is someone with access. Physical, hands-on access. Sealed archives. Evidence lockers. Property rooms. This is a breach. A directed, intentional breach of protocol and security." She turned her head to look at Reyes, her expression grave. "And you have a leak. Or you had one. Someone inside your house, or who used to be inside your house, is playing a very pointed game." Katie heard the words, understood their logical, investigative weight, but her mind was already racing down a different, darker, more personal path. A path lit by the cold, blue light of a prison visiting room and the long shadow of a father she barely remembered. The cold case was from here, from this quiet county of vineyards and parks and wealthy, hidden enclaves. Her father had worked these same roads, responded to calls in these woods, drunk bad coffee in the same station house that likely still held the Whitmore file in its basement archives. He had been killed here. His blood had soaked into the ground, not 20 miles from where she now crouched, the smell of this same bay laurel and dust in the air. And now, decades later, someone was using a forgotten, administratively closed death from that same time and placed like a blunt instrument, like a key turned in a rusted lock. To send a message. But to whom? To the sheriff's office to expose their past failure. To the FBI to show he could outmaneuver them. Or to her, specifically, because she was James Ford's daughter, and she had just started asking questions in the very prison where Marcus Fell, who knew about whispers from this territory, was held. The timing was too perfect, the geography too precise. It was a signpost, and it had her name on it. She looked from the redacted page, the black bars like blind eyes staring back, hiding secrets someone still wanted kept, to the human shape under the gray sheet, then out to the peaceful, sun-dappled woods where birds were beginning their evening calls, a cheerful, normal sound that clashed violently with the scene. The coincidence was not a coincidence. It was a trapdoor swinging open beneath her feet, and she was already in the air, waiting for the drop. She said nothing. She shielded the connection, the personal earthquake it triggered, holding it close and secret like a shard of ice against her skin, letting the cold of it steady her. Her face remained a calm mask, her breathing even. She stood up from her crouch, her knees protesting, and took a deliberate step back from the stone, creating physical distance from the evidence that felt so personally targeted. In Chapter 6, the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department records room was a windowless basement space that smelled of damp concrete and aging paper. The air itself felt cool and still, carrying the faint, sweet musty scent of pulp and old glue, undercut by a sharper, chemical tang of mildew from a corner where the concrete had darkened with moisture. Overhead, two long fluorescent tubes buzzed and hummed, their harsh light flattening the color out of everything and casting sharp, black shadows behind the rows of gray steel filing cabinets. A bulky microfiche reader sat on a metal desk like a relic, its screen dark and dust-filmed. Against the far wall, stacks of bankers' boxes formed a cardboard cityscape, each labeled in black marker with years and case types. Burglary, 8991, traffic 98, assault 9597. The floor was bare, sealed concrete, and their footsteps echoed with a hollow, institutional sound that seemed to get swallowed by the sheer volume of paper. Officer Reyes led them to a cleared table, a scarred, laminate-topped rectangle that felt cold and slightly sticky to the touch. A single, thick case file lay waiting in the center, a manila folder gone stiff and slightly discolored with age, its corners softened from handling. Reyes didn't sit. She flipped open the cardboard cover with a practiced flick of her wrist. The sound was a dry crackle in the quiet room, a sound that seemed to release a puff of dust, motes into the beam of light above the table. "This is it," Reyes said, her voice matter-of-fact, devoid of ceremony. She placed her palm flat on the open cover to keep it from springing shut. The original 1994 case. Dorothy Brennan. I pulled it as soon as we saw the scene, before the state guys even finished their walk. She stepped back, ceding the space to the agents, her hands coming to rest on her duty belt, her thumbs hooking into the leather. Her posture was that of a guide who had delivered them to the edge of something, but would not lead the way in. Katie and Nina moved in unison, a practiced dance of proximity, leaning over the table from opposite sides. The top sheet was a standard incident report, the typed letters slightly faded, the blue ink of the carbon copy smudged in places. Case number 9408357. Date, August 12, 1994. Reporting Officer, Deputy M. Ruiz. Investigating Officer, Det. Ray Hollies. Katie's eyes scanned the form, taking in the bureaucratic skeleton of a woman's death. Name, date of birth, address, next of kin. The blanks were filled with the neat, impersonal type of an old electric machine. Without a word, Nina pulled on a pair of black nitrile gloves from her pocket. The snap of the latex against her wrists was a sharp, clinical sound that made Reyes blink. She began methodically laying out the contents, her movements precise and economical. She didn't just dump the file, she organized it, creating a chronological and categorical spread on the table's surface. First, the administrative front matter, the incident report, evidence logs, chain of custody sheets, each placed with a corner aligned to the table's edge. Then, she fanned out the crime scene photos like a grim hand of cards, arranging them in a semicircle so all three women could see without touching. The photographs were the stark, color-saturated prints of the 90s, the edges white and glossy. They showed a woman's body, clad in a blue windbreaker and hiking pants, lying at the base of a steep, wooded ravine in a regional park. The angles were dispassionate, documenting the scene from above, from the side, close-ups of the body in situ. Dorothy Brennan, 38. In one photo, her face was turned partly away, her hair matted with dark leaf litter, and something darker that had dried in the strands. In another, the awkward, broken angle of her neck was clearly visible against the mossy ground, the skin of her throat pale and waxy in the camera's flash. Nina placed the medical examiner's report next, a thicker sheaf of papers stapled at the corner. Katie picked it up, the paper feeling dry and lightweight, like a dead leaf. The cause of death was listed as blunt force trauma, consistent with a fall. A list of injuries followed in bullet point detail: cranial fracture, C2 vertebra dislocation, multiple rib fractures with associated hemothorax. Time of death was estimated between 6 and 8 p.m. She had been reported missing by her husband when she didn't return from a solo afternoon hike. The final sentence was a model of bureaucratic closure. Ruled accidental, Nina said, her voice flat, giving the words no inflection. Her gloved finger traced the final disposition sheet, stopping at the typed date and the scrawled signature, a looping, hurried mark. Case closed in 3 weeks. September 2nd. She looked up, first at Ray's, then at Katie, her eyebrows lifted just a fraction, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Fast work for a death investigation, Katie murmured, her eyes leaving the report to scan the other documents Nina had laid out. Too fast for a healthy adult found dead in a remote location, with no witnesses. Protocol alone would have demanded more: a deeper dive into the victim's background, a more thorough canvass, a review of similar incidents. Her own training whispered that 3 weeks was the timeline for a case where the answer was obvious from the first hour, where no one was asking hard questions. Too fast, Ray's agreed from her post near the end of the table. She uncrossed her arms and leaned forward, bracing her knuckles on the laminate. The fabric of her uniform shirt pulled taut across her shoulders. Look at the investigator's notes. It's all very tidy. Like he knew what the conclusion was before he finished writing the first supplement. Nina found the typed supplement reports from Detective Holly's, several pages clipped together with a rusting metal binder clip. She slid them to the center of the table, the paper whispering against the laminate. Katie leaned closer, reading over her shoulder, catching the faint scent of Nina's shampoo, something clean and herbal, mingling with the room's dust. The narrative was straightforward, the language bureaucratic and dry, a recitation of facts that led inexorably to a single point. Brennan had likely lost her footing on the unstable trail edge. Weather that evening had been foggy, conditions slippery. No signs of a struggle were found at the top of the ravine. No witnesses came forward. An unfortunate accident. The conclusion was reached by the middle of the second page. The rest was procedural filler, interview summaries boiled down to a single, non-incriminating sentence each. But the attached forensic reports, tucked behind the neat narrative like an inconvenient secret, told a subtler, more complicated story. Katie extracted the autopsy summary, a longer document with handwritten notes in the margins, in a tight, angular script that was Holly's signature loop. No defensive wounds on her hands or arms, she read aloud, her finger under the line, the nitrile of her own glove squeaking faintly against the paper. The skin was unbroken, no abrasions on the knuckles or palms, no skin or blood under the fingernails. Nothing to suggest she had fought, clawed, or grabbed at an assailant, or at the ground as she fell. But here, she pointed to a line lower down in the body diagram notes, where someone had circled 2 words in blue pen. The ink had bled slightly into the paper fibers. Contusions, upper arms bilateral. Pattern suggests forceful gripping prior to death. Size and spacing consistent with adult male hands. Nina looked up from the crime scene photos, her dark eyes sharp, moving from the report to Katie's face. And she was grabbed. Held. Someone was facing her before she went over. She said it not as a question, but as a forensic fact pulled from the data, her tone leaving no room for alternative interpretation. She tapped one of the photos, a wider shot of the body in the ravine. Look at the scatter of the leaf litter around her. No major disturbance uphill. If she'd been struggling, slipping, trying to catch herself, you'd see drag marks, a trail of disturbed ground. This looks like a drop point. Ray's shifted her weight, playing devil's advocate, but her voice held no conviction, only the habit of procedural caution. Could she have grabbed at someone trying to help her? A would-be rescuer who lost their grip. If she was slipping, someone might have tried to pull her back, left bruises, then she fell anyway. It happens. Katie shook her head slowly, the movement deliberate. She tapped the diagram again, the simple outline of a human form with marks noting injuries. The bruising is on the outside of the upper arms, posterior to the deltoid. She held her own arms out, demonstrating, turning her hands so her palms faced each other. Thumbs forward grip. If you're facing someone and you grab their arms to pull them toward you, to save them, your thumbs are on the inside, near the biceps, your fingers wrap around the back. You're pulling them into your center of gravity. She then rotated her wrists, bringing her thumbs to the outside. This, she pointed again at the notation. Thumbs on the outer arm. Fingers digging into the triceps. That's not how you grab someone to pull them back from a ledge. That's how you push someone away from you. She let her hands drop to her sides, the slap of her palms against her thighs a soft sound in the quiet. She met Nina's gaze squarely. Or how you steady someone, get a firm, controlling hold before you shove them. It's a bracing grip. It was set up. The room was quiet save for the persistent, low hum of the fluorescent lights, which seemed to grow louder in the absence of speech. The implication hung in the air, thick and tangible, settling over the old paper like a fine layer of the same dust that coated the boxes. The original investigation had either overlooked a key indicator of homicide or had deliberately minimized it, folding it into the narrative of an accident. The three women stood in a silent triangle around the file, the old paper and faded photos between them seeming to radiate a cold truth that the basement air had preserved for 30 years. Nina broke the silence, the sound of her gloved fingers sifting deeper into the file a dry rustle. She pulled out a clipped stack of interview summaries, the husband, a few park regulars, Brennan's coworkers. Each was a single page, the narratives brief, the conclusions all inconclusive, the questions seemingly designed to elicit bland answers. Husband states marriage was fine, no recent arguments. Witness saw a woman matching description on trail earlier, alone, appeared normal. Coworker states subject was in good spirits, excited about upcoming vacation. She flipped through them quickly, the pages making a soft whiff-whiff sound, then turned back to the front of the file, to the first page where the investigating officer's name was typed in the same faded ink as the victim's birth date. Detective Ray Hollies, she said, the name clear and deliberate in the quiet room. She looked at the signature at the bottom of the final report, a messy loop of ink that trailed off the edge of the line. He signed off on the accidental ruling. He took these witness statements, or delegated them, but he approved them. He's the one who wrote the narrative that buried the inconsistency with the bruises. She let the file cover fall closed with a soft, definitive thump, the name now the focal point, the axis around which the entire questionable case spun. At the name, Katie felt a jolt. It was a cold, sharp wire tripping somewhere deep in her chest, a sudden lurch that tightened her breath and made the muscles of her abdomen clench. Her eyes, which had been scanning a paragraph about lividity and its fixed pattern, froze on the page. The words dissolved into meaningless shapes. Ray Hollies. The name Marcus Fell had rasped at her through the scratched plexiglass of the prison visitation room, his breath fogging the barrier. He was a detective up in Sonoma. Clean record, quiet retirement. He might have known something. He might have been on the periphery. The words echoed in her head, overlaying the sight of the typed name on the aged report, the two instances of the name merging into one undeniable point of contact. She kept her face neutral, a mask of professional focus carved from sheer will. She did not look up. She made her eyes continue moving across the page, a slow, mechanical sweep, but they saw nothing, the words blurring into gray lines. Her mind was racing, connecting points with dizzying speed, a cascade of logic that felt both terrifying and inevitable. This wasn't a vague lead or a possible connection whispered by a desperate convict. This was a direct hit. The detective from her father's hidden network, the man Fell implied had information, had been a cog in the logistics machine, was the same man who had hastily, perhaps negligently, closed a case that was now being meticulously, horrifically replicated. The coincidence was impossible. It was a thread, pulled taut and vibrating, leading back into the dark, and she was holding the end of it. The cool air of the basement felt suddenly thin, insufficient. She became aware of the steady, too quick rhythm of her own heartbeat in her ears. "You know that name." Nina's question was casual in its wording, but the tone was not. It was measured, deliberate, the verbal equivalent of a flashlight beam being directed at a spot in the dark. When Katie finally looked up, forcing her neck muscles to obey, she found Nina's eyes on her, sharp and unblinking, full of a cop's assessing stillness that missed nothing. Katie had hesitated a half-second too long before looking up, had been too still in her pretended reading. As she knew it. In the vacuum of her stunned internal processing, Nina had seen the lapse, the fracture in the professional facade. Katie forced her shoulders to relax from where they had crept up toward her ears. She reached for another page in the file, a topographic map of the park, dotted with red-inked evidence markers, as if the movement had been her intention all along. "Should I?" she deflected, her voice aiming for light puzzlement and landing somewhere closer to strained, a note of tension tightening the vowels. "It's just a name from a 30-year-old file." "Why?" She kept her eyes on the map, tracing a contour line with her fingertip, feeling the slight rays of the printed ink. "You flinched," Nina said, her voice low, almost conversational, but it cut through the hum of the lights. She didn't move, didn't gesture. She just held Katie's gaze, her own face a calm, impassive mask. She wasn't pushing, not outright accusing, but she was planting a flag, marking the moment, establishing a datum. When she said the name, I saw it. A micro-expression. Your eyes changed. They got still, then they flickered. Like you were accessing a file, she tilted her head a fraction, a bird-like gesture of scrutiny. Recognition isn't always conscious, but it's always visible. Katie felt a flush of heat at the back of her neck, a prickling sensation that crept up into her scalp. She manufactured a dismissive shake of her head, a quick side-to-side motion, and forced a small, tired smile that felt like a crack in dry clay. Tired. Long day, long flight. This basement lighting is giving me a headache. It's nothing. She looked down at the map again, pretending to study the contour lines, the blue hash of a creek bed. She could feel Nina's skepticism like a physical pressure in the space between them, a weight against her skin, a silent, persistent interrogation. Her partner was a human lie detector, trained to read the minuscule tells of stress and deception, and the machine had just pinged, loud and clear. Nina wouldn't forget this. She would file it away, a piece of anomalous data to be cross-referenced later. Officer Reyes, who had been watching the exchange with a neutral but attentively still expression, cleared her throat softly, the sound rough in the quiet. She looked between the two federal agents, her eyes moving from Katie's deliberately lowered head to Nina's unwavering stare, sensing the professional tension that had suddenly spiked from collaborative to combative. "Holly's is still around, I think," she interjected, her tone pragmatic, a deliberate return to facts breaking the stare down. She shifted, the gear on her belt jingling softly. "Retired about 10, 12 years back. Lives somewhere in the county, last I heard. He keeps to himself. Doesn't come to retiree barbecues or anything." "We'll need to speak with him," Nina stated, her gaze finally releasing Katie and returning to the closed file as if it were the only safe focal point. She closed the cover with finality, her gloved hand resting on it. "He's the logical next step. He can explain his original findings, walk us through his reasoning on the bruising evidence. And he might have insight now, with fresh eyes on what looks like a copycat. He might remember details that didn't seem relevant then, a person on the periphery, a vehicle in the lot, something that seemed innocuous in '94. "Agreed," Katie said, her voice even, controlled, a perfect mimicry of professional concurrence. She nodded once, the picture of focused efficiency. But internally, a decision crystallized with the hard, cold clarity of panic. She could not interview Ray Hollies with Nina Flores standing beside her. Not with Nina's radar already actively scanning, her sensors tuned to Katie's frequency after that momentary slip. If Hollies was connected to whatever her father had stumbled into, if he was a part of the hidden logistics network Fell alluded to, any conversation would be a minefield of subtext, loaded pauses, and unasked questions hanging in the air between the spoken ones. Nina would detect it instantly. She would see the flicker of recognition in Hollies' eyes when Katie introduced herself not just as Agent Ford, but as Thomas Ford's daughter. She would hear the careful phrasing, the avoidance of certain topics, and she would know Katie was operating a parallel, private investigation, using federal resources for a personal vendetta. It would be the end of her credibility, possibly the end of her career, and certainly the end of her chance to find the truth. Katie needed to get to him first. Alone. She needed to stand in front of him without a witness, without a partner's evaluating gaze. She needed to ask the questions she couldn't ask on the record. What did you know about Thomas Ford? Who gave the orders? Who else was involved? Why did you close the Brennan case so neatly? She needed to see his face, the set of his mouth, the look in his eyes when she said her father's name, to judge if it was fear or guilt or regret that surfaced. She straightened up, leaning back from the table as if to physically create space for the new plan forming in her mind, the edge of the laminate pressing into her hips. "We should split up the initial legwork," she suggested, fabricating the rationale as she spoke, layering logic over her urgent, desperate need. She kept her eyes on the file, not on Nina, speaking to the tabletop as if thinking aloud. "We're spinning plates here. The copycat scene is fresh, this old case is a puzzle, and we have a living original investigator to locate. You're better with the forensic reanalysis, Nina. Your eye for detail is sharper, you see the patterns in the data I might miss." It was a concession of skill, a tactical compliment to grease the wheels, and it was also true, which made it more effective. She finally glanced up, meeting Nina's eyes briefly, hoping to convey pure pragmatism. She paused, glancing at Reyes, drawing her into the plan, making it a team effort. Officer Reyes can facilitate access to your new victim's effects and the fresh scene photos, the prelim ME report. You two can work that angle here, where the evidence is. Reyes gave a short, confirming nod, her expression still neutral but engaged. Katie continued, her tone all business, a steady stream of procedural logic. I'll start the witness trail from this old case. See if any of the original people interviewed are still reachable. The husband, the coworkers. People move, die, forget. That's a phone and database grind, chasing down 30 years of life changes. And I'll track down Holly's current contact info and address. Verify it, run a quiet background check, see if he's had any contact with law enforcement since retirement before we just show up on his doorstep. Basic, tedious legwork. She spread her hands slightly, a makes sense gesture, palms up. We cover more ground faster. We can reconvene tonight, compare notes, and plan the interview with Holly's for tomorrow with a full deck. Nina was silent. She didn't immediately agree. She studied Katie's face, her eyes tracing the line of Katie's jaw, the set of her mouth, the slight tension at the corners of her eyes that the tired smile hadn't erased. The fluorescent light gleamed on Nina's dark, pulled-back hair, highlighting a few fine, escaped strands near her temple. The moment stretched, filled only by the relentless hum of the lights and the distant, muffled sound of a door closing somewhere upstairs, a thud that echoed faintly down the stairwell. Katie held her breath, her intercostal muscles taut beneath her calm exterior, her fingers curled loosely at her sides to hide any tremor. Finally, Nina gave a slow, single nod. It was not a nod of warmth or agreement, but of tactical acceptance. Efficient, she echoed, her voice giving nothing away, a flat mirror of Katie's own professional tone. Do it. She began gathering the forensic documents she had selected, the autopsy report, the photo logs, the body diagrams, the evidence inventory, stacking them neatly, edges aligned. But as she slid the papers into a fresh folder from her bag, her glance at Katie was not one of partnership or trust. It was cool, appraising, a clear message held in her dark, perceptive eyes. This isn't over. I am watching. I have a question, and you have just become part of the answer I'm looking for. Reyes moved to a nearby cabinet, the metal drawer sliding out with a rasping shriek that made Katie's teeth ache. She pulled out a banker's box labeled evidence copies and set it on a neighboring table. I'll get you copies of everything from the 94 file, she said, her voice cutting through the residual tension with practiced, bureaucratic normalcy. The scanner S in the next room. It's old and slow. It'll take a few minutes. She took the original, closed file from the table, her fingers careful on the brittle cover, and left, her boots echoing with a firm, receding tread down a short corridor lined with more shelves. The sound faded, leaving the two agents alone in the records room. The silence between them was different now, charged and brittle, like thin ice over dark water. Nina finished organizing her set of documents, slipping them into her leather portfolio. She didn't look at Katie, but her posture was alert, her attention a tangible thing in the room. The bruising pattern, she said, as if continuing a purely technical discussion, her voice casual but her words precise. You're sure about the thumbs-forward interpretation? It's the cornerstone. If we're wrong, if it could be a rescue grip, this whole theory collapses, and we're just harassing a retired detective over a tragic accident. I'm sure, Katie said, her voice firm, grateful for the clinical, solid ground of the topic. She folded her arms, her hands gripping her own elbows. It's a control grip. You see it in custody struggles, in certain kinds of assaults where the assailant wants to immobilize before striking or pushing. It's about dominance and positioning, not rescue. The biomechanics are clear. A rescuer pulls in. This grip is for pushing or holding at arm's length. She met Nina's eyes, willing her to see only professional certainty there. Nina nodded, a short, sharp dip of her chin, accepting the expertise for now. Then Holly's either missed it, which is incompetent bordering on negligent, or he ignored it, which is corrupt. Either way, he has questions to answer. She zipped her portfolio closed with a decisive, rasping sound. Get me a confirmed location on him by end of day. I want a current address, phone, vehicle registration. I want to be in his living room by tomorrow morning, first thing. No warnings. Understood, Katie said, the word crisp, a soldier acknowledging an order. For another minute, they stood in the humming silence, a chasm of unspoken suspicion between them. Katie listened to the scan of the old machine in the next room, a rhythmic whir-chunk, and the occasional murmur of Ray's voice as she spoke to someone on her phone. The dust motes danced in the sterile light above the now empty table. Ray's returned, her arms cradling two thick stacks of warm, freshly copied papers, the edges slightly curled from the scanner's heat. She handed one to each agent. Full set, she said to Katie. And the forensic packet, she said to Nina, nodding at the specific order of the pages. The transaction was silent, professional. The passing of batons in a relay Katie was already planning to run off course. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The Brennan house was a modest ranch in a working-class neighborhood, its white paint peeling in long, curling strips along the window frames, the lawn beneath it neatly mowed but patchy in the late afternoon shade. A faded plastic tricycle, one wheel slowly spinning in the faint breeze, lay on its side in the yard near a hydrangea bush whose blue blooms had browned at the edges. Katie Ford followed Nina Shaw up the concrete walk, the weight of the previous day's discovery, the connection to Detective Arlen Voss, a silent passenger between them, thickening the air with unspoken questions. The flight back, the sterile hotel room with its hum of climate control and the smell of industrial cleaner. The quiet review of the file under the glow of a single lamp that cast long shadows across the pages. All of it had led here, to this ordinary doorstep. Katie adjusted the strap of her shoulder bag, feeling the solid weight of her notebook inside, the leather smooth against her fingertips. She watched Nina's back, the set of her shoulders beneath her jacket, a professional calm that seemed to draw the tension from the surroundings and hold it tight, a coiled spring contained within a perfect, still form. The doorbell was an old-fashioned chime, two dissonant notes that echoed inside, tinny and forlorn. Katie heard the soft scuff of footsteps on carpet, a slow, hesitant approach, then the metallic scrape and click of a deadbolt being turned. The door opened not with a jerk, but slowly, inward, as if the person behind it was gathering strength for the effort, the hinges giving a soft sigh. Dorothy Brennan's son, Michael, answered the door. He was a man in his late 40s with the thickened, solid build of a tradesman, his shoulders straining the seams of a clean but worn plaid shirt tucked into jeans. His face was pale, the skin around his eyes puffy, and red-rimmed from a grief that hadn't yet settled into acceptance. It was still raw, a fresh wound he carried awkwardly in his posture, in the slight hunch of his spine. His brown eyes, the same shade as his mother, in the photos Katie had studied, held a hollowed-out look, fixed on them without really seeing, as if he were looking through them at some point in the middle distance. His wife, Sarah, hovered behind him in the dim hallway, the light from the living room window catching the side of her face. She was wiping her hands on a faded blue and white checked dish towel, the motion repetitive, pressing each finger against the cloth. She'd been pulled from a chore she didn't know how to stop doing. The motion was automatic, a nervous habit. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, strands escaping around a face that was carefully composed but fragile, like fine china held together by willpower alone. "Michael Brennan," Nina said, her voice low and even, a tone designed to neither startle nor overwhelm. She held up her credentials, the black wallet open, the badge catching the dull light from outside. "I'm Special Agent Nina Shaw. This is Special Agent Katie Ford. We're with the FBI. We spoke on the phone." He nodded, a single, slow dip of his chin. His throat worked as he swallowed, the Adam's apple bobbing. "Yeah," the word was a dry croak. He cleared his throat, a harsh, grating sound. "Come in." He stepped back, making room, his movements stiff, as if his joints ached from carrying a weight. Sarah offered a thin, fleeting smile that didn't reach her eyes. It was a mere twitch of the lips that vanished instantly, and retreated into the house, the towel still clutched in her hands, twisting slightly. The living room was a shrine to ordinary life, preserved in the amber of loss. A worn floral sofa, its pattern faded to soft blues and roses, faced a large television perched on a particle board entertainment center. The shelves of the unit were crammed with family photos in mismatched frames. A younger Michael in a high school football uniform, helmet tucked under his arm. A wedding photo, the colors slightly too bright, Sarah's veil caught in a breeze. Several pictures of a smiling, gray-haired woman, Dorothy, holding bouquets of roses, standing beside a younger version of the man now sinking into a recliner, her arm linked through his. The air held the faint, clean smell of lemon polish overlaid on the deeper, permanent scent of yesterday's coffee, of a house where meals were still cooked out of routine rather than hunger. A digital clock on the cable box glowed green numbers in the dim light, and from the kitchen came the steady, low hum of a refrigerator, a constant bass note to the silence. A faint trace of rose-scented potpourri lingered in a bowl on the coffee table, next to a remote control and a folded section of newspaper. Michael sat heavily in a brown recliner, its leather cracked like a dry riverbed along the arms. He didn't lean back. He sat on the edge, his forearms resting on his knees, his large hands dangling between them, the fingers slightly curled. Sarah perched on the sofa arm beside him, close but not touching, her body angled toward him. After a moment, as if seeking or offering anchor, she reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. Her fingers pressed into the fabric of his shirt, a point of contact, the knuckles pale. "We told the local officers everything," Michael began, his voice rough, unused. He cleared it again, but the roughness remained. "Twice. The sheriff's people, then the town police when they found her." He looked from Nina to Katie, his gaze pleading for something they couldn't give, an answer, a reason, a different reality. She was quiet. "The home buddies. She gardened. Watched her shows. Paid her bills on time." He shook his head slowly, a gesture of profound confusion. "Who would do this?" "Why?" The last word cracked, splitting open, and he looked down at the beige carpet, his jaw clenching so tightly the muscle bulged at the hinge. "We're trying to understand that, Mr. Brennan," Nina said. She had taken the other end of the sofa, sitting upright but not rigid, her hands resting loosely in her lap. Her tone was measured, a calm pool in the room's emotional turbulence. "We're reviewing all aspects of her life, including her work history. We understand she was a county clerk for a long time." 30 years, Sarah supplied softly. She had a gentle, melodic voice, now strained thin with tension. "Retired 5 years ago this spring. She had a party at the VFW. All her friends from the office came." She paused, her eyes drifting to a photo of Dorothy in a festive paper hat. "She loved the order of it. The files, the systems. Everything in its place." She gave a small, helpless shrug, the dish towel now a bundle in her lap. "It suited her. She liked knowing where things were. Katie, who had taken a straight-backed chair from against the wall, leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees to mirror Michael's posture slightly, to enter his space without invading it. The wood of the chair was hard against her back. Did she ever mention anything unusual from her time there? Any specific cases or files that bothered her? Maybe something that stuck with her after she retired. Even a small thing, something that seemed minor. Michael and Sarah exchanged a glance. It was a full, silent communication that lasted 3 full seconds. Michael's eyes, weary and red-rimmed, asked a question, should we? Sarah's, wide and worried, the skin taut at the corners, answered with a slight, almost imperceptible tilt of her head, a faint tightening of her lips. It was the shared worry of people who have debated a secret in hushed tones late at night, weighing the burden of keeping it against the fear of what speaking it might unleash. Sarah's hand tightened on Michael's shoulder, the fabric gathering in her grip. She didn't talk shop much, Michael said, choosing his words with visible care, each one tested before release. He rubbed a palm over his knee, back and forth, a slow, soothing motion that seemed unconscious. Didn't bring work home, said the county's business stayed at the county. He stopped rubbing, his hand resting heavily on his leg. But these last few months she was jumpy. Not like herself. She'd call sometimes, just to hear our voices. And she was checking the mailbox like she was afraid of it. He looked up, meeting Katie's eyes, seeking understanding. I came over one Tuesday to fix her gutter, and she was standing at the window, just watching the street. She jumped a foot when I knocked. Nearly dropped her teacup. Nina's posture shifted. It wasn't a large movement, but in her previous stillness, it was pronounced. She stopped the slight, calming motion of her thumb over her own knuckle. Her shoulders settled, dropping a fraction, and her focus, which had been diffuse and empathetic, sharpened into a laser point on Michael's face. Her eyes didn't blink. Afraid of what specifically? Did she say? Did she mention seeing someone or getting something? Sarah spoke this time, her voice dropping even lower, conspiratorial, as if someone might be listening outside the flowered curtains. She leaned in slightly. She got some mail. Not proper mail. Photocopies. Pages from old files, she said. Left in the box with no envelope, no stamp, just shoved in there. Like someone had walked up and put them right in. Katie felt the pieces click into place with an almost physical sensation, a cold, solid settling in her gut, like a stone dropping into still water. She kept her voice level, neutral. What kind of pages? Did she describe them? Were they handwritten, typed forms? She wouldn't show us, Michael said, and now frustration bled into the grief, heeding his words, giving them an edge. He looked up, his eyes glistening with unshed tears of anger as much as sorrow. We asked. I said, Mom, let me see, maybe I can help. Maybe it's nothing. She said it was nonsense, bureaucratic nonsense, that it would just worry us. But it scared her. You could see it, he tapped his temple with a blunt finger. In her eyes. She was a practical woman. Balanced her checkbook to the penny. Ghost stories didn't scare her. This did. He took a shaky breath, the air rattling in his chest. After the second one, she took them to the police. The town police. And, Nina prompted gently, when he seemed to get lost in the memory, his gaze turning inward. Michael's jaw tightened again. The muscle bunched at the hinge, and a small vein stood out on his temple, pulsing faintly. He looked away, toward the photos of his mother on the shelf, his throat working as he fought for control. They said it was a prank. Kids or some disgruntled person from her past at the county. A former coworker with a grudge. He mimicked a dismissive tone, his voice flattening. They told her to ignore it, that engaging was what the person wanted. They took a report. I saw the carbon copy she kept in her desk drawer, but you could tell they weren't going to do anything. It was just paper to them. He looked down at his own work-roughened hands, the nails short and clean, the knuckles scarred from old nicks and abrasions. She stopped talking about it after that. Told us it was handled, not to fuss. But she didn't stop looking over her shoulder. The last time we had dinner here, maybe 3 weeks ago, she kept getting up to check the lock on the back door. 3 times during one meal. How many times did she receive these pages? Katie asked. She had her notebook out now, pen poised, but her attention was wholly on Sarah's face, watching the micro-expressions flicker. 3, Sarah said, the number precise and chilling in its regularity. She held up 3 fingers, then let her hand fall back to the towel. Once a month for the last 3 months. Always on a Tuesday. Regular as a bill, but wrong. She knew which Tuesday to expect it after the first one. She'd be quiet all that day. The warnings. The pattern. The timeline. Katie's mind raced, connecting the dots. The staged, almost theatrical crime scene in the Redwoods, the buried 1994 file exhumed by Rays, the overlooked evidence that was never really overlooked, just waiting for someone to understand its language. Dorothy Brennan hadn't just been a random retiree chosen for a quiet neighborhood. She had been a keyholder. A witness who hadn't yet testified, a living archive. She had access, Katie said, thinking aloud but directing it to Nina, making the logic chain audible, step by deliberate step. She turned slightly in her chair to face her partner more fully, the wood creaking under her. She worked in records administration for 30 years. She wouldn't just file things, she would know the systems inside out, know how to retrieve archived case files, know what should be where, what was sealed, what was public. She looked back at Michael and Sarah, including them in the grim deduction. Someone didn't just want a name or a date from an old case. They wanted corroboration. Authentication, she paused, letting the words hang. They wanted someone who could look at a recreated scene or a specific detail from a file and say, yes, that's exactly how the original file read. Or maybe, more importantly, no, that detail was never in the public record. Only someone with access to the case file would know that. She was a threat because she could call out a forgery or confirm an accuracy. She was a quality control check. Nina gave a slow, deliberate nod, her dark eyes tracking the same path, her head tilting a degree as she considered. The killer gave her a chance. Sent the warnings. Gave her months to come forward, to go to the proper authorities with what she knew, to connect the dots herself. She glanced at Michael. The photocopies were a test. Oh, a nudge. Do you remember this? Do you see what this is? But she didn't, Katie said, the theory solidifying, gaining weight and grim shape as she spoke it into the quiet, lemon-scented room. She reported the threats, but she didn't give the context. Maybe she didn't fully understand it herself. Or she was too afraid, hoping if she ignored it, it would go away. So the killer moved from warning to judgment. She met Michael's anguished gaze and held it, not cruelly, but with the full gravity of the conclusion, forcing herself not to look away from the pain her words were causing. The killer sees this as righteous. They're not just murdering, they're executing a sentence for silence. For failing to act when you had the key knowledge. For being part of the system that buried the truth in the first place. The room was quiet save for the relentless hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen, and the faint, insistent tick of a clock from the hallway. A steady, metronomic beat, marking the passage of a time that had lost all meaning for the people in the room. Michael Brennan stared at the carpet between his feet, his breath coming in slow, controlled draws, his shoulders rising and falling with deliberate effort. Sarah's grip on his shoulder was now white-knuckled, her fingers digging into the plaid fabric, her own face pale as parchment. A single tear escaped her right eye and traced a slow path down her cheek, but she didn't move to wipe it away. The ordinary sounds of the house, the clock, the appliance, the faint sigh of the furnace kicking on, seemed to amplify the horror, anchoring it in this domestic space, making it inescapable. After a long moment, the green numbers on the cable box clicking forward one digit, Nina leaned forward, gently steering back to the practical, to the questions that could maybe, possibly, lead to a person, a face, a name. Her voice was soft but clear, cutting through the heavy air. Did your mother ever describe anyone suspicious in the neighborhood? A strange car parked repeatedly, maybe one she didn't recognize. Anyone asking about her, or her past work, even in a casual way? At the grocery store, the library. They both shook their heads, a synchronized movement of helplessness. Michael S. was a slow, weary side-to-side motion. Sarah S. was quicker, more frantic. She didn't have enemies, Michael said, the words hollow, defeated, empty of hope. She balanced the books for the county. She grew roses. She made the best peach cobbler at the church social. That's all. He spread his hands, a gesture of emptiness, showing his palms as if to prove there was nothing hidden there. The police asked about cars, strangers. We asked the neighbors. Old Mr. Henderson across the street, he watches everything, he said he didn't see a thing. Nobody saw anything. It was just a normal day until it was. Sarah added, her voice a whisper that barely carried across the coffee table. The last time I talked to her, on the phone the night before, she was talking about needing to mulch the rose beds before the rain came. Said the forecast looked wet. That's all. She looked down at the twisted towel in her hands, her focus absolute on the faded checks. That's the last thing we talked about. Mulch. There was nothing more to extract, no identifying detail to chase, no suspicious stranger with a memorable face or tattoo or turn of phrase. The killer had been a ghost, their only communication the sterile, photocopied pages and the meticulously recreated horror in the redwoods. The interview was over. The well was dry. They offered quiet condolences, words that felt inadequate and thin, left business cards on the coffee table next to the potpourri bowl, and saw themselves out. Katie's hand was on the cool brass of the doorknob when she glanced back. The last image she had was of Michael still sitting in the cracked recliner, staring at nothing, his body slumped, with Sarah now kneeling on the carpet beside him, her head resting against his arm, her eyes closed. The blue dish towel had fallen to the floor in a soft heap. Back in the county SUV, the doors closing with a solid, muffled thunk felt like sealing themselves into a vault, shutting out the world of grief and entering a space of analysis. The interior smelled of old vinyl, warmed by the weak sun, and faintly of pine air freshener from a cardboard tree dangling from the rearview mirror. Nina started the engine, the rumble vibrating through the seats and up through Katie's thighs, but she didn't put it in gear. Her hands rested on the wheel at 10 and 2, her knuckles pale, her gaze fixed through the windshield on the Brennan house. The plastic tricycle in the yard was a bright, sad blot of red and yellow against the gray mulch of the flower bed. A light drizzle had begun, speckling the windshield with tiny, perfect dots that gathered and slid in slow, meandering paths. For a full minute, neither spoke. The only sounds were the idle of the engine and the patter of rain on the roof, a soft drumming. Katie watched the living room window. It was a blank, dark square now, the curtains perhaps drawn, or the light inside too dim to penetrate the gloom. "So our killer has a moral code," Nina said finally. Her voice was flat, analytical, deliberately draining the emotion from the words, filling the space between them with professional detachment, a necessary barrier against the raw, suffocating sorrow they'd just left. She shifted in her seat, the leather creaking. And access to, or a deep, obsessive interest in, cold case files from at least 1994 forward. They're methodical. Patient to a fault, she tapped a finger on the steering wheel. They give their targets a heads up, a chance to redeem themselves in the killer's eyes. This wasn't a crime of passion or opportunity. It was scheduled. "It's a mission," Katie said, the words feeling heavy in her mouth. She watched the house recede in the side mirror as Nina finally backed out of the drive, the tires crunching on the wet gravel, spraying tiny pebbles. The living room window vanished behind the bulk of a parked sedan. A purification ritual. And Dorothy Brennan was the first stop on it. She wasn't a victim of the pattern, she was the authenticator of the pattern. She could confirm the source material. Katie turned to look at Nina, the streetlights beginning to glow amber in the gathering dusk. The killer needed to know their reenactment was accurate. That it would be recognized as accurate by someone who knew the original truth. Someone whose professional credibility was built on knowing what was in the files. Nina signaled, though the street was empty, the click-click-click loud in the quiet cab, and merged onto the main road. The wipers swept across the glass with a soft, rhythmic squeak, pushing the beads of water into arcs. "Recognized by who?" she asked, glancing at Katie, her profile sharp in the dashboard lights. "That's the central question, Katie. If the killer is sending these messages, staging these scenes with this level of care and premeditation, they're performing for an audience. They want it seen. They want it understood. They want the pattern acknowledged. So who's watching?" Katie didn't answer immediately. She looked out at the passing houses, each with its own story of ordinary life, its own hidden pains and quiet joys, each window a potential eye. She was thinking of another cold file, from a different county, locked in a cabinet in a damp basement that smelled of mildew and old paper. A robbery that wasn't a robbery. A detective named Arlen Voss, whose precise, looping signature was on Dorothy Brennan's original 1994 case file, the file someone had photocopied pages from. And she thought of a different kind of warning, sent not via photocopy, but in the form of an anonymous, pristine photograph left on a doormat in Washington, D.C. A picture of a missing brother, a ghost from her own past, a message meant for her eyes only. The audience, she feared with a cold certainty that started as a knot in her chest and spread outwards like frost on glass, was much smaller than Nina imagined. It might not be the public, or the media, or even the wider law enforcement community. It might, in fact, be an audience of one. Someone who needed to see the pattern recognized and validated. Or someone the killer was desperate to send a message to educate, to punish, or to recruit. The pieces were there, scattered like the pages in Dorothy Brennan's mailbox, but the picture they formed was still shrouded, the edges blurred and threatening, the center a dark hole where a motive pulsed with a cold, patient intelligence. In Chapter 8. In Chapter 8. In Chapter 8. The fog was a cold, wet shroud over the old marina, a tangible presence that soaked into Katie's wool coat and beaded in tiny, perfect droplets on Nina's dark hair. It smelled of diesel and rotting pilings, of brine and the faint, sour tang of fish guts from a long-gone cleaning station. The world was reduced to a radius of 20 feet, the shapes of moored boats materializing as hulking, indistinct ghosts before fading again into the white. Katie stood on the warped boards of a private dock, her boots finding uncertain purchase on the slick, weathered wood. Each plank was a different shade of gray, cupped and bowed from decades of saltwater and sun, their surfaces slick with a film of condensed fog. The early morning silence was profound, broken only by the hollow, rhythmic knock of a buoy somewhere out in the gray, and the low, professional murmur of the forensics team who moved like shadows in their white Tyvek suits, their footsteps a soft, shuffling percussion on the damp wood. The body was at the end of the dock, staged with a chilling, familiar precision that hit Katie in a wave of cold recognition before her conscious mind had fully processed the details. It was the sudden, specific alignment of elements, the rope, the beam, the bucket, that triggered a visceral jolt, a tightening of the skin across her shoulders. Henry Rourke, 71, retired sheriff's deputy. He was suspended from a crossbeam of the dock's canopy by a coarse length of nylon rope, the kind sold in every hardware store for tying down tarps. His feet, clad in scuffed brown leather shoes, the laces neatly tied, dangled a few inches above the planks, swaying almost imperceptibly with a subtle shift in the dock's footing. A standard metal bucket, galvanized steel gone dull with rust at the rim, lay overturned nearby, a mute prop in this grotesque tableau. Water had pooled in its concave bottom, a small, dark mirror reflecting the grim scene above it. "Jesus," Nina breathed beside her. She didn't startle or gasp, the word was exhaled, a release of pressurized air. She stepped carefully, precisely, around a puddle of congealed blood that had dripped from a head wound to pool in the cupped grain of a dock board. The blood was black in the flat light, its surface a dull, gelatinous skin. Nina's eyes were narrowed, scanning from the victim's head down to his shoes and back up, her lips pressed into a thin line. "This is a recreation." Point for point. Katie already knew. The scene photos from the redacted file page, the page found weighted down by that same overturned bucket in a different garage, in a different decade, were burned into her memory. Victor Salinas, 1997. Found hanged in his garage, ruled a suicide in 6 days. The official report had been a masterpiece of omission, a bureaucratic sleight of hand. Seeing it rendered here in 3 dimensions, in the damp flesh of morning, was different. It was an assertion. A taunt made physical. The fog seemed to cling to the body, giving it a soft, blurred outline that made the scene feel both stark and unreal. Rourke was the responding deputy, Katie said, her voice flat, a deliberate counterweight to the churn inside her. She kept her eyes on the scene, cataloging. The way the rope bit into the wood of the crossbeam. The pattern of rust on the bucket. He filed the initial report on Salinas. His signature was on the first page. "I saw it." "And now he's the second chapter," Nina said, her own voice low and focused. She pointed, her gloved hand steady, index finger extended. "And look." Ligature marks. The victim's wrists were visible below the sleeves of his quilted jacket. Even from a few yards away, the angry, bruised abrasions were clear, a ring of broken skin and subcutaneous bleeding. His hands were bound before he was strung up. Just like the notes on the Salinas file said, rope burns inconsistent with self-hanging. Someone documented it and someone else buried it. She lowered her hand slowly, letting it fall to her side, her fingers flexing once. Katie moved forward, her steps measured. The dock creaked under her weight, a low, complaining groan that seemed loud in the muffled air. She stopped a respectful distance from the forensic perimeter, then slowly crouched down, ignoring the immediate protest in her knees, the pull of her coat across her back. She rested her forearms on her thighs, settling into an observational stance. She didn't touch anything, her hands curled into loose fists at her sides, knuckles pale. Her eyes traveled from the victim's head, tilted at an unnatural angle against the rope, down the line of his body. The blunt force trauma to the back of his skull was a matted, dark mess in his thin gray hair, a stark contrast to the pale, waxy skin of his neck and face. Her gaze dropped to the overturned bucket, then to the dock boards around it. She looked for scuff marks, for any disturbance in the layer of fine silt and dew, for anything that spoke of a sequence. She saw nothing but the uniform, damp grain of the wood and the dark pool of blood. The staging was exact, a morbid homage, but the violence felt personal, intimate. The head wound wasn't part of the original Salinas scene photos. It spoke of a struggle, a moment of surprise or resistance, of control being physically taken. This wasn't just a display for their benefit, it was an execution. The killer had needed to subdue Rourke first. The thought brought a specific, unwelcome image. The old deputy turning, maybe recognizing his assailant, raising a hand in defense a second too late, the impact, the collapse. Her stomach muscles clenched tight, a hard knot forming just below her ribs. She took a shallow breath, the cold air feeling sharp in her lungs. "He's not picking names at random," Katie said, rising. The muscles in her thighs tightened as she stood, a dull ache settling in. Her breath plumed in the damp air, a brief white cloud that dissipated instantly. Dorothy Brennan worked the 1994 Jane Doe case. Henry Rourke worked the 1997 Salinas suicide. He's targeting people who were involved. People who touched these specific cases, who had a hand in burying them. She spoke slowly, working it out aloud, each connection clicking into place with a cold, logical certainty. Nina's gaze was sharp, scanning the fog-shrouded boats, the blank windows of a nearby harbormaster's shack. He's correcting the record. Making a public spectacle of old, quiet failures. She turned her head slowly back to Katie, her dark eyes holding a hard, calculating light. The implication hung between them, as palpable as the fog. But to do that, Nina let the sentence trail off, forcing Katie to meet it, to voice the next inevitable step. Katie felt the cold knot in her stomach twist. She crossed her arms, her fingers digging into the thick wool of her sleeves. "To do that," she continued, the words feeling heavy, like stones she had to lift from her chest, "he needs the record himself. Who has access to all of these sealed files? Not just one, but at least two from different years, different jurisdictions. The redactions, the specific details of the inconsistencies, this isn't guesswork. This is inside knowledge. Privileged access." She looked past Nina, at the forensic tech dusting the dock railing for prints. "It's someone with a badge. Or who used to have one." A cold knot tightened in Katie's stomach, a visceral clench deep in her core that made her take a shallow, careful breath. She felt a sudden, icy trickle of sweat trace a path down her spine beneath her layers. 1997. The year was a flare in her mind, bright and burning, obliterating the gray morning. It was too close, a neighboring star in the dark constellation of her own past. It wasn't just a date on a file, it was the year before the sky fell. She could see the numbers on the page of her father's death certificate as clearly as if she held it. 1998. Her father was murdered in 1998. The timelines weren't just adjacent, they were converging, the gap between a systemic cover-up and a personal assassination narrowing to a single, terrible year. The space between Victor Salinas's staged suicide and John Ford's death in a DC. Allie was now just 12 months. A bridge of time. Was her father's death another buried case in this killer's archive? Not a random act of street violence, but a deliberate, hidden entry on the same list that held Dorothy Brennan and Henry Rourke. The thought was a vertigo. The dock seemed to tilt under her feet, the horizon of the marina shifting, the gray water and white fog blending into a nauseating swirl. She felt her balance waver, just for a fraction of a second, and her hand twitched at her side, the instinct to reach for the rough, wet wood of a piling to steady herself, so strong her fingers tingled. She locked her knees, forced her breathing to even out, a slow in and out through her nose. She couldn't look away from Rourke's still, waxen face, the closed eyes, the slightly parted lips. "Did you know my father?" The question screamed silently in her head. "Did you hear the whispers about what happened to him, too?" "He's working from a list," Katie said, forcing the words out, forcing her focus back to the body swinging gently, back to the mechanics of the now. It was an anchor. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears, strained but controlled. A very specific list. He knows who signed the reports, who closed the files, who looked the other way. She turned to Nina, needing to see the logic reflected, needing to ground the dizzying hypothesis in someone else's eyes. This isn't about the original victims themselves, Salinas or the Jane Doe. It's about their official actions. Their signatures. Their stamps. He's holding the system accountable, one retired cop at a time. Nina held her gaze for a long moment, then gave a single, slow nod. "An audit," she said quietly. "The lethal audit." A detective from the local sheriff's office detached himself from a huddle of uniforms and approached. He was a man in his 50s with a tired, lived-in face and a mustache that seemed to droop with the damp. His own coat was beaded with moisture, the shoulders dark with it. He stopped a few feet away, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his expression grim. He had the weary posture of a man who has just seen something he'll be trying to forget for years. "Agent Ford," he said, with a nod to Nina. His voice was gravelly, worn thin. "We finished a preliminary walkthrough of his house. Took us about an hour. Found his wallet on the kitchen counter, next to his reading glasses. Keys by the door on a little hook. Bed was slept in, covers thrown back. No sign of a struggle, no forced entry. Mail from yesterday was on the table inside, unopened." He paused, his jaw working as if he were chewing on the words before spitting them out. "TV remote was on the arm of his recliner. Coffee cup in the sink. Looks like he got up, got dressed, and came down here willingly. Maybe to meet someone. Knew them or thought he did. Or was ordered to," Nina murmured, her eyes still fixed on the scene, on the precise angle of the bucket. She didn't look at the detective as she spoke. A call from a trusted number, a voice of authority. "Meet me at the old charter slip. It's important." She held out a gloved hand, and a forensic tech, anticipating her, passed her an evidence bag. Inside was the now familiar photocopied case file page, slightly damp at the edges from the marina air, the corners softened. It was another slice of history, another official document turned into a murderous prop, left here to be found. Through the plastic, they could see the neighbor's statement about an unfamiliar car parked near Victor Salinas's house the night he died. The paragraph was circled in aggressive, red ink, the pen strokes so deep they'd nearly torn the paper. Katie took the bag from Nina, the plastic cool and slick under her bare fingers. She held it up, tilting it to catch the flat light. The circled statement screamed from the page. Someone had known, back in 1997, and had written it down. And someone else, maybe Henry Rourke himself, under orders or out of laziness or corruption, had ensured it went nowhere, had filed it away in a folder destined for a basement. Now that failure was literally hanging over their heads, the consequence made flesh and rope. She lowered the bag, her grip tightening on it. 6 days, Katie said, the number dropping into the quiet like a stone. She looked from the photocopied page to Rourke's face, the features slack in death, every line of age and experience rendered meaningless. They closed the Salinas investigation in 6 days. Rourke was part of that machine. He helped turn the key. She handed the bag back to the waiting tech, her fingers feeling stiff and cold. How many other cases were shut that fast? How many other suicides or accidents got the rubber stamp because it was convenient? She turned her head, looking directly at Nina now, the question expanding, becoming more terrible. How many other names are on this list? And how far back does it go? The fog around them began to thin, not lifting so much as fraying at the edges, dissolving from the top down. A pale, watery sun tried to bleed through the high overcast, transforming the uniform white into a shifting tapestry of grays and dull silvers. The change in light was subtle but profound. It illuminated the scene in a sickly, revealing glow, the details becoming harder, clearer, more inescapable. The deliberate, practiced knot of the rope, a proper hangman's knot, not a slip knot, the coils neat and tight. The precise, almost fastidious placement of the bucket, exactly as it had been in the photograph, aligned with the victim's dangling toes. The file page, sealed in plastic, waiting to be found and read like a grim epilogue. The light caught the rust on the bucket's rim, making it look like a smear of dried blood. The sounds of the marina, previously muffled into a uniform hum, began to separate and clarify. The slap of small waves against barnacled pilings became a distinct, wet percussion. The distant cry of a gull, sharp and lonely, pierced the air. The creak of boat lines, the gentle clinking of a halyard against an aluminum mast. The low, technical conversation of the crime scene unit as they photographed the ligature marks on Rourke's wrists from every angle, the mechanical click and whir of their cameras. The world was waking up, but the scene at the end of the dock remained a pocket of awful, frozen time, a diorama of consequence. Katie took a few steps back, the heels of her boots making a soft, solid sound on the wood. She gave the forensic photographer space, needing to put the immediate horror of the body into a wider context. She looked down the length of the dock toward the shore. It was a private slip, belonging to a fishing charter business that had gone under years ago, according to the local detective. Secluded. The kind of place you'd come for a private meeting, or to be taken to without drawing attention. The dock was longer than she'd initially realized, maybe 60 feet, lined with empty cleats and frayed bits of old rope. She imagined Rourke walking down these same planks in the dark, before dawn, the only light maybe a flashlight beam bobbing ahead of him. Had he been nervous? Resigned, shoulders slumped with the weight of a long-kept secret. Had he carried the bucket, or had his killer brought it, the prop for the scene already chosen, clanking softly against a leg? Nina came to stand beside her, following her gaze down the dock to where it met the gravel parking lot. A lone county cruiser sat there, its light bar dark. "He's methodical," Nina said quietly, her voice barely above a murmur. "He gets them alone, somewhere with meaning." Brennan at the base of a ravine, near where the Jane Doe was found. Rourke at a marina, hanging like Salinas. He's not just killing them, he's recontextualizing their deaths. Making them part of the original crime. Erasing the false narrative by writing a new, violent one over it. And leaving the paperwork, Katie added, the cold knot in her stomach tightening another degree, a hard, frozen ball of dread. She rubbed a hand over her mouth, feeling the dryness of her lips. He's giving us the breadcrumbs. Making sure we see the connection, that we can't write this off as a coincidence or a random act. He wants these cases reopened. He's forcing our hand, making us follow the trail he's laying. She dropped her hand, letting it hang at her side. He's using us. But why? Nina asked the fundamental question. She turned to face Katie fully, her brow furrowed. Why now? Why this way? If he has this access, this knowledge, he could leak the files. Go to the press. This is theatrical. And incredibly high risk. Every time he does this, he risks capture. He wants to be seen. But not stopped. Not yet, she shook her head slightly, a gesture of frustration. There's an endpoint. A finale he's building toward. Katie had no answer. Only the chilling, personal suspicion that coiled in her gut, a snake of ice. 1998. The killer was working backward, or forward, through a ledger of complicity. How close was he getting to that year? To that name? She felt exposed suddenly, standing on this open dock, as if the gaze that had orchestrated this scene was on her now, assessing her reaction. She shoved her own hands deep into her coat pockets, her fingers closing around the cold metal of her car keys. 2 murders, 2 decades apart, were now connected by a killer with a ledger and a grudge that felt administrative in its cold specificity. A pattern was no longer emerging from the mist. It was solidifying around them, becoming as cold and hard as the dock pilings driven deep into the dark, indifferent water below. Katie felt it then, a physical sensation, as if the past itself were a current in that deep water, reaching up with icy fingers, closing around the present, around this dock, around her ankles and pulling. She looked down at the narrow gap between the planks, at the dark, sloshing water visible below. It smelled of decay and cold salt. The question, stark and terrifying, crystallized in her mind, forming with the clarity of the newly revealed scene around her. It was no longer just about who the next victim would be. It was about the totality of the killer's project. How far back did the list go? What was the first entry? And the thought that turned her blood to ice, whose name was written beside her father's. Was John Ford another line item, waiting to be addressed? A case to be corrected? Or was he the reason, the original sin that had set this grim accountant of death on his path? The man auditing the corrupt ledgers of the past, was he doing it for her father? Or because of him? Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The conference room was a box of stale air and institutional light. It smelled of burnt coffee from a carafe left to scorch on a warmer for hours, the acrid scent woven with the sharp, chemical tang of dry erase marker, and the faint, ever-present odor of industrial cleaner. The Sonoma County Sheriff's Department had commandeered a small, windowless space for them. Its beige walls bare save for a faded county seal, and a fire evacuation plan yellowed at the edges. The sole table, a laminate rectangle scarred with white cup rings and deep pen digs, was buried under uneven stacks of printouts, manila folders, and a few clear evidence bags containing nothing more dramatic than old, leather-bound logbooks. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead was a constant, thin buzz that vibrated in the teeth and felt like a steady pressure against the temples. Officer Reyes stood at a whiteboard mounted on one wall, a black marker held loosely in his hand. His posture was that of a briefing officer, feet planted shoulder-width apart, shoulders square, his uniform shirt crisp and tucked. Katie and Nina sat across from each other at the cluttered table, a thick personnel roster spread between them on the table's one clear corner. The pages were dense with columns of names, dates, and departmental codes, the text swimming in the flat, shadowless light. Access is the key, Reyes said, his voice flat and instructional. He tapped the board with the capped end of the marker. The sound was a soft, plastic click that echoed in the quiet room. The killer didn't just know the details of the 94 Brennan case or the 97 Salinas case. They had the sealed files. The ones with the photos, the original detective's notes, the evidence logs that never made the public docket. That's a short list. A very short list. Katie leaned forward, her elbows pressing into the cool, slightly sticky laminate. She studied the roster, her finger tracing down a column of names, the pad of her index finger catching on a rough edge of the cheap, curling paper. We need anyone who could have physically handled or digitally accessed the county archives from the 90s onward. Not just the investigating officers. We're talking about a system, not individuals. Records clerks, evidence custodians, anyone with a login to the old server before the digitization. That's a start. Reyes uncapped the marker with a soft, definitive pop. He drew a straight, decisive line down the center of the whiteboard, the tip squeaking faintly against the glossy white surface. On the left, he began writing in a neat, blocky print, the letters forming with deliberate slowness. Category 1, current and former law enforcement with case access. That includes the original detectives on the Brennan and Salinas cases, Detective Ray Hollies, retired, and the late Henry Rourke, obviously. He wrote the names, the black ink standing out starkly against the white. But also anyone in records management, evidence lockup, the DA's office from that era. Prosecutors, paralegals, clerks who routed the paperwork. The chain of custody is a chain of people. Nina flipped through a separate file, her gloved fingers making a soft shuff-shuff sound against the paper. She didn't look up as she spoke, her attention on a page of departmental memos. What about support staff? Clerks, administrative assistants. They often have broader system access than people think. They're ghosts in the machine. They see everything, sign for everything, and nobody remembers they were there. A temp filing reports in 96 could have made copies. A night shift janitor with a key to the records room. Add them, Reyes wrote, support admin staff beneath the first heading, the marker squeaking again on the downstroke of this. And we should consider external consultants. The county brought in a forensic review team for a cold case initiative back in 2015. A forensic psychologist from Sacramento and a retired evidence tech from Marin. They would have had full, unfettered access for a limited time. And 6 weeks. Their names and the final report should be in the system. He added external consultants, 2015, to the list, underlining it twice. Katie's pen, which had been jotting notes in the margin of the roster. Digital Migration 2008, Physical Archive Rec. Form stilled. Her gaze had locked on the name, Ray Hollies, where Reyes had written it, the black letters seeming to pulse slightly in her vision. The detective from the Brennan case. The same name Marcus Fell had given her in prison, whispered across a bolted table like a past secret, his breath smelling of stale coffee and fear. I heard a name. Ray Hollies. Sonoma County. Her pulse gave a dull, heavy thud, a single deep knock she felt in her throat and behind her eyes. The air in the room felt suddenly thicker, harder to pull into her lungs. She kept her head down, her eyes fixed on the list as if committing it to memory, but she saw none of the other names. She felt the weight of the envelope from her apartment door, now locked in the trunk of her car, as if it were in the room with them, a silent, accusing presence on the empty chair beside her. She forced her pen to move again, making a meaningless, tight squiggle next to evidence lockup, her knuckles turning pale where she gripped the plastic barrel. There's also the press, Reyes said, turning back to face them. He recapped the marker with a click, then uncapped it again almost immediately, a habitual, restless gesture. He began a new column on the right side of the dividing line. Not the national guys, but local. The Sonoma County Gazette had a courts reporter, Diane Polk. She covered both the Brennan and Salinas cases when they were fresh. She was a pit bull. Filed endless records requests, sued the county twice for access. It's possible she obtained sealed material through a judge's order, or had a source inside who leaked it to her. She cultivated them. Knew secretaries by their first names, bought drinks for deputies. Where is she now? Nina asked, looking up. She closed the file in her hands with a soft thump. Her dark eyes were sharp, focused, tracking Ray's movements. Retired. Lives in a cottage in Sebastopol. She's on the list. Ray's wrote Diane Polk Gazette on the right side of the whiteboard. He paused, the marker hovering an inch from the surface. There's one more. A different kind of press. A true crime blogger. Name S.J. Switfield. Runs a podcast and a Substack called Buried Verdicts. He's been filing Freedom of Information Act requests on a half-dozen Sonoma cold cases for the past year, including the Brennan and Salinas files. He's a nuisance, calls here weekly, but a thorough one. He might have dug up something through sheer persistence, or someone might have fed him something to stir the pot. To see what floats to the top. Katie looked at the two distinct paths forming on the board. The left side was the official world, badges, procedures, chain of custody. It led directly to a retired detective who might hold the key to a decade of silence about her father, a man who had worked the original case that now seemed to be the first domino. The right side was the shadow world, leaks, podcasts, unsanctioned digging. It led to a podcaster swimming in the same dark water as their killer, a person who traded in secrets for clicks. The division felt absolute, a fork in the road, and the choice it presented was immediate and personal. We should split up, Katie said. The words were out before she could second-guess them, spoken into the relentless hum of the lights. She kept her tone level, analytical, forcing a casualness into her posture as she leaned back, the chair creaking under her weight. Cover more ground. Time is the one thing we don't have. One of us interviews the blogger, Whitfield. The other takes the retired detective, Hollies. We can debrief simultaneously instead of sequentially. Get a faster read on which thread is live. Nina was silent for a long moment, considering. She leaned back in her own chair, which emitted a faint plastic groan of protest. Her gaze went from the whiteboard to Katie's face, studying her partner with an unnerving stillness. Katie could feel the scrutiny like a physical touch, a slight pressure on her skin. She made herself meet Nina's eyes, kept her own breathing slow and even, her hands resting loosely on the table. It's efficient, Nina conceded finally, though her tone held a note of reservation. Two threads pulled at the same time. But it also splits our resources. If one of these leads goes hot, we're alone. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. You're sure about dividing the workload? We usually play better as a unit, especially with unknowns. The clock is moving faster than we are, Katie replied, her voice firm. She gestured toward the board. Rourke was a message. The next victim might not wait for us to finish a two-person interview. Parallel processing is a risk, but a calculated one. She was quoting procedure, wrapping her personal urgency in the language of operational efficiency. Nina held her look for another 2 seconds, then gave a slow, single nod. Okay. It's a calculated risk. Rays, can you get us current addresses, phone numbers, anything you have on file for both? We'll need to move fast. And anything you've got on their recent activities, any calls to the department, anything. On it, Reyes placed the marker in the aluminum tray at the bottom of the board with a clatter. He gave a short, sharp nod, his shoes making a soft scuffing sound on the linoleum as he turned. He left the room, the door swinging shut behind him with a sigh of compressed air and a solid thunk of the latch engaging. The room felt different with him gone. The clutter seemed more pronounced, the piles of paper like miniature, chaotic landscapes. The air felt closer, warmer, the smell of burnt coffee more dominant. The fluorescent buzz seemed to amplify, filling the space between them. Nina turned fully in her chair to face Katie, one arm draped over the back, her expression unreadable. "Which do you want?" Nina asked, her voice lower now, almost conversational. "The blogger or the detective?" Katie didn't hesitate. She met Nina's gaze directly, willing every muscle in her face to remain neutral, placid. She could feel a tiny, tense knot forming between her shoulder blades. "I'll take Holly's." She delivered the line cleanly, then built the rationale around it, brick by logical brick. A retired cop might respond better to a federal badge, might see it as coming from the same tribe. There's a protocol, a language, an understanding of the job. A blogger like Whitfield, she shrugged, a small, deliberate movement. He might talk more freely to someone who seems less, officially intimidating. Someone who can speak his language of sources and narratives. You've got a lighter touch for that. It was a logical, professional rationale, built on behavioral assessment and partner strengths. It sounded convincing, polished. She felt a tightness in her chest, a constriction beneath her sternum she consciously ignored, focusing on keeping her breathing shallow and even. She pushed down the guilt, the sudden, vivid image of Marcus Fell's knowing, fearful eyes in the prison visitation room, the way he'd leaned in so close she could see the broken capillaries in his nose, as if the walls themselves were listening. To use her badge, her federal authority, to pursue a lead he'd given her about her father felt like a violation of something, a crossing of a line she'd painted for herself in bright, bold colors. She masked the internal flinch with a physical one, a deliberate, slow blink, as if considering the logistics, then a slight shift in her chair as she reached for her notebook, her movements purposeful and calm. She opened the notebook to a blank page, her pen poised, as if ready to jot down the plan. Nina watched her for a beat longer, her dark eyes missing nothing. Then, almost imperceptibly, her shoulders relaxed a fraction, the tension in her jaw easing. She accepted it without a flicker of overt suspicion, giving a single, definitive nod. "I'm okay. That tracks. You take Holly's, work the official angle. See if the tribe still talks to its elders. I'll go see what Jace Whitfield has buried in his verdicts. See if he's just a researcher, or if he's become a participant without knowing it." She stood up, stretching her back with a series of faint cracks, rolling her neck. "We'll touch base after. Standard protocol, check-ins every hour on the hour, location sharing active on the phones. If you're going to be in a dead zone, you text before and immediately after." "Understood," Katie said, also rising. The chair legs scraped loudly on the linoleum. She began gathering her scattered notes, stacking them into a neat, squared-off pile, aligning the edges with meticulous care. The action gave her hands something to do, a physical outlet for the energy coiling inside her. The door opened and Reyes returned, holding 2 sheets of paper fresh from the printer. The paper was warm to the touch, and he handed one to each agent, his movements efficient. Holly's is in a retirement community called Oak Haven, near Santa Rosa. Quiet place, mostly independent living. His file notes he had a mild stroke about 5 years back, but he's ambulatory, lives alone. No recent police contact. Whitfield works out of a co-op office space in Healdsburg, above a boutique. Pays month to month. Addresses, last known phone numbers, and vehicle registrations are here. He paused, his professional demeanor unwavering, his eyes moving between them. Do you want a local escort to either location? I can have a deputy meet you, keep a perimeter. No, Katie and Nina said in near unison. They exchanged a quick, confirming glance. Katie felt a surge of relief that Nina had answered with the same instinct. We'll keep it low-key, Nina added, folding her sheet of paper without looking at it. A marked car or a uniformed presence might shut down conversation before it starts. Spook them. These are people who have spent a long time not talking. We need them to feel comfortable enough to start. Reyes nodded, accepting their judgment without argument. Your call. My desk is the point of contact here if you need anything. Warrants, background pulls, whatever. Just call. Katie took the sheet with Ray Hollies' information. The paper felt heavier than it should, the weight of the name, the history, the potential answers it represented, making the ordinary sheet of copy paper seem dense, substantive. The address was printed in a generic 12-point font. She folded it once, precisely, creasing the edge with her thumbnail, and slid it into the inner pocket of her jacket, over her heart. The action felt significant, a locking away of intent, a physical promise. Nina took the other sheet, giving it a cursory glance, a raised eyebrow at the Healdsburg address, before folding it less carefully and tucking it into the back pocket of her jeans, the paper creating a slight rectangular bulge. Let's move, Nina said, grabbing her leather jacket from the back of her chair. She shrugged it on, the leather sighing as it settled over her shoulders. She gathered her files into a worn messenger bag. They walked out of the sheriff's department together, a unified front passing the front desk with a nod to the clerk, leaving the claustrophobic, buzzing conference room for the wide, open afternoon. The transition was jarring. The sun was glaring, a white-hot disk in a pale blue sky, bouncing off the windshields and light bars of the parked cruisers in the lot, creating sharp, blinding spears of light. The air outside was a mix of hot asphalt, distant exhaust from the highway, and the dry, dusty scent of the California hills baking in the late-day heat. After the sterile, recirculated indoor air, it felt vibrant, abrasive, and real. The sound of a dispatcher's voice, tinny and coated with numbers and street names, crackled from an open patrol car window nearby, a stark reminder of the ongoing world of routine emergencies. At their rental car, a nondescript gray sedan dusty from the county lot, they paused. The moment of parting was upon them, the plan shifting from theory on a whiteboard to concrete action on sun-softened asphalt. The heat rose in visible waves from the hood of the car. Nina pulled the keys from her pocket, the metal warm, and hit the fob. The car chirped, its lights flashing once, the locks thunking open. Nina pulled the driver's door open, a wave of trapped, oven-like heat rolling out. She didn't get in immediately, instead turning and leaning against the hot frame, one hand on the handle. I'll head north, she said, squinting slightly against the sun. See what a podcaster's paranoia looks like up close. See if his buried verdicts include any new graves. I'll go east, Katie replied, her own keys a solid, jagged presence in her palm. She took a half step toward her own vehicle, then stopped. See how a retired detective enjoys his quiet retirement. See if the peace and quiet has made him talkative. A brief, wordless look passed between them, held for 3 full seconds. It wasn't suspicion in Nina's eyes, but a kind of calibrated assessment, a partner ensuring the other was grounded, ready, her mental armor in place. Katie held the look, her own expression steady, giving nothing away, her eyes not wavering. She could feel the sun heating the dark fabric of her jacket, a prickling sensation on her skin. After a second, Nina's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile, more an acknowledgement of the strange, grim task ahead. She gave a short, sharp nod, a punctuation mark. Katie returned the nod, the movement just as curt. Nina slid into the driver's seat, the car dipping slightly with her weight. She started the engine, which turned over with a low, reluctant hum, and the air conditioning began to blast with a roar. She didn't look back, giving a final, casual two-fingered wave through the windshield as she backed out of the space. The tires crunched over gravel. She turned left out of the lot, accelerating onto the county road, heading north toward Healdsburg, and the mysteries a stranger might willingly share into a microphone for the right audience. Katie stood for a long moment, alone in the sun-drenched parking lot. The heat was a palpable weight on the shoulders of her jacket, warm and insistent on the back of her neck. The sounds of the county seat, a distant, rising-falling siren, the deep rumble of a gravel truck shifting gears on the highway, the easy chatter of two deputies walking toward the building, their duty belts jangling, seemed to recede into a dull, muffled background hum, as if she were hearing them from underwater. All her focus narrowed to the faint, almost imperceptible crinkle of the paper in her inner pocket, the name Ray Holly's burning there against her chest like a slow fuse, its heat seeping through the layers of fabric. The choice was made. The path was set. There was no turning back from it now. She turned on her heel, the gravel of the lot crunching loudly under the soles of her shoes, and walked with deliberate, measured steps toward her own car parked 3 rows over, its silver paint reflecting the harsh light. Her path was diverging, not just from Nina's in the physical space of the parking lot, but from the strict, by-the-book, partnered investigation they had been conducting. She was heading alone toward the secrets a retired detective had spent 15 years trying to forget, secrets that were tangled with the ghost of her father, who walked silently beside her with every step, a presence she could feel in the tightening of her throat. She reached her car, the metal of the door handle almost too hot to touch. She opened it, and a wall of stifling, dry heat enveloped her, carrying the faint, synthetic smell of rented upholstery and old air freshener. She slid inside, the vinyl seat scorching through her pants, and pulled the door shut. The outside world was muted instantly, replaced by a thick, expectant silence broken only by the faint tick of the engine cooling. The sunlight, now filtered through the windshield, lay in bright, hot bars across her lap and the passenger seat. Before starting the engine, she took out the folded sheet of paper. She smoothed it carefully on the empty passenger seat, her fingers pressing out the crease. She stared at the address. Oaks Haven Retirement Community. Then at the phone number. Then at the notation, stroke 2019. Ambulatory. No known visitors. She took a deep breath, the air in the car still hot and stale. She pulled out her phone, her fingers moving with practiced efficiency, and entered the address into the GPS. The app processed it for a second before the electronic voice, calm and dispassionate, began its instructions. Start point confirmed. Proceed to the highlighted route. She started the car, the engine turning over with a smoother purr than Nina's. The air conditioning whirred to life, blowing hot air that gradually began to cool. She followed the GPS's first instruction, pulling out of the space, the tires crackling over the loose gravel. She turned right, away from the station, away from the direction Nina had gone, driving east toward the past, the rental car carrying her steadily toward the man who might finally tell her what happened to her father. The county buildings shrank in her rearview mirror, replaced by the open, sun-bleached landscape, the road stretching out ahead, a straight line into the heart of old secrets. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The bungalow sat at the end of a cracked asphalt lane, its yard a tangle of brown grass and thorny blackberry vines that snagged at the hot, still air. The screen door hung from one hinge, its aluminum frame warped, tapping an irregular, metallic rhythm against the jamb in the dry, hot wind. Katie parked her unmarked sedan on the street a house down, the engine ticking loudly as it cooled, a sound like a slowing clock. She sat for a full minute, her hands resting on the wheel at 10 and 2, watching the house. No curtains twitched in the neighboring windows. No sprinklers hissed. The only movement was the door tap-tap-tapping, and the slow, dead sway of morning glory vines on a rusted trellis. She wasn't here as Agent Ford. The credentials in her pocket were secondary, a formality. The name she would use was the one on her birth certificate. She took a breath that hitched at the top of her lungs, held it for a 3 count, then opened the car door. The heat of the day, trapped in the asphalt, rose up to meet her in a visible shimmer. The air smelled of hot tar, dry pine needles, and the faint, sweet rot of blackberries past their season. Her shoes crunched on the gravel shoulder as she walked up the lane, the sound unnaturally loud in the suburban silence. The path to the front door was a narrow strip of concrete, almost reclaimed by the grass, cracked and heaved by the roots of a massive, thirsty-looking cedar. With each step, the tapping of the loose door grew louder, a broken metronome counting down to a conversation she'd rehearsed in her head for years. She paused at the bottom of the 2 concrete steps, her hand halfway to pushing the broken screen aside. The mesh was rusty, leaving a faint orange-brown dust on her fingertips. This was it. The last known link. She could still turn, walk back to the car, drive away, and let the official investigation follow its colder, slower path. But the daughter had run out of patience. She pushed the door aside, the metal mesh groaning in protest, and knocked 3 times on the inner wood door, painted a faded, peeling green. The sound was hollow, echoing in the space beyond as if the house were mostly empty. Inside, a chair scraped against a floor, a long, slow drag of wood on wood. A pause filled with the hum of a refrigerator from somewhere deep in the house. Then the voice, graveled and tired, worn thin by cigarettes and regret. "It's open." She turned the knob, the brass warm from the sun beating on the door, and stepped into a dim living room choked with cardboard file boxes. The light from the doorway cut a bright rectangle across a worn floral carpet, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes. The boxes were everywhere, standard banker's boxes, their corners softened with age, stacked against every wall in precarious columns that leaned inward like a paper canyon. Some were sealed with brittle yellow tape, others gaped open, spilling out manila folders and curled, faded reports. The air was thick, tasting of dust, the acidic tang of old newsprint, and the stale, burnt scent of coffee kept too long on a warmer. In a worn brown recliner, its vinyl cracked like a dry riverbed, sat Ray Hollies, surrounded by a moat of open files arranged on the floor around him like defensive works. He was in his 70s, thin to the point of gauntness, dressed in a faded plaid shirt and brown trousers. A thatch of white hair stood in uncombed tufts. He didn't get up, didn't smile. His eyes, a pale blue, watched her over the rims of reading glasses perched low on his nose. They held no surprise, only a weary, knowing clarity that made her feel transparent, as if he'd been expecting this specific ghost for a very long time. Detective Hollies. Retired, the word was a correction, a dismissal of a former life. He said it flatly, letting it hang. 20 years retired. He gestured with a slow, stiff hand to a single folding metal chair that had been cleared of paperwork and placed opposite him. A single file folder lay on its seat. Sit, his eyes tracked her as she moved, a pale, unblinking surveillance. You're Ken Ford's girl. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, dropped into the dusty silence between them. Katie felt the ground shift slightly beneath her feet, a visceral lurch that translated to a slight stumble, her hand instinctively reaching out to steady herself on the back of the folding chair. The metal was cool and slightly gritty under her palm. She recovered quickly, pulling the chair out with a scrape that echoed Holly's own, and sat, placing her bag carefully at her feet. She kept her eyes on his, forcing her breathing to stay even. My name is Katie Bellamy. He gave a slow, acknowledging nod, the movement causing his glasses to slip another millimeter down his nose. He didn't bother to push them back up. Bellamy. Maiden name. He said it as if confirming a detail in a long-forgotten report, his gaze drifting over her face, cataloging her features, comparing them to a memory. You're here as a daughter, then? Not a Fed. I'm both. She unbuttoned her suit jacket, a small gesture to seem less formal, more open. The fabric rustled in the quiet. But today, the daughter has the questions. Holly's let out a breath that was almost a sigh, a long, weary exhalation that seemed to deflate him slightly in the chair. He leaned slowly to his left, bones creaking audibly, and picked up a chipped ceramic mug from the floor beside his chair. He sipped, his lips pursing immediately against the rim. He made a face, a grimace of distaste that deepened the lines around his mouth into crevices, and set the mug back down with a deliberate clink on the bare floorboards beside the carpet. Cold, he muttered, more to himself than to her. He swept a hand, palm down, over the landscape of paper surrounding his chair, a gesture that took in the entire room. My insurance policy. Every case I was told to bury. Not suggested. Told. Copies. Originals are in county storage, or they were. Probably been misplaced or destroyed in a flood by now. These, he patted a stack of files beside him, the sound a soft thump on cardboard. These stay with me. They breathe the same air I do. Who told you to bury them? He looked at her as if she'd asked the color of the sky, his pale eyes blinking once, slowly, behind the smudged lenses. The man who signed my paychecks. The man who signed everyone's paychecks back then. The county district attorney. Martin Reeves. The name landed in the still room with a dull thud. Katie knew it. A deceased. A heart attack in his sleep, a decade ago. A closed loop. A dead end. She felt a flare of frustration, hot and sharp, but kept it off her face. What cases? She asked, her voice lower now, matching the room's hushed, confessional tone. The inconvenient ones. Holly's leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees with a careful, pained movement. His interlaced fingers dangled between them, the knuckles swollen and red. The posture was one of a man confessing, his body curling in on itself. A late 90s. We had a run. Drownings in bathtubs, in backyard pools. Single-car accidents on lonely roads where the skid marks didn't add up. A couple suicides that didn't pass the smell test. Guys with new boats, paid-off mortgages, found hanging in garages with no note. He spoke in a flat, recitative monotone, the horror of it sanded down by repetition, by 2 decades of staring at the words. Victims were connected. Not to good people. They were mid-level guys. Bookkeepers, bagmen, collectors. Liabilities to a certain kind of operation that had its hooks deep in the county. I'm talking gambling. A protection. A prostitution. The old school stuff before everything went corporate. He paused, his eyes losing focus, looking at a point on the carpet between them. Reeves got a call. We got an order. Came down through the chief, but we all knew where it originated. Wrap it up, Hollies. Accidental death. Move on, he recited the words by rote, a bitter liturgy learned by heart. I asked questions the first time. Was pulled into Reeves's office, just the two of us. He was a big man. Used to fill a doorway. He told me my pension was a privilege, not a right. That my wife's medical bills were a matter of public record. Hollies' jaw worked, a muscle twitching near his temple. So I rapped. I moved on. And I started keeping copies. At first, I told myself it was just good procedure. Later, I knew it was guilt. This, he gestured again at the boxes. This is what guilt looks like after 20 years. It takes up a lot of space. Katie's notebook was in her lap, her pen uncapped, but she wasn't writing. Her fingers were cold, despite the stuffy heat of the room. She was listening to the guilt that had settled in the room like another layer of dust, listening past his words to the spaces between them, to the fear that had kept him silent and was only now, eroded by age and a new, more immediate fear, beginning to crack. You have names. Case numbers. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head with a stiff, cervical motion and pointed a bony, age-spotted finger to a specific box near the foot of his chair. It was less dusty than the others, as if it had been pulled out recently, handled. The top flaps were folded in, not taped shut. The top left. 1994 to 1999. In 6 cases. Dorothy Brennan. Victor Salinas. 4 others. All ruled accidental or self-inflicted. All had inconsistencies a rookie could spot, contradictory witness statements, missing evidence, time of death estimates that were pure fantasy. All were closed within 48 hours of the order coming down. He turned his gaze back to her, his expression bleak and direct, the weariness momentarily burned away by a sharp, painful clarity. Your father came to me. Ken Ford. He was asking the same questions you are. He'd found the same patterns, the same strange clusters of accidents, happening to people who all moved in the same shadowy circles. The words, so calmly delivered, stole the air from the room. Katie's lungs tightened, a band constricting around her ribs. Her fingers holding the pen went numb with cold. The details of the room, the faded roses on the carpet, the label on a nearby box that read, Tax 9802, a forgotten framed photo of a much younger Hollies with a woman and 2 children, half buried under a stack of papers, sharpened into painful, hyperreal focus, as if her brain were seeking an anchor in the mundane. When the word came out strained, barely more than a whisper, the air scraping past her vocal cords. 3 weeks before he died, Hollies held her stare, his expression shifting into one of profound, unassuaged regret. The lines around his eyes seemed to deepen, carving his face into a mask of sorrow. He was a good reporter. Thorough. Polite. Didn't come in swinging accusations. He followed the threads from some financial discrepancies he was looking into for a story on county contracts, right into these old, buried case files. He'd cross-referenced names, found the connections we'd been ordered to ignore. He knew they were linked. He knew it was systemic corruption. He came here to this house. Sat where you're sitting. Hollies looked down at his own hands, turning them over as if examining the stains of the past, the liver spots like ink blots on his skin. I gave him what I could. Names. Dates. The Reeves connection. I showed him the files. I told him it was dangerous, that he was poking a hornet's nest with a short stick. He said he knew. He said the story was too important. Holly's shoulders slumped a fraction, the plaid fabric of his shirt sagging. 3 weeks after our last conversation, he was dead. You know that. You're here because of it. You've always known. The confirmation was not a shockwave, but a deep, seismic settling. It was a truth she had carried in her bones for years, a ghost of a suspicion that had haunted every family photo, every memory of her father's laugh, finally finding its bedrock, its horrible, validating proof. Her breath left her in a long, slow exhale that felt like it had been held for 2 decades, her shoulders dropping an inch she hadn't realized they were raised. Her eyes closed for a second, a brief retreat from the reality staring back at her from this old man's face, a retreat into a darkness that was, for a moment, preferable. When she opened them, the dim room seemed brighter, harsher. She felt a new rigidity in her spine, a locking of her joints, as if her body were armoring itself. Her father had been killed for this. For digging into the very rot she was now uncovering. The personal and the professional collided with a force that left her feeling both hollowed out and intensely, dangerously focused, a needle sharpened by grief. Why tell me? Her voice was quiet, stripped of all professional inflection. It was just a daughter's raw question, laid bare in the dusty air. If it got him killed. Because I'm old, Holly said simply, spreading his hands. The knuckles were swollen, the skin translucent over the bones. And I'm tired of being afraid. I've spent 20 years in this chair, listening to that door tap, waiting for a knock that wasn't from a deliveryman or a Jehovah's Witness. He glanced toward the grimy window, its view obscured by overgrown vines, as if expecting to see a shape moving in the tangled yard. And because whoever is doing this now, killing people, staging these scenes from the old cases, they're not just exposing the past. They're cleaning house. They're tying up loose ends with a noose. I'm a loose end. So are you, just by virtue of being his daughter and asking the questions. He brought his gaze back to her, and for the first time, she saw a flicker of genuine fear in the pale blue depths, a quick animal brightness. Martin Reeves has been dead for a decade. But the machine he served doesn't die. It just finds new grease, new gears. Your father threatened the machine. Now someone is using his work, or a twisted version of it, to expose it again. Or to punish the people who covered it up. I don't know which. But they'll come for anyone who knows the real story. They're already here. Work at the marina. He filed the initial report on Salinas. He was a loose end. A small one. I'm a bigger one. You, he let the implication hang, his eyes not leaving hers. Katie stood. The movement was abrupt, a physical rejection of the stillness. Her legs felt unsteady, the blood slow to return, a pins and needles sensation crawling up her calves. The clutter of the room seemed to press in on her, the towers of boxes feeling less like archives and more like the walls of a tomb, the paper a silent, accusing audience. She needed air that wasn't thick with dust and regret. She needed to move. I need those files. Take the box, Holly said, nodding toward the one he'd indicated. His voice was drained, the brief energy of his fear spent. It's why you came. It's what he would have wanted you to have. He paused, his eyes finding hers once more, holding her with a grim, paternal intensity that made her skin prickle. Just be smarter than he was, Katie. He was a good man. He thought the truth was a shield. That if people just knew, the bad guys would lose. Hollis shook his head slowly, a dry, rustling sound coming from his shirt collar. It's not a shield. It's just a target. It paints a bright circle on your chest for the people who live in the dark. She stepped carefully over the moat of papers, her shoes finding precarious islands of bare carpet, and bent to lift the cardboard box. It was heavier than it looked, the weight surprising her, a dense, solid mass of history. The cardboard was smooth under her fingers, the edges worn soft as felt. As she lifted, getting her hands under the bottom, a small cloud of dust puffed from the seams, catching in the dim light like disturbed ash. She shifted her grip, getting her forearms under it, feeling the immediate strain in her biceps and shoulders. Inside, papers shifted with a soft, dry rustle, a whisper of secrets. Hollis didn't get up to see her out. He didn't offer to help. He just watched her from his nest of paper, a man who had followed orders to the letter and had spent every day of his retirement in the silent, dusty prison of his own compliance, his pale eyes tracking her progress toward the light. At the doorway, the bright rectangle of sunlight felt like an exit from a cave, the heat a physical wall after the room's stagnant cool. She turned, the box heavy in her arms, forcing her to adjust her balance. "They'll come for you too," she said. It wasn't a threat. It was a bleak acknowledgement of the logic he had just outlined, a final piece of dialogue to seal the transaction. He was already looking back down at an open file in his lap, his reading glasses slipped to the very end of his nose. He didn't look up. His finger traced a line of text, a slow, deliberate movement. "I know," he replied, his voice barely audible over the resumed tapping of the screen door behind her. "I've been waiting." The sunlight outside was harsh and alien, a shocking contrast to the dim, sepia world inside. The heat wrapped around her like a thick, suffocating blanket. Katie carried the box down the uneven path, her shoes scraping on the concrete, her arms already beginning to ache with the sustained effort. The weight was a tangible thing, a physical manifestation of the burden she'd just accepted, her father's burden now hers. The blackberry vines seemed to reach a little farther toward the path, thorns catching briefly on the leg of her trousers. She fumbled with the rental car's passenger door handle, her fingers slick with sweat, finally yanking it open. The interior exhaled a wave of oven-like air. She placed the box carefully on the seat, the upholstery groaning under the weight. A faint, distinctive smell of aged paper, dust, and something like old library paste wafted out, immediately mixing with the sterile, lemon-scented cleaner of the car's interior. She shut the door, the sound a solid, final thunk that sealed the box inside its new, mobile tomb. Getting behind the wheel, she shut her own door. The silence of the car was absolute, a vacuum after the loaded, breath-held quiet of the bungalow. The engine was still cool, not ticking anymore. She stared through the windshield at the tired bungalow, the tapping screen door now a silent, distant pantomime behind the glass. Her hands came to rest on her thighs, palms up. She looked at them. They were steady. The skin was pale, the lines of her palms clear. They were the hands of an agent, a professional. They did not shake. Then it hit her, not as a thought but as a physical wave rising from her gut, the full, crushing weight of what she now held. Not just a lead, but a motive. Not just a pattern of corruption, but her father's last investigation, the one that had gotten him killed. The proof, circumstantial, but real, that he had been murdered to protect a secret that had already rotted away most of the men who kept it. The box on the passenger seat was no longer just a box. It was his final byline, his unfinished sentence. It was the answer to the question that had defined her life since she was 19, a question that had shaped every career choice, every relationship, every sleepless night. It was all in there, inches away. A tremor started deep in her core, a violent, involuntary shudder that felt like her body was rejecting a poison, a toxin of confirmed truth. It traveled up her diaphragm, tightening her chest until it was hard to draw breath, then raced down her arms in a wave of prickling heat. Her hands flew to the steering wheel, gripping the hard, textured plastic as if it were a lifeline. Her knuckles whitened instantly, the skin stretching taut over the bones, tendons standing in sharp relief. The tremor intensified, becoming a violent shaking that made the entire steering column vibrate with a faint, metallic buzz. She tried to steady her breath, to clamp down on the reaction, to force the professional facade back into place. But it was autonomic, a dam breaking, a release of 2 decades of suppressed grief and rage and doubt that she had meticulously buried under procedure and focus. She squeezed the wheel harder, as if she could crush the emotion out of herself, her shoulders hunching forward with the effort. Her shoulders shook. Her teeth clenched until her jaw ached, a sharp pain at the hinges. She stared straight ahead, unseeing, her vision blurring at the edges as the tremors racked her, refusing to subside, a silent, violent storm contained within the rental car's silent, sunlit cabin. A low, guttural sound, almost a growl, escaped her clenched teeth. Minutes passed, measured by the slow creep of the sun's glare across the dashboard. The shaking gradually lessened, the great wave receding, fading from her shoulders, then her arms, until only her hands still quivered lightly on the wheel, a fine, constant vibration. She loosened her grip, one stiff finger at a time, feeling the ache in the joints, the protest of overworked muscles. She flexed her hands open and closed, wiped her damp palms on the fabric of her trousers. Her face was dry. She hadn't cried. The emotion had been too deep, too tectonic for tears. It was a seismic event, not a weather system. She started the car. The engine purred to life, a mundane, modern sound that shattered the last of the spell. She didn't look back at the bungalow in the rearview mirror as she pulled away from the curb. Her eyes were on the road ahead, but her mind was in the box beside her, already sifting, sorting, connecting. She drove on autopilot, navigating back toward the main highway, the quiet suburban streets with their brown lawns and closed garages giving way to busy commercial strips with fast food signs and gas stations. Then to the open, oak-dotted hills of the county line, the landscape blurring past. The inside of the car slowly filled with the scent of the past, that specific, evocative smell of old paper and time and forgotten offices. It was a smell that pushed aside the lemon cleaner, becoming the dominant note in the space. At a long red light on a service road, she reached over, her arm stretching across the center console, and carefully pulled a single file from the top of the box, balancing it on the ledge between the seats. The label, typed on a faded adhesive strip, read, BRNNAN, DOROTHY, 1994, case hash 9444587, closed, accidental. The paper of the label was brittle, the edges threatening to crumble. She opened it, the folder's metal clip stiff with age. The first page was a standard sheriff's office incident report, the typed letters slightly faded, the carbon copy a little blurry. The familiar details were there, the location, the time, the responding deputy, but in the margins, in Hollies' tight, precise handwriting, were notes. Questions. Witness A contradicts witness B on time. No water in lungs per prelim autopsy. Check final, husband's alibi casino. Verified by who? The final, official report clipped behind it told the sanitized story. Tragic fall, case closed. Hollies' notes, crammed into the white borders, told the real one, the one with jagged edges and unanswered questions. She flipped further, the pages making a dry, whispering sound. Behind Brennan was Salinas. Then others. Names she didn't know: Garrity Lewiston, 2 others. Each file a story deliberately untold, a death given a convenient, false name. And tucked near the back of the Salinas file, not paper-clipped but folded, a photocopy of a handwritten list on a sheet of lined notebook paper. The photocopy was poor quality, gray and speckled, but the handwriting was clear, her father's. She knew his handwriting from old birthday cards, from notes left on the fridge. Her throat closed. Numbers that looked like bank account or ledger entries. Initials. And at the bottom, a name circled twice with such force the pen had nearly torn the paper. Reeves, M. This was it. The map. The one her father had been following. The one he'd died for. She merged onto the highway, the file open on the passenger seat, her father's list staring up at the roof. The sun was lower now, casting long, distorted shadows of telephone poles across the asphalt, a repeating pattern that flickered through the car. The shaking was gone, replaced by a cold, clear certainty that was more frightening than any tremor. It was a crystalline focus, devoid of warmth, a lens grinding into sharp resolution. Holly's was right. The truth wasn't a shield. It was a target. And by taking this box, she had just painted that target on herself, on Nina, on everyone connected to this investigation. She had drawn the enemy's eye. But she had also, for the first time, picked up the weapon her father had been forced to drop. She had his map. She had his notes. She had the names. She drove, one hand on the wheel, the other resting protectively on the cardboard edge of the box, her fingers curled over the side as if keeping it from sliding away, from being taken. The road hummed beneath the tires, a steady, monotonous drone that matched the new, grim rhythm of her thoughts, a rhythm of names, dates, connections, threats. She was no longer just investigating a series of murders. She was finishing her father's story, walking the path he had cleared, heading toward the same destination. And she knew, with a chill that had nothing to do with the car's air conditioning now blowing cold air onto her hands, that the ending was still being written, and the people who had written the first chapters, the ones who had given the orders, who had turned the page on Dorothy Brennan and Victor Salinas, who had ended Ken Ford's story mid-sentence, were watching, waiting to see how she would write the next. They were waiting to see if she would make the same mistake he did, if she would believe the truth was enough. She looked at the box, then back at the road stretching out ahead, a gray ribbon leading into the gathering dusk. She wouldn't make that mistake. The truth was a target. And from now on, she would move like someone in the crosshairs, every step measured, every shadow assessed. The box was her burden, her proof, and her bait. All she had to do was wait and see what it drew out of the dark. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The air in the apartment was a physical presence, thick with the smell of stale coffee grounds, burnt toast, and the hot plastic scent of an overworked laser printer running nonstop in the corner. Underneath it all was the sweet, cloying odor of energy drinks and the faint, greasy hint of old pizza boxes stacked by the kitchenette sink. Nina Shaw stood just inside the doorway, her back straight, refusing to let the threshold cross her. She took a single, deliberate breath through her nose and immediately regretted it. The air tasted used, recycled through lungs and machines. She began her catalog. Her eyes moved left to right, wall to wall, a methodical scan honed by 1,000 crime scenes, her gaze as tangible as a touch. It was chaos, but a curated one. Every wall was a mosaic of printouts, photographs, and suspect boards, connected by a spiderweb of red string pinned with cheap plastic thumbtacks. Newspaper clippings, yellowed at the edges, overlapped with glossy screenshots from true crime documentaries. It was the obsessive nest of a mind that lived online, a shrine to other people's tragedies built for an audience. A floor lamp with a broken shade cast a sickly, uneven glow, leaving pockets of deep shadow where boxes of papers were stacked. The hum of multiple computer fans provided a constant, low-grade buzz, the sound of machinery never allowed to sleep. The carpet was a low, beige pile, matted in pathways between desk, couch, and kitchen, and stained with dark, circular rings where drinks had been set down without coasters. Agent Shaw. Wow. Gets an honor. Really? Jace Whitfield emerged from behind a large monitor, his movements jerky with adrenaline. He was in his late 20s, with the pale, almost translucent complexion of someone who kept vampire hours under artificial light. His hair was a mess of careless curls, and he wore a faded t-shirt for a podcast she didn't recognize. He was vibrating with nervous energy, his fingers twitching at his sides before he wiped his palms on his jeans. The handshake he offered was too quick, his grip clammy and insubstantial before he pulled away. Dee heard the thrilled, breathless disbelief in his voice when she'd called, the ecstatic stammer when she'd said she was coming over. It was the worst kind of witness to interview, the kind who wanted to be your friend, your collaborator, your biggest fan. His eyes were wide, the pupils dilated in the dim light, fixed on her badge and her face with a kind of rapturous hunger. And Mr. Whitfield, Nina said, her tone flat, a neutral instrument. She didn't move to sit on the stained, corduroy couch he indicated with a sweeping gesture. She remained standing just inside the door, a pillar of federal blue in the curated squalor, her hands loose at her sides. The doorframe pressed against her shoulder blade, a point of solid, cool contact. You run the Buried Ledger blog and podcast. Yes. For 3 years now, he launched into the pitch, his eyes bright, his words coming in a rehearsed rush. He gestured around the room as if presenting a gallery. Focusing on cold cases in the Greater Bay Area, with a special emphasis on Sonoma, Napa, and Marin counties. I've built a dedicated listener base. They appreciate the deep dives, the attention to procedural details that the mainstream media glosses over. He spoke in practiced sound bites, his gaze flickering past her shoulder to a small, black digital recorder sitting on the cluttered desk beside a half-empty can of soda. The tiny red recording light was a steady, accusing dot in the dim room. He licked his lips, a quick, nervous dart of the tongue. Nina didn't follow his look. She kept her eyes on his face, her expression impassive, reading the micro-expressions that played across his features. The eager smile, the quick glance away, the subtle shift in posture as he prepared for his next line. Then, slowly, deliberately, she turned her head and stared directly at the device. She said nothing. She didn't need to. The silence stretched, filled only by the hum of the computers and the distant, muffled sound of a television from another apartment. His smile, which had been eager and fixed, began to waver at the edges. A flush crept up his neck, blotchy and red against his pallor. With a flustered, apologetic noise that was half laugh, half cough, he scrambled over, his elbow knocking a stack of papers to the floor. They fluttered down like dead leaves. Right, sorry, of course, off the record, he mumbled, his voice cracking slightly, and pressed a button. The red light winked out. The gesture felt performative, a pantomime of journalistic integrity he'd seen on TV. He didn't pick up the papers. You've been publishing material related to a series of historical cases, Nina continued, as if the interruption hadn't occurred. Her gaze swept over the wall nearest her, a board dedicated exclusively to Dorothy Brennan. A grainy, photocopied photo of the old crime scene, the body at the ravine base, was pinned next to a recent news clipping about county budget cuts for cold case reviews. Handwritten notes in blue ink crowded the margins. Witness reliability and timeline discrepancy, check weather reports. It was the amateur's version of detective work, all surface and speculation. She could see where he'd drawn circles around names in reports, connected them with arrows that went nowhere. The red string from this board trailed across a gap to another board, losing tension and sagging in the middle. "That's the thing," Jace said, leaning forward, lowering his voice as if they were already co-conspirators. The earlier fluster was gone, replaced by a feverish eagerness to share. He rubbed his hands together, the sound a dry whisper. "I've been getting help. Anonymous help. For about 6 months now." He paused, waiting for her reaction, his eyebrows raised. Nina gave him none. She simply waited, her head tilted a fraction, her eyes steady on his. The silence compelled him to fill it. He beckoned her further into the room, weaving around a precarious tower of storage boxes labeled MISC clippings in sloppy marker. She followed, her shoes whispering against laminate flooring that was sticky in patches, catching slightly with each step. He led her to a different wall, this one slightly more organized, with clear timelines drawn on large sheets of white poster board. It showed 3 cases, each with a header in bold, black marker. Dorothy Brennan, 1994. Victor Salinas, 1997. A third name she didn't recognize. Lena Ruiz, disappearance, 1999. Next to each were rows of photocopied pages held by clips, incident reports, evidence logs, autopsy summaries. The copies were crisp, professional, the text sharp and legible, unlike the fuzzy, gray printouts from microfiche that littered the rest of the apartment. These came from a source with direct access to the originals, or to a clean digital scan. Nina's eyes tracked the timeline for Salinas. Neat arrows connected the photocopied page of Deputy Rourke's original scene notes to a typed footnote on an index card. Contradicts final ruling. ZEP 47. Another arrow pointed to a photo of the marina canopy with a handwritten question. Rope source. They just show up in my P.O. box, Jace explained, his voice hushed with conspiratorial glee. He hugged his arms to his chest, a self-soothing gesture that contradicted his excited tone. His fingers dug into his own biceps. No return address. Just manila envelopes with these inside. At first it was just a page or 2. A teaser, you know. Then more. It's like someone on the inside wants the truth out there, but they can't come forward themselves. They need a voice. He gestured to his own chest, then to the podcast microphone hanging on a boom arm nearby, its foam windscreen grimy with dust. "And you published them all," Nina stated. It wasn't a question. It was a cold fact laid between them, a stone dropped into the murky water of his narrative. "Of course," he said it with the force of genuine conviction, unfolding his arms to spread his hands wide. "That's the whole point. My audience deserves the unvarnished facts. Transparency is everything. Look at this." He stepped closer to the Salinas board, his finger tapping a specific line on a photocopied report. The paper rustled under his touch. The official report says suicide, case closed. But these handwritten notes from the deputy on scene, Rourke, right? They indicate a second set of footprints near the canopy, mention debris consistent with a struggle. It was all buried in the follow-up. I did a 2-part episode on it last month. The hanging at Shelter Cove, suicide or silence, downloads went through the roof. The comments section, the listener emails, people are waking up. He was breathing faster now, a slight sheen of sweat visible on his upper lip under the lamplight. Nina felt a familiar, cold irritation settle in her chest. It was a precise sensation, like a sliver of ice slipping behind her sternum. She kept her face utterly still, but her eyes narrowed just a fraction as she watched him. The muscles along her jaw tightened minutely. He was so pleased with himself, so utterly enamored with his own role as a crusader. He stood there, surrounded by the photocopied guts of murder cases, and saw a whistleblower narrative, a David and Goliath story for the digital age. He saw a source. She saw a distribution channel. He saw a partnership. She saw a patsy. Her breath left her lungs in a slow, controlled exhale through her nose, a vent for the building pressure of professional contempt. She could feel the grit on the floor under her soles. "Have you ever tried to identify your source?" she asked, her voice still level, giving away nothing of her assessment. She shifted her weight slightly, the leather of her jacket creaking. He drew himself up, adopting a posture of solemn duty, squaring his thin shoulders. "I'm a journalist, Agent Shaw. I protect my sources. It's the cornerstone of the work." He said it with a rehearsed gravity, his chin lifted. It was a line he'd used before, probably in interviews or at the start of his podcast episodes. The performance almost made her sigh, a slight, almost imperceptible tightening at the corners of her mouth, a faint line appearing there. "You're a blogger with a podcast," Nina corrected. Her voice didn't rise, but it hardened, each word clipped and precise, leaving no room for the fantasy he was peddling. She let a beat of silence pass, letting the correction hang in the stale air between them. "And this source isn't protecting you. They're using you." She took a small step closer, not enough to crowd him, but enough to force his eyes to stay on hers. "Oh, think. Use the logic you apply to your deep dives. Why would someone with access to sealed, non-public case files risk sending them to you, specifically? A non-affiliated individual with a public platform. Why not go to a major newspaper? A network?" Jace's eager expression faltered. The confident lift of his chin dropped a little. He blinked, his eyes darting to his own timeline, as if the answer might be written there. His mouth opened, then closed. He rubbed the back of his neck. To expose a cover-up. To get the story out when the official channels are corrupt or closed. Maybe they tried the big guys and got nowhere. Maybe they trust my audience. My approach. To expose something, Nina conceded with a slight, dismissive tilt of her head. But on their timetable. To an audience they can monitor and measure. Without ever having to show their face or risk their neck. She turned fully from the wall to look directly at him, her gaze locking onto his. She took a single step forward, not threatening, but closing the space, making the conversation intimate and inescapable. The weak light from the broken lamp caught the side of her face, leaving the other in shadow. "You're a loudspeaker. The cutout. They hand you the script, these nice, clean photocopies, and you broadcast it to the world, putting your name and your show's branding on it. You draw all the attention, all the scrutiny, while they sit in the shadows and watch the reaction. You're not investigating. You're performing. You're reenacting their crime for a paying audience." The color drained from his face. It was a visible, physical process. The faint pink of excitement under his pale skin vanished, leaving a waxy, grayish pallor like old candle wax. His throat worked as he swallowed hard, the sound a dry click audible in the quiet room. He took an unconscious step back, his heels scuffing against a tangled coil of cables on the floor, making him stumble slightly. His eyes, wide now with the first dawning of a fear more personal than the abstract thrill of danger, darted around his own apartment. To the red strings, the photos of dead women, the proud timelines, as if seeing them for the first time through her eyes. His breath hitched. What? No, that's not what this is. His voice had lost its confident pitch, dropping into a quieter, more defensive register. I'm investigating. I'm connecting dots. I've had tips from listeners, I've filed records requests. You're interfering with a federal investigation, Nina said, the words deliberate, heavy, and final. She didn't raise her voice. The quiet certainty was worse than shouting. It carried the weight of statutes and procedures. These documents are material evidence related to active, linked homicides. By publishing them, you have compromised investigative details, potentially alerted suspects, and endangered lives, including, potentially, your own. She let that hang in the toxic, recycled air, watching the words land, watching them burrow into the fragile shell of his self-image. She could see him processing it, his mind trying to reconcile the heroic narrative with her blunt, legalistic framing. Have you received anything else from this source? Anything that wasn't a cold case file? Anything that felt like a direct communication, a warning, or a threat? She leaned in a fraction, her head cocked. Think carefully. A note. A note would be classic. A way to keep you in line, to remind you who's really in charge of this collaboration. Jace stared at her, his mouth slightly open. His lips were dry. The bravado was gone, evaporated like mist. He looked young, suddenly, and very scared, the lines of his face softening into something vulnerable and lost. He gave a shaky, almost imperceptible nod, his eyes dropping to the floor. Without a word, he turned and walked unsteadily to his desk, his steps slow, as if moving through water. His movements were clumsy now. He fumbled with the handle of the top drawer, yanking it open too hard so it rattled in its track and stuck, requiring a jerky pull to free it. He rummaged inside, pushing past notebooks and USB cords and loose paper clips, his fingers searching blindly. He pulled out a clear plastic evidence bag, the kind sold in hobby stores for coin collectors, with a white panel for writing. A hobbyist's attempt at procedure. Inside was a single sheet of white printer paper, folded into quarters. His hands trembled as he held it out to her, the plastic crinkling. Nina took it by the edge of the bag, not touching the plastic where his fingerprints would already be smeared and overlapped. She held it up to the poor light, angling it so the weak glow fell across the surface. The message was typed in a common, default font, centered on the page. Stop digging. Or you become part of the archive. She studied it. The letters were crisp, black, without any toner streaking or imperfections. No visible indentations from a typewriter. A modern laser printer, most likely. The threat was blunt, but its purpose, she knew, was calculated. It wasn't sent to truly scare him off. If the killer wanted Jace Whitfield silent, he would be silent. This was a nudge. A reminder of the stakes. A way to keep Jace scared but still publishing, to make the adrenaline of fear feel like the fuel of truth-seeking. It was management. A handler checking in on his asset, adjusting the pressure valve. This was in my mailbox. The one downstairs in the lobby. 2 days ago, he whispered. The hushed, dramatic tone was gone. This was pure, undiluted fear, making his voice thin and reedy. It wasn't in an envelope. Just folded and stuck in there. I found it when I was getting my electric bill. He wrapped his arms around himself again, a defensive hunch. You should have called the police the moment you received this, Nina said, her voice devoid of sympathy. It was a statement of procedural fact, an indictment of his judgment. She lowered the bag, her eyes still on the typed words, committing the spacing, the font size to memory. She handed the bag back to him. He took it, clutching it to his chest for a moment like a talisman, before seeming to realize how childish it looked and lowering his hands, holding it awkwardly in front of him. I was going to. I wanted to verify a few things first. Cross-reference it with the other materials, see if the phrasing matched anything. I thought it might be a clue. To who was sending the files? He was trying to justify it, to dress his fear and his excitement in the language of investigation. You wanted content, Nina thought, the ice in her chest hardening into a dense, cold weight. You saw a cliffhanger for your next episode. A direct message from the shadowy source. You probably recorded a voice memo about it. She let her gaze travel around the apartment again, a slow, comprehensive sweep. The walls papered with death, the red strings like veins connecting one tragedy to another. This wasn't an investigation, it was a curation. He built a museum of unsolved pain, and the killer had been quietly, efficiently donating the most provocative exhibits. Jace was the proud curator, never questioning why the donations kept coming, just thrilled to have new material to display. The hum of the computers seemed louder now, a mechanical tinnitus. I need everything, Nina said, her decision made, her course of action clear. Her voice cut through the hum. She reached into her inner jacket pocket, the movement efficient and smooth, and pulled out a folded, multi-part evidence inventory form on stiff, official paper. The sound of the paper unfolding was a sharp, authoritative crackle in the quiet room. Every physical document you received from the source. Any digital scans you made. The original envelopes. That note. Your own research notes, timelines, and recordings pertaining specifically to these 3 cases. She held the form out, not handing it to him yet, making him look at the dense lines and boxes, the bureaucratic reality of what was happening. You will hand it all over now, and you will sign a receipt for the chain of custody. You will not publish another word, blog post, or podcast episode mentioning these cases, or this interview, or you will be charged with obstruction of justice. Is that clear? She finally extended the form towards him, her arm steady. Jace looked like she'd physically slapped him. His head jerked back on his neck. His eyes widened, then darted from the form to her face and back. You can't just take my work. My research. My First Amendment rights, he began, the protest rising on a wave of indignant panic, his voice gaining volume. He took a step toward her, then thought better of it, stopping short. This is years of my life. This is my livelihood. Are not a shield for impeding a multiple murder investigation. Nina cut him off, her voice slicing through his, cold and sharp as a blade. Her patience was a thin, exhausted wire, and it had just snapped. She took another step forward, closing the distance completely. She didn't loom, but her presence was absolute, a wall of federal authority made of posture, gaze, and unyielding tone. You are not a journalist in this context. You are a witness in possession of material evidence. A witness who has been knowingly manipulated by a subject of our investigation. She paused, letting the words sink in, watching him flinch. Now, she let the word hang, a single syllable of finality. Are you going to help me pack this evidence up, or do I need to call for a forensic team to come down here and seize every hard drive, sticky note, and flash drive in this entire apartment? She gestured around the room with her free hand, a slow, encompassing arc. They will be less careful than I am. They will take everything. Your computer, your backup drives, your personal notes, your financial records, your podcast equipment. They will bag it, tag it, and you will get a receipt that is much, much longer, and your podcast will be offline for months, maybe permanently. Your choice, Mr. Whitfield. But you have about 10 seconds to make it. The fight left him in a deflating, visible rush. His shoulders slumped, curving inward as if protecting his core. His head dropped, his chin nearly touching his chest. The proud, crusading blogger vanished, replaced by a chastened, frightened young man sitting amidst the detritus of his own obsession. He gave a weak, defeated nod, his eyes fixed on a particular stain on the carpet, a dark blotch shaped like a continent. "Okay," he mumbled. "I'm okay." "Start with the wall," Nina directed, her voice returning to its flat, professional register. She pointed to the board with the 3 timelines. "Remove the photocopied pages carefully. Do not tear them. Handle them by the edges. Place them in chronological order by case, separated by these." She pulled a small stack of blank, colored separator sheets from her folder and set them on the edge of his desk with a soft tap. For the next 40 minutes, she directed operations with the cool efficiency of a forensics lathe. Jace moved like a sleepwalker, his earlier energy completely sapped. He carefully unpinned the crisp photocopies from the boards dedicated to Dorothy Brennan, Victor Salinas, and Lena Ruiz. Each pin made a tiny snick as it came out of the cork. He laid the pages in neat stacks on his desk, his fingers clumsy, fumbling twice and sending a few sheets sliding to the floor. Nina watched, her arms crossed, ensuring no page was missed, no envelope overlooked. She didn't help him pick them up. She just waited, her silence a pressure, until he retrieved them, his cheeks flushed with shame. He retrieved a dusty, cardboard filing box from under his desk, the kind meant for hanging folders. It was filled with the original manila envelopes, each dated in his own handwriting on the flap. She made him confirm each one, reading the date aloud as she checked it against her notes. November 12th. That was the first one. Just the Brennan initial report, he said, his voice monotone. Continue. December 3rd. More Brennan, including the scene photos, he swallowed. Go on. He went through them, a litany of received secrets. When the stack of envelopes was on the desk, she pointed to the computer. The digital files. Everything related to these 3 cases. Your source material, your scans, your episode scripts, your raw audio recordings if they reference the documents. My scripts. My audio, he said, a last flicker of resistance. But that's my analysis, that's my voice, my commentary. Is it based on the stolen documents? Nina interrupted, not looking at him, her eyes on the screen as she gestured for him to sit. He looked at the stacks of paper, his shoulders slumping further. Yes. Mostly. Then it's part of the evidence stream. It shows the dissemination path. Copy it all. He complied, dropping heavily into his desk chair, which let out a tired wheeze. He navigated through a labyrinth of folders on his screen, /buried ledger /research /Salinas /docs /scanned, his mouse clicks sounding overly loud and deliberate in the silent room. She handed him a brand new, sealed thumb drive from her kit. He tore the packaging with his teeth, spitting out a tiny piece of plastic. He inserted the drive, and a transfer window opened. The progress bar crept across the screen with agonizing slowness, the estimated time flickering between minutes. While they waited, Nina filled out the inventory form at the corner of his desk, pushing aside a cold cup of coffee to make space. Her handwriting was a compact, clear block print. She listed each item by category and approximate date. Item 1, photocopy, Incident Report 94086765 Brennan. Item 2, Photocopy, Autopsy Summary, Brennan. The only sounds were the scratch of her pen, the frantic whirring of the computer fan straining under the data transfer, and Jace's shallow, uneven breathing beside her. When the drive was done and the physical materials were stacked and organized, she placed the completed form on the desk in front of him and held out her pen. Sign and date at the bottom. This acknowledges you have voluntarily surrendered these items into federal custody for the purpose of the investigation. His hand trembled as he took the pen. He hesitated, his knuckles white around the barrel, staring at the line as if it were a cliff edge. For a second, she thought he might refuse, might try to resurrect the ghost of his First Amendment argument, might make a stand in his kingdom of paper and string. Then his shoulders slumped again, the last of the tension bleeding out, and he scrawled a shaky, nearly illegible signature at the bottom of the page, the date beside it written in a childish scrawl. He handed the pen back as if it were contaminated, dropping it onto the form rather than placing it in her hand. Nina slotted the form into her folder, then produced a large, heavy-duty evidence pouch from her satchel. It was made of thick, opaque plastic with a tamper-evident zipper seal. She began loading the stacks of documents and the envelopes into it, her movements economical and sure. The pouch bulged, heavy with paper and implication, the weight of it solid in her hands. As she zipped it closed, the sound was loud and final, a rasp that seemed to suck the remaining air out of the room. She paused, the pouch in her hands. She looked at Jace, who was staring at the now blank spaces on his poster boards, the red strings dangling uselessly, connected to nothing, the thumbtacks leaving small, dark holes in the paper. He looked bereft. "The material you received," Nina said, her tone shifting back to inquiry, though no less intense. She adjusted her grip on the pouch. "Did it ever include anything about a detective named Ken Ford? Or a federal case from around 2005? Anything that seemed to cross over from local jurisdiction to federal interest?" Jace blinked, dragged from his miserable contemplation of the empty boards. He frowned, his brow furrowing in genuine, effortful thought. His eyes lost focus as he mentally scrolled through the trove of documents he'd memorized, his gaze turning inward. He chewed on his lower lip. Ford, Ken Ford. He shook his head slowly, a side-to-side motion that seemed to weigh the name and find it lacking. No. That name doesn't ring a bell. The stuff I got, it was all late 90s, early 2000s max. Local jurisdiction stuff. Sonoma County, a bit from Marin. Nothing federal. Nothing with a FBI stamp or anything like that. His eyes sharpened, the investigator's curiosity momentarily overriding his fear and dejection. He leaned forward slightly. "Why?" His voice was eager again, but softer, more cautious. "Is that connected? Is there another case? A bigger one?" "Just a question," Nina said, her voice closing the topic like a door being shut and locked. She hefted the bulging evidence pouch, feeling its substantial weight, a tangible yield from this digital scavenger hunt. "Stay off the air about this, Mr. Whitfield. No updates, no teasers, no, the authorities are pressuring me posts. Complete silence. The next piece of mail you get might not be a note." She let her eyes sweep once more over the apartment, over the remaining detritus of his hobby. "It might be a visit. And I might not be the one knocking." She didn't wait for a response. She turned and walked back through the maze of boxes and cables to the door, her steps measured and firm. She had to sidestep the fallen papers he'd never picked up. She opened the door and stepped through without looking back, closing it firmly behind her on the sight of him, standing alone amid the faded ghosts on his walls, the red strings now leading nowhere, a puppet with his lines cut, standing in the center of a stage that had just been stripped bare. In the sterile, beige hallway of the apartment building, she took a deep, deliberate breath. The air here smelled of lemon-scented disinfectant and old carpet, a vast, clean improvement over the cloying, digital tomb she'd just left. The silence was different here, hollow and echoing, not filled with mechanical hum. She walked toward the elevator, the evidence pouch heavy in her hand, a tangible result from what had ultimately been a fruitless interview. The weight was comforting in its solidity. She pressed the elevator button with her knuckle, the plastic cool and smooth. The killer was clever. Brutally, clinically clever. He'd outsourced his taunts, his gloating. He'd found a hungry, naive amplifier with a ready-made audience and used him to do his boasting, his myth-building for him. Jace wasn't a suspect. He was a tool, a useful idiot. The channel. And tools, once they became a liability or ceased to be useful, were always discarded. The note proved the killer was still monitoring his tool, adjusting the pressure, keeping him scared but productive. It was a classic manipulation technique: create dependency, then control through fear. The elevator arrived with a soft ding and a mechanical rumble. The doors slid open, revealing an empty, mirrored interior. Nina stepped in, watching her own reflection, a woman in a dark jacket, hair pulled back, face composed, holding a bulging plastic bag. She looked exactly like what she was, a federal agent leaving a scene with evidence. The doors closed, and the elevator began its slow, groaning descent. She needed to call Katie. They needed to run the P.O. box, but Nina already knew it would be a dead end, rented with cash or a stolen ID, closed months ago. The killer was too careful, too precise. He'd given them nothing but noise, broadcast through a fool. He'd made them waste time chasing down his loudspeaker while he remained in the wings, undisturbed, probably amused. The thought tightened her grip on the evidence pouch, the plastic crinkling in her fist. The elevator reached the lobby. The doors opened onto a tiled floor, a dusty plastic plant in a corner, a wall of mailboxes. She walked across the lobby, her footsteps echoing. The glass front doors were smeared with handprints. She pushed through them, and the outside air hit her, cool, damp, carrying the distant smell of traffic and wet concrete. The sky was a dull, uniform metallic gray, holding the promise of more rain. Her car was parked at the curb, a nondescript sedan. She unlocked it, opened the passenger door, and placed the evidence pouch carefully on the seat, ensuring it wouldn't slide. Nina's irritation was a sharp, persistent stone in her shoe as she walked around to the driver's side and got in. She sat for a moment, the silence of the car a relief. She started the engine, the sound familiar and solid. The only useful thing in that entire apartment, in that entire performative circus of obsession and entitlement, was the confirmation of a pattern she already knew in her bones. Their killer was a puppeteer. He loved setting the stage, writing the script, and pulling the strings from a distance. He loved crafting narratives. And he loved, most of all, watching other people dance to his tune, believing the music was their own, believing they were the conductors of their own little orchestras, when all they were doing was playing the notes he provided, on the instruments he chose. She pulled away from the curb, the tires hissing on the damp asphalt. The apartment building receded in her rearview mirror, just another box of windows in a line of similar boxes. Somewhere inside, a young man was staring at blank walls, finally beginning to understand that the story he thought he was telling was not his own, and that the price for his starring role might be far higher than he ever imagined. But that was no longer her concern. He was a closed source. The evidence was in the bag beside her. The puppeteer was still out there, and he had just shown them one of his favorite tricks. Now they had to find the hands holding the strings. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The room had no windows. The air tasted of stale paper, the accumulated breath of decades of filed-away lives, and the faint, metallic tang of the printer toner he'd used for the last batch of clippings. It was a smell he associated with truth, or at least with its official packaging. The walls were a mosaic of the past, a patchwork of photocopied incident reports, faded newspaper clippings with brittle yellow edges, and autopsy photos that had never seen a courtroom. They were pinned in a precise grid, corners aligned. Red string connected points across 3 decades, names to dates, dates to locations, locations to other names, a spider's web of negligence anchored by black pushpins in the drywall. The only light came from a single architect's lamp on the desk, its adjustable arm bent to cast a bright, focused circle on the work surface, leaving the corners of the room in deep shadow. The hum of the lamp's bulb was the loudest sound, a steady electrical whisper in the absolute quiet. He sat at the plain, steel-framed desk, his posture erect, shoulders level. The legal pad before him was stark white in the pool of light. The tablet to his left played a local news broadcast on mute, the glow casting a pale blue sheen on the edge of the desk. The chyron at the bottom scrolled in a relentless loop. FBI JOINS probe into archivist, murder cases, SONOMA County Sheriff cooperating with federal investigation. The archivist. A media coinage, dramatic and hollow. But it was apt. He had been one once. A records technician for the county sheriff's office. A cog in the machine of official memory, with authorized access to the sealed boxes, the confidential files, the cases marked closed inactive in thick black marker. He had believed, with a quiet and total conviction, in the sanctity of the system, the integrity of the ledger. You filed the truth, and the truth, however ugly, stood as a record. A warning. A promise of order. The room around him was that belief inverted. It was the ledger the public never saw, the one where the entries didn't match, where the columns failed to add up. The legal pad held a list. Not of victims, but of architects. The handwriting was neat, blocky, all capital letters, the kind developed over years of filling out standardized forms. DET. Ray HOLLIS, Lloyd, BRNAN 94, 1014. DEP. Henry ROURKE, reporting, Salinas 97, 1016. 2 names, crossed out with a firm, deliberate line of black ink. The pen had pressed deep, leaving a slight groove in the paper. Below them, more names. Each with a date, a case number, a role. Lead detective. Reporting deputy. Presiding DA. Medical examiner. A roster of those who had stamped the files, signed the forms, buried the questions. It was an organizational chart of failure. His eyes lingered on the first crossed-out name. Hollies. The memory of that night was not one of violence, but of profound administration. He had watched the detective's dilapidated house for 3 evenings, learning the pattern of lights, the time the single porch bulb flicked on. He had seen the boxes through the windows, the physical manifestation of the man's guilt. The act itself had been a filing. A terminal notation. He remembered the feel of the syringe, the cold metal of the plunger against his gloved thumb, the absolute lack of struggle. It had been like correcting a typo on a long finalized document. The second work had required more staging. The bucket, the rope, the specific knot. It was a footnote, a reference back to the original error, the Salinas report. Both actions had felt less like murders, and more like the application of a necessary, final stamp, FALSIFIED. It had started, as all things do in records, with a single file. Pulled years after the fact. His sister, Lena, ruled an accidental overdose in a bad part of town. A tragedy, but not a mystery. The case was a slim folder, maybe 20 pages. He'd requested it on a whim, a morbid itch of familial duty he couldn't scratch. The day it arrived in his inbox at the records office was a Tuesday. He remembered the light coming in through the high, narrow windows of the county building, dust motes dancing in the shafts. His own workstation was orderly. A computer, an inbox-outbox tray, a cup of pens. He'd opened the digital folder with a click, expecting a sad, straightforward narrative. What he found was not an investigation, but a performance. A pantomime of procedure. He scrolled, his index finger resting lightly on the mouse wheel. The witness statements were cursory. One neighbor mentioned hearing a man's voice, raised an argument with Lena around 10 p.m. The next line, from the interviewing deputy, read, "Witness admitted to having consumed several beers that evening." Reliability questionable. The statement ended there. No follow-up. No description of the man solicited. Another statement from a passerby noted a dark sedan parked awkwardly near Lena's apartment building, engine running. That lead was marked, vehicle not located. No tag number obtained. Then came the evidence log. Lena's purse, a small leather clutch, had been logged into evidence at 1:15 a.m. by Deputy A. It was item 4. At 9:02 a.m. the next day, it was logged out by Det. M. Carson. The chain of custody form for the release was blank. No signature from a lab technician. No reason for release. Just an out time. The purse was never relogged. It vanished from the record. His breathing had slowed as he read. He'd leaned closer to the screen, the glow reflecting in his glasses. At the very end of the file was an internal memo, a scanned piece of paper with a handwritten note in the margin. It was from a Lieutenant Greer to Detective Carson. The text was brief. Wrap this up. We don't need another statistic here. The neighborhood's clean enough. He'd sat back in his chair. The office sounds around him, the chatter of a radio, the clack of a keyboard, the distant slam of a filing cabinet, had receded into a muffled hum. He'd read the note again. Then a third time. He wasn't seeing grief in that moment. He was seeing structure. He was seeing a protocol, not for finding truth, but for managing perception. A cold, clean fury had settled in him that day. It wasn't grief. Grief was a storm, chaotic and wet. This was a glacier, slow and immense and grinding, forming in the pit of his stomach. His hands had rested flat on the desk, fingers splayed. He remembered the cool, laminate surface under his palms. He didn't tremble. He became very, very still. He began to pull other thin files, cases from the same era, the same precincts. He used his access codes, working after hours when the office was empty, the only light his desk lamp. He cross-referenced names in the digital database, building spreadsheets that no one would ever audit. He saw the patterns emerge like a watermark held to the light. The same detectives, Carson, Hollies, others, closing improbable suicides with identical phrasing in their summaries. No evidence of foul play. The same deputies filing evidence, reports where the listed items didn't match the photographs in the supplementary file. The same assistant district attorneys. Martin Reeves was a frequent name, accepting plea deals on charges that bore no logical relation to the original crime. A network of quiet hands, smoothing over inconvenient deaths, buffing the statistics, keeping the clearance rates high and the political fallout low. They hadn't killed his sister. Someone else had done that. A man, probably. An argument. A push. A pill bottle forced open. That was a separate crime, a single point of violence. But they had killed the truths. They had made her death a clerical footnote, a case number to be buried in a warehouse, and in doing so, they had granted her murderer a lifetime of silence. They had become, in his meticulously ordered mind, accomplices after the fact. More than accomplices, they were the architects of the silence. They built the walls that hid the crime. Therefore, they were responsible for the wall. And walls could be torn down. The kills were not the point. They were the pressure. A directed, brutal pressure applied to the sealed pipe of the past. Dorothy Brennan was selected because her testimony, had she lived, could have authenticated the glaring discrepancies in her own 94 case file. Her death was a loose end they'd tied off. He had simply retied it in a way that would make the whole knot visible. Henry Rourke was chosen because he had held the pen that wrote the original 97 report, transforming a blatant homicide, ligature marks from a different rope, defensive wounds on the hands, into a tidy suicide. He had authored the lie. They were messages, written in a language the system understood perfectly, violence and exposure. Each death was a highlighted entry in the corrupted ledger, a flare shot into the sky to illuminate the landscape of failure. He watched the silent news footage now. Agents in blue windbreakers with yellow FBI letters moving through a blur of yellow tape. The grave, composed face of a spokesperson backdropped by a county seal. His expression didn't change. Good. Let them come. Let the FBI, with its federal reach and its forensic accountants, follow the blood trail he was laying down. Let them trace it back through the years, through the corrupted cases, to the original sin. He was not building a mythology, like some serial killer craving a nickname. He was forcing an audit. He was the external reviewer, the one who had finally noticed the books were cooked. His methodology was extreme, but necessary. The system only responded to extreme stimuli. His pen hovered over the list. The third name. SSD. D.A. Martin Revas, deceased, presiding Ford 2. Reeves was dead. A heart attack 5 years ago, playing golf at a private club. An obituary had called him a dedicated public servant. He had escaped. But the man who had done the legal groundwork, who had crafted the narrative and pressured the grand jury to decline indictment in the Ford case, that man was very much alive. He had used the Ford case and others like it as a springboard. Now a senior partner at a prestigious San Francisco firm. A pillar of the legal community. A donor to symphonies and hospitals. The pen descended, not to cross out, but to circle the name directly below Reeves's on the list. The ink made a soft, precise scratch. Dr. Laurence Jerry W., medical examiner, Ford 02 and others. A Pettigrew. His signatures, a florid, confident L. Pettigrew, M.D., were on dozens of questionable autopsy reports from that period. Cause of death undetermined. Manner accident. The scientific veneer over a lie. He provided the medical authority, the stamp of objective science, that allowed the legal and investigative machinery to grind to a halt. If Reeves built the legal wall, Pettigrew poured the scientific concrete. He was a more challenging target than a retired detective or a marina deputy. He was a public figure, protected by routine, by wealth, by a different social stratum. The selection process for Pettigrew had begun weeks ago, a parallel track of research running alongside the executions of Hollies and Rourke. It had required a different kind of stalking, one not of dark houses and lonely docks, but of public schedules and professional routines. He had attended, as a face in the back of the crowd, a lecture Pettigrew gave at a university on forensic pathology's role in justice. He had watched the man's mannerisms, the patrician sweep of his hand across the podium, the condescending smile he offered to student questions, the way he checked his elegant wristwatch when the talk ran long. He had followed Pettigrew's dark blue Lexus from the university parking garage, maintaining a safe 3-car distance, learning the route back to the gated community in Sacramento where he lived. That had been the first reconnaissance. The second had been more granular. He needed a location, a moment where the man would be present, predictable, yet vulnerable to interception. The charity dinner schedule had provided the vector. The Northern California Legal Foundation's annual event was black tie, held at a hotel ballroom. Pettigrew was listed as a member of the host committee. He would be there, smiling, shaking hands, a pillar among pillars. The approach would be complex. The exit strategy paramount. He put the pen down, aligning it perfectly parallel to the top edge of the legal pad. The tablet screen changed from the news to a weather report, showing a graphic of a sun over the Sacramento Valley. He ignored it, his hand moving to the desk drawer. It was a smooth, silent glide on its runners. Inside, arranged with the same order as his files, were the tools for the next correction. A fresh, disposable cell phone in its blister pack, the plastic bubble stark under the light. A folded street map of the College Greens neighborhood in Sacramento, purchased at a gas station 50 miles away. And a single sheet of paper, printed from a public website, the schedule of public appearances for the Northern California Legal Foundation, with the charity dinner highlighted in yellow. Details included: cocktails 6:30 p.m., dinner and program 7:30 p.m., valet parking available, black tie. He picked up the map first, unfolding it with careful fingers, smoothing it flat on the desk beside the legal pad. The neighborhood was a grid of curving, tree-lined streets. He had already studied it via satellite imagery, but the physical map confirmed the details. Pettigrew's house was marked with a small, precise dot from a red pen. He traced potential routes with his index finger, not touching the paper, hovering a millimeter above the surface. The primary arterial, the secondary roads, the quiet residential cut-throughs. He noted the location of streetlights, the placement of stop signs, the entrances and exits of the neighborhood. He imagined the Lexus moving through this grid, the timing of the traffic signals at that hour. The preparation was calm, methodical. His breathing remained even. This was logistics. This was planning. It was no different, in essence, from preparing a complex records request, ensuring every form was in triplicate, every authorization code correctly entered. Next, he picked up the blister pack containing the phone. He used a small pair of scissors from his desk organizer to slit the plastic neatly along the seam. He removed the phone, a generic black rectangle, and the separate cardboard sleeve containing the battery. He assembled it, clicking the battery into place, then powering it on. The screen lit up with a generic welcome animation. He would not activate it until the day of. It was for a single call, maybe two. Then it would join the other components in the dissolution process. Broken, wiped, burned, scattered. A disposable record. Finally, he looked at the charity dinner schedule. The timeline was explicit. Pettigrew would be at the hotel from approximately 6:15 p.m. until 10:00 p.m. or later. That created a window. But the home, empty during those hours, was not the primary venue. It was too secure, too risky. The opportunity would lie in transition. In the space between the valet stand and the driver's door. In a quiet corner of a parking garage. Perhaps even in the moment of arrival or departure at the house itself, when the gate was sliding open, the headlights cutting a path through the dark. The method would need to be swift, clinical, and leave a signature that connected back to his role. Not the staging of work, but something that spoke to Pettigrew's own profession. An irony, but not a theatrical one. A pointed one. He leaned back, steepling his fingers, his eyes moving between the map, the schedule, and the circled name on the list. The room was utterly silent save for the hum of the lamp. He felt no excitement, no nervous thrill. He felt a profound sense of necessity. This was the work. One name at a time, he would make them account for every line they had ever filed, every signature they had ever placed on a document that sealed a truth away. He was the balance. He was the final column in the ledger, the one marked recourse. After a long moment, he closed the drawer. The map and schedule he placed into a fresh, plain manila folder, which he labeled with a code only he understood, a date and a case number reference. He filed it in a cabinet beside his desk, among other such folders. The disposable phone he placed in the pocket of the jacket, hanging on the back of his chair. The legal pad remained open on the desk, Pettigrew's name circled, a beacon in the lamplight. He switched off the tablet, the room darkening slightly as its glow vanished. He then clicked off the architect's lamp, plunging the room into total blackness. In the dark, the mosaic on the walls was invisible, but he knew its pattern by heart. Every string, every pin, every photograph. It was all there, held perfectly in his mind, a flawless record. He sat in the darkness for several minutes, not moving, listening to the sound of his own steady breath. Then he stood, his chair rolling back silently on its casters. He walked to the door, his steps measured and sure, opened it, and stepped out, locking it behind him with a soft, definitive click. The room, and its terrible, meticulous ledger, was left waiting for his return. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The motel room held the stale, recycled air of 1,000 transients, a flat odor of industrial citrus cleaner laid over a base note of mildew and old cigarettes. The carpet was a dense, matted brown, and it felt damp through her socks, a persistent clammy chill that seeped up from the concrete slab below. She'd paced earlier from the bathroom door to the window and back, 12 steps each way, until the pattern felt like a cage. Now Katie lay on her back, the cheap bedspread, a synthetic weave printed with vague geometric shapes in mustard and rust, scratchy against the skin of her forearms. She watched the red numbers of the digital clock on the nightstand bleed from 1:47 to 1:48, the change a silent, mechanical judgment on her wakefulness. The only other light was the pale blue glow from her open laptop on the other side of the bed, casting long, distorted shadows across the notes and photocopies spread beside her. The hum of the mini-fridge in the corner was a low, persistent drone, punctuated every few minutes by a click and a deeper, shuddering grind as its compressor kicked on. Sleep was a theory, not a practice. Every time her eyelids grew heavy and began to slide shut, The images from the files superimposed themselves on the dark. The crime scene photo of Dorothy Brennan's body at the base of the ravine, the unnatural angle of the neck, the way the forest duft seemed to be reclaiming her. The stark, one-page report on Victor Salinas that read like fiction. The clinical detachment in Ray Hollies' weary voice as he'd handed over the folder, his fingers leaving faint smudges on the manila. Her mind wouldn't stop assembling the pieces, turning them over, trying to force them into a configuration that made a different, less terrible picture. It never worked. With a sigh that was more a release of trapped breath, she pushed herself up, the muscles in her lower back and shoulders pulling tight. She stacked the two thin, lumpy pillows against the headboard, the vinyl covering cool and slick against her knuckles. The room's silence was a physical pressure. She could hear the faint rush of a truck on the highway a mile away, the creak of the bed springs as she shifted, the rustle of paper. The manila folder from retired Detective Hollies was warm from lying next to her all night, absorbing the heat from her body and the laptop. She opened it again, the sound of the brass fastener popping off the brads sharp and definitive in the quiet. The photocopied pages were crisp and slightly curled at the edges under her fingers, smelling of toner and old paper, a dry, dusty scent. Her own notes, compiled over weeks of late nights in Quantico and stolen hours in motels just like this one, fanned out beside it. A chaos of her tight, precise script on legal pads, sticky notes in yellow and pink, and the backs of evidence intake forms, all covered in arrows, underlines, and furious question marks. On the motel notepad, its top sheet imprinted with a faded logo of a smiling sun and the words, "Sunset Inn," she began to map it. Not as an FBI agent following procedural steps, but as a daughter connecting wounds. The cheap ballpoint pen from the desk drawer was a generic white barrel, the ink blue. It dug into the soft, pulpy paper as she pressed down. She wrote 3 dates, each one pressed so hard the tip nearly tore through the sheet. 1994. 1996. 1997. She circled each one heavily, the ink dark and final, leaving small craters in the paper. Hollies' buried cold cases. Young women. A drowning in a river, a disappearance on a hiking trail, a hit and run on a county road. Deaths ruled accidental or left unsolved, all within a 50-mile radius in the northern part of the state. A pattern someone had taken professional, deliberate pains to erase from the record, to bury in the wrong filing cabinet, to misfile under closed, insufficient evidence. Beneath them, with a space of 2 lines as if giving the name its due respect, she wrote her father's name, Ken Ford. The letters looked stark and alone on the wide, lined page. She drew a single, straight line connecting his name to the cluster of dates, the ruler straightness of it a contrast to the chaotic scribbles elsewhere. He'd been investigating them. Quietly. Off the books. She knew this not from any official document, but from the fragments she'd pried loose over years, each conversation a small act of archaeological digging in shifting, resistant sand. The memory was not a single scene, but a collage of strained voices and averted eyes. She'd been 22, fresh out of college and burning with a need for answers the official report refused to provide. She tracked down his old partner, Gary, meeting him at a diner that smelled of burnt coffee and greasy bacon. The vinyl booth had squeaked under her. Gary's hands, large and knotted, had turned his white ceramic coffee mug in a slow, endless circle for 3 full minutes before he'd spoken, his eyes on the brown liquid inside. Kenny was asking around about some old files, he'd said finally, his voice gravelly from cigarettes and disuse. And stuff that was supposed to stay filed. He got real focused on it, last 6 months or so. Told me it was a hunch. Gary had taken a sip, his eyes finally lifting to meet hers. They were bloodshot and tired, the skin around them sagging. He asked me to pull a few strings, call in a favor with a guy in records up in Santa Rosa. I told him it was a bad idea. Paper trails, he'd shaken his head, a slow, heavy motion. He told me to leave it alone, Katie. His exact words. He said, Gary, this is swampy. You stay on dry land. Gary's gaze had dropped back to his mug. I did. I stayed on dry land. Another fragment, a records clerk from the Sacramento field office, retired and living in a retirement community in Arizona, who'd taken her call as a courtesy to a fellow agent's daughter. The connection had been faint, scratchy. He submitted 3 separate requests for case file cross-referencing in a 4-week period. The man had said, the sound of a television game show, buzzers, applause, faint in the background. All for counties up north. Santa Clara, Sonoma, Mendocino. It got flagged. Not denied, just noted. Administrative oversight, they called it. There was a pause, the crinkle of what might have been a chip bag. I remember because he came down to the records room to argue it in person. Usually, he'd just send a memo. He was polite, always was, but he was steel. I'd never seen him like that. He said, these are connected. I just need to see the links. They gave him the runaround. Bureaucratic glue. She'd seen the evasions in his thin, redacted case file, the paragraphs that ended with "See supplemental report," where no supplemental report was attached in the digital archive, the evidence logs with items listed as "returned to county" or "destroyed per protocol," with dates that seemed too convenient, too soon after his death. The timeline glared up at her now from the cheap lined paper, the facts lined up like grim soldiers. Her father had been digging into those cold cases, pushing against a quiet, institutional resistance that didn't shout, just quietly closed doors and lost paperwork. Then he was dead. All within an 18-month window. Her throat tightened, a sudden, visceral constriction that made swallowing difficult. She tried, and the motion felt forced, the muscles working against a knot. She set the blue ballpoint pen down on the nightstand. It rolled a half-inch before stopping against the base of the lamp. She picked up a different one from the motel desk, a red rollerball left by a previous guest. The plastic cap came off with a soft, hollow pop. The red ink was a shock of color against the muted blues and yellows of her notes. She drew a thick, deliberate line connecting the cluster of cold case dates to her father's name, and from his name to the year of his death, 1998, which she now drew a box around, the red ink like a fresh wound on the page. It wasn't just a line. It was a fuse, and she was tracing it back with her own hand toward the explosive charge. The current killer, this archivist, was exposing corruption through theatrical, brutal murder. He was targeting people connected to old, buried sins, the councilman who dismissed complaints, the retired cop who filed a false report. They were cogs in a system. Her father hadn't been copying a killer's methodology. He'd been trying to expose the rot at the heart of that same system, the carelessness or corruption that let predators operate with impunity. Maybe one predator. Maybe several, working in the shadows of bureaucracy. And it got him killed. The botched robbery in the shadowy parking garage, the official story she'd railed against for half her life, the story of a desperate addict and a startled federal agent, now felt like the flimsiest of covers, a blanket thrown over a shape too terrible to look at. A shape that was now emerging from the dark. The room felt suddenly colder, the stale air chilling on the exposed skin of her arms and neck. She set the red pen down carefully, its barrel clicking twice against the particle board nightstand. She swung her legs off the bed, the sheets tangling around her ankles for a moment before she kicked free. Her feet found the damp-feeling carpet, and she pushed herself up, a wave of lightheadedness hitting her from the sudden movement and lack of sleep. She steadied herself with a hand on the edge of the mattress, the coarse bedspread texture rough under her palm. She padded the 5 steps to the single, upholstered chair by the window, a squat thing covered in a scratchy, burgundy fabric. Her worn leather jacket was slung over the back, one sleeve hanging lower than the other. The material was cool and familiar under her hands, the leather softened and creased in all the right places. From the inner pocket, her fingers brushed past the smooth edge of her wallet, the ridged plastic of a hotel keycard from another city, and found the stiff, familiar rectangle of the photograph. She pulled it out, the motion practiced. Eli's 3rd grade class picture. The colors were slightly faded with time, the blues less bright, the reds tinged with orange. His smile was gap-toothed and effortless, one front tooth conspicuously absent, a dark space in the grin. His hair was a sun-bleached mess, a cowlick at the crown that their mother could never fully tame, no matter how much water or paste she used. He wore a striped polo shirt that was too big for him, a hand-me-down probably, the collar slightly askew as if he'd been fidgeting right before the flash. She traced the edge of the photo with her thumb, feeling the slight, raised ridge of the border, the slight curve where the corner was beginning to soften from years of handling. Then she turned it over. The plain white envelope it had arrived in was still tucked behind it, crisp and anonymous against the older, softer back of the photo. The contrast was always jarring, the cherished relic and the cold, modern vessel that had delivered it back to her. She carried both back to the bed, the photograph held carefully by the edges. She set it face up beside the glowing laptop, propping it against the base of the lamp so Eli's face was visible. For a long moment, she just looked at her brother's face, the unself-conscious joy in it a stark, almost painful contrast to the grim documents surrounding it. The child in the photo knew nothing of cold cases or cover-ups. He knew summer days and skinned knees and the sound of their father's car in the driveway. Then she picked up the envelope again, holding it under the pool of light from the laptop screen, tilting it to catch every detail. She studied it, not for the first time, but with a new, drilling focus, as if she could see through the paper to the hands that had handled it. The address was typed, not printed by a standard label. The faint imperfections of an old typewriter's strike were visible if you looked closely. The A was slightly fainter than the other letters. The F in Ford had a tiny chip in the upper curve. Her name, her old apartment address in Arlington. The postage stamp was generic, a flag stamp, one of dozens of millions. The postmark. It was faint, smudged by handling and the machinery of the postal service, but she tilted it, and the angled blue light caught the deeper impression in the paper. It was legible. A town name, a state, a date from 2 years ago, Cedar Springs, CA. She denoted it before, logged it in her personal file, but only as a point of origin. A data point. A place her brother might have been, once, a quarter century ago, or where someone who knew something had been recently. A lead that had gone cold, a town with a post office and no answers. A dead end she'd hit before. Now, in this room, with Holly's map and her father's timeline bleeding together on the notepad, the name felt different. It had weight. It had geography. She opened her laptop, the keys warm and slightly sticky under her fingertips. She navigated away from her case notes file, the screen flickering for a second, to a mapping website. In the search bar she typed, her keystrokes loud, deliberate taps in the silence, Cedar Springs, California. She hovered her index finger over the enter key for a second, a strange hesitation in her gut, then pressed down. The screen populated. A small dot, nestled in the green-tinted hills of the coastal range. No major highways ran through it. The roads leading in were thin, capillary lines. She zoomed out slowly, using the trackpad with 2 fingers, the view expanding to show more counties, more towns, the scale changing in the bottom corner. Her breath caught, hitching in her already tight throat, stopping halfway. She leaned closer, the blue light washing over her face. Cedar Springs was in Santa Clara County. She pulled Holly's map of the cold case locations closer, the photocopied county map with his small, neat X's marked in pencil, now gone over in her own pen. The paper felt fragile. Her eyes darted between the glowing screen and the matte paper, aligning landmarks, a river here, a state route there. One of the X's, the 1996 disappearance of a hiker named Rebecca Vale, was placed near a state park just north of Cedar Springs. Another, from 1997, was a hit-and-run victim from a town 20 miles east, connected by a winding state route that snaked through the hills and passed within 10 miles of Cedar Springs. The geography overlapped. Not precisely, not definitively. This wasn't a perfect bullseye with the town at the center. But it was the same county, the same rough, forested terrain of forgotten backroads and small towns that kept their secrets close. The same jurisdictional landscape. The same law enforcement offices, the same courthouses, the same network of people who might look the other way or misfile a report. Eli's photograph, the one piece of tangible, haunting contact from the void of his disappearance, had been mailed from within the same geographic orbit as her father's cold cases. The 2 separate tragedies were now sharing the same soil. A cold, precise tremor started in her hands. It began as a faint vibration in her fingertips, where they rested on the cool edge of the laptop, a subtle buzzing she felt in the bones. Then it traveled up through her knuckles, making the tendons in her wrists stand out in sharp relief under the skin. She watched it happen, detached, as if observing a physiological response in someone else. She clenched her hands into fists, pressing them hard against the tops of her thighs, feeling the muscle and bone beneath her sweatpants, but the tremor was internal, a seismic shift too deep to suppress. It was in the pit of her stomach, a cold coil tightening. It wasn't proof. It was a thread, fine as a spider's silk, glinting in the dark, connecting 2 abysses she had always needed to believe were separate. One was professional legacy. The other was personal hell. The thread insisted they were the same canyon. Her mind, trained for pattern recognition, now raced ahead, testing the horrific hypothesis against every scrap of data, every memory. What if Eli's disappearance wasn't a separate, random tragedy? A boy snatched from a backyard in one county, while his father investigated missing persons in another. What if it was part of the same ugly tapestry? The logic, once considered, was grotesquely simple. A boy goes missing. A detective, a father, starts asking frantic, desperate questions in his personal life, but also professional, pointed ones in his work about other missing people, about covered-up deaths that suddenly don't look so disconnected. His personal anguish fuels his professional obsession. He digs too deep in every sense. He becomes a threat not just to a secret, but to the people keeping it. He and his family become targets. One is eliminated, a parking garage, a silenced gun, a story about a robbery. The other vanishes. Becomes a ghost. A photograph in the mail decades later. She tested the theory against the grim ledger in her mind, against the timeline on the notepad. The cold cases from 94 to 97. Her father's investigation heating up through 97 and into 98, his requests getting flagged, his visits to records becoming more insistent. Eli, taken in the fall of 97. The frantic, hellish months that followed, her father a ghost in his own home, spending more and more hours out on the phone at the office. Her mother's face crumbling. Then her father, killed in the spring of 98. The official story feeling wrong, feeling empty from day one. It fit. It fit with a dreadful, mechanical click that made her stomach turn over. A solid wave of nausea rising from her gut so forcefully, she tasted bile at the back of her throat. She pressed the heel of her hand hard against her abdomen, just below her ribs, as if to physically push the feeling down, to contain the sickness. Her breathing became shallow, quick pants through her nose. She had been chasing a copycat killer, thinking she was stepping into her father's professional footsteps, solving the puzzle he'd left behind, avenging him by finishing his work. But the path kept circling back, not just to his work but to his life. To her life. To the empty space where her brother should have been, a space that had shaped every decision she'd ever made, the reason she'd pushed through the academy, the reason she gravitated to violent crimes, the reason she never let a case go. The archivist wasn't just replaying old crimes, he was exposing a network of silence, a system of protection. Her father had been trying to break that network from the inside. And her family had been crushed in the gears. Katie stared at the motel notepad, the web of dates and names and furious question marks all centered around the two words that mattered most, written in her own hand. Ken Ford. The red line she'd drawn from the cases to his name seemed to pulse under the laptop's eerie blue glow, a vein of accusation running through the page. This wasn't just a case. It was an excavation. And she was no longer digging at a safe, professional distance, with gloves and tools. She was down in the hole, digging straight toward the buried foundations of her own history, and the soil she turned was black with personal loss, each shovelful heavier than the last. Her eyes moved, dragged by a terrible gravity, from Eli's smiling, innocent face on the photograph, to the smudged, bureaucratic postmark on the envelope, then to the digital map on her screen where the dot of Cedar Springs glowed like a single, unblinking eye. The connection hung in the quiet, stale-aired room, a silent, screaming question she could no longer ignore, no longer compartmentalize into separate boxes labeled job and family. The professional and the personal had not just intersected, they had collided at high speed, and the wreckage was her entire past, scattered across this cheap motel bed. The tremor in her hands was now a full, deep shiver she couldn't control, a vibration that started in her core and radiated out to her limbs. She wrapped her arms around herself, crossing them tightly over her chest, her hands gripping her own biceps, fingers digging in. She sat there in the pool of cold light, surrounded by the ghosts of her father's work and her brother's smile, the hum of the fridge the only sound in a world that had just fundamentally rearranged itself. She didn't cry. The realization was too cold, too vast for tears. It was a fact, settling into her bones like frost. She stared at the clock as the numbers bled from 2:19 to 2:20, and she waited, rigid and shivering, for the dawn to break through the thin, nicotine-stained curtains. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The night air over Mill Creek Reservoir was cool and still, carrying the faint, clean scent of pine and cold water. The only sound was the gentle, rhythmic lap of dark water against the rocky shore, a sound so constant it had become part of the silence. A million stars were reflected in its black surface, a shattered mirror of silver light, their twin constellations trembling with each tiny ripple. Dana Whitfield, 34 and pleasantly buzzed, leaned back in her nylon camp chair and smiled at the man across the dying fire. The pleasant buzz manifested in the loose, comfortable drape of her limbs, in the way the warmth from the flames seemed to seep deeper into her bones. She cradled her beer bottle between both hands, her thumb stroking its damp, cool glass. Hank Reeves, 36 and solid as the pine trees crowding the shoreline behind him, raised his own bottle in a silent toast. The amber liquid caught the fire's last embers. The promotion at the architectural firm, senior project manager, had come through that afternoon with a handshake and a substantial bump in salary. This trip had been Hank's idea, a spur-of-the-moment celebration thrown together in the hour after he'd gotten the news. They depacked the old Subaru in a happy rush, stopping only for ice, beer, and firewood. The drive up the winding Forest Service road had been filled with easy conversation, the headlights cutting a tunnel through the towering redwoods, the car smelling of damp earth and the pepperoni sticks they'd snacked on. It was a stolen night, a bubble of peace before the long drive to Sacramento tomorrow to visit Hank's mother for her birthday. The Blue Dome tent was pitched neatly on a flat patch of needle-strewn earth, its skylines taut. The red cooler, still beaded with condensation from the melting ice, sat loyally beside Hank's chair. A small pile of split oak and pine logs, neatly stacked, waited for the morning fire. The world felt perfectly contained, safe, and complete within the fragile circle of firelight. "Told you we should have gotten the fancy air mattress," Dana said, her voice soft and amused in the immense quiet. She nodded toward the tent. "That sleeping pad is about as thick as a communion wafer. I can feel every single root and rock through it. My hip is going to have a topographical map branded on it by morning." "And miss the authentic camping experience?" Hank's grin was a white flash in the dim light. He shifted, the aluminum frame of his chair creaking under his weight. He stretched his legs out, crossing his ankles. "My back will be a wreck by dawn. Mom will fuss, she'll make me lie on the heating pad, she'll bring me aspirin on a little tray. It's tradition. You're disrupting a sacred cycle of maternal concern. A cycle that starts with you making bad gear choices," Dana said, her smile widening. She took a slow sip of her beer, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she watched him over the bottle's rim. "We're not 20 anymore, Hank. Our bones demand tribute. They want memory foam." "Our bones are fine," he said, patting his own thigh. "They just need to remember what the ground feels like. It's good for them." Builds character. He leaned forward, the firelight carving shadows under his cheekbones. "Besides, if we'd spent an hour inflating some giant raft of a bed, we'd have missed this." He gestured with his bottle, a sweeping motion that took in the star-strewn water, the ring of silent trees, the cozy pocket of warmth they occupied. "This is the point. The quiet." Dana laughed, a warm, easy sound that seemed to hang in the cool air for a moment before being absorbed by the trees. She set her bottle down on the arm of her chair, the glass clicking against the aluminum. She stood, unfolding her body with a slight, unself-conscious stretch that made her shoulders roll back, her spine emitting a soft pop. She dropped her empty bottle into the canvas bag they used for recycling and walked the 2 steps to the cooler. The lid opened with a hollow pop and a puff of colder air that smelled of wet plastic and aluminum. She selected a fresh bottle, the glass slick and shockingly cold with meltwater. "I'm going to look at the water. See if the stars are any brighter over there. Maybe find our missing air mattress floating by." "Don't fall in," Hank said, settling deeper into his chair, letting his head loll back to look at the sky. He took a long, satisfied pull from his beer, his throat working. "I'm too comfortable to rescue you. I'd have to write a report. Subject failed to appreciate stable ground. Request for heroic effort denied due to excessive coziness. I'd timestamp it and everything." "Noted," she said, smiling over her shoulder as she turned. Her smile was relaxed, her eyes soft with affection and the mild buzz. "I'll send up a flare if I need you. Try not to doze off." "No promises," he murmured, already letting his eyes drift shut for a second, a picture of contentment. She walked the short distance from their campsite to the water's edge, her boots crunching softly on a mix of pine needles and smooth, small stones. The ground sloped gently, and she could feel the change in temperature, a deeper chill rising from the vast, dark body of water. The reservoir opened before her, a vast, black plain under the bowl of the sky, so wide the opposite shore was only a suggestion, a darker line against the dark. She took a sip of beer, savoring the crisp, bitter hop taste, the quiet that was so profound it felt like a presence, a thick blanket over everything. Behind her, she could hear Hank humming something tunelessly, a fragment of a song they'd had on the radio during the drive. She heard the specific scrape of his chair's legs on stone as he shifted his weight, followed by the faint rustle of him reaching into the cooler for another beer, the clink of glass, the sigh of the lid being closed. A twig snapped in the tree line to her left. The sound was clean, definitive. Not the soft crush of a deer's hoof on duff, not the rustle of a raccoon in the brush. It was the sharp, percussive crack of dry wood under deliberate, misplaced weight. She turned her head, her body following a half-second later, expecting the reflective glint of animal eyes or the pale, ghostly rump of a deer fading into the brush. The figure that emerged from between two thick trunks was neither. It was just a shape, a slab of darkness darker than the pooled shadows, and it moved with a terrible fluid purpose that bypassed thought and went straight to the base of her spine, locking her joints. It was already in motion, already covering ground, its approach silent save for that one betrayed snap. It didn't run, it flowed, closing the distance with an economy of movement that spoke of absolute intent. As her mouth opened, a warning, Hank's name, a simple shout, it died before it could become sound, frozen in her throat by the sheer speed of it. The beer bottle, its cold forgotten, began to slip from her fingers. The shape was upon her. A hard, unyielding arm hooked around her torso from behind, pinning her arms to her sides in a vise of muscle and fabric. A gloved hand, smelling strongly of worn leather, damp earth, and beneath it, the faint, acrid tang of male sweat, clamped over her mouth and nose, crushing her lips against her teeth. The attack was not frenzied. There was no roar, no grunt of effort. It was swift, methodical, a brutal and efficient silencing. Her world narrowed to the smell of the glove, to the stunning impact of her back against a solid chest, to the desperate, aborted kick of her legs as her boots scuffed uselessly against the stones. A final, choked gasp was smothered against leather. She felt a shift in the killer's stance, a minute adjustment of balance. Then a precise, immense pressure was applied high on the side of her neck, just below her jaw, with expert anatomical knowledge. Her consciousness didn't fade so much as snap off like a light. The starry water, the smell of pine, the sound of Hank's humming, all vanishing into an instant, absolute black. Hank's chair scraped again against the stone as he leaned forward to toss a final, tiny stick into the fire's embers. It flared for a second, a brief orange flower, then died. A minute had passed. Maybe two. The quiet felt a little longer, a little emptier than it had before. "Dana," he called, his voice casual but edged with a question. He cocked his head, listening. "You okay? See a fish jump or something?" He tried to make it light, but the words hung in the air, unanswered. Silence from the water's edge. The fire popped, sending a small spiral of sparks upward that died before they reached the lower branches of the pines. He set his beer down on the flat rock beside his chair, the glass clicking softly against the stone. The relaxed sprawl left his body. He sat up straight, his shoulders squaring. He stood up, his movements slower now, more deliberate, the pleasant lethargy of the beer sloughing away. The pleasant haze of alcohol evaporated, burned away by a primal spike of alarm that tightened his scalp and made the fine hairs on his forearms and the back of his neck stand erect. The night felt different. The quiet was no longer peaceful. It was a held breath, a vacuum waiting to be filled. The familiar lap of water now sounded like a countdown. "Dana," he called again, louder, his voice cutting through the stillness. He took a step toward the water, his boot landing heavily on the gravelly soil. His eyes scanned the shoreline, but the starlight only created confusing pools of ink and silver, turning rocks into crouching shapes and casting long, deceptive shadows from the trees. He couldn't see her. "Hey, answer me. This isn't funny." He took 2 more steps, his boots crunching with deliberate force. His heart had begun a hard, rapid drum against his ribs, a frantic rhythm that echoed in his ears. He was a big man, strong from years of weekend projects and a stubborn gym routine 3 times a week. But his strength felt suddenly irrelevant, a theoretical thing in a physics problem he didn't understand. He was about to call out a 3rd time, to stride down to the water and find her staring at some frog or lost in thought, when a subtle shift in the darkness to his left, beside the dark bulge of their tent, registered at the periphery of his vision. "It's not an animal." The shape detached itself from the deeper gloom, not rushing, but simply there, filling the space between him and the tent, between him and the car keys inside on the little mesh pocket. It was a man Hank's mind supplied uselessly. A man dressed in dark clothing, his face a pale, featureless smudge beneath a hood or cap. The figure stood perfectly still, observing him. "What the hell?" Hank breathed, the words more a puff of air than sound. His hands came up, not in fists, but in a warding-off gesture, palms out. His breath fogged briefly in the air. "Who are you? What did you do?" His eyes darted past the figure, trying to pierce the darkness near the water. "Dana." The shape moved. It was the first step that did it, a calm, measured step forward that broke the stalemate. Hank's panic, hot and bright, finally ignited his strength. He didn't retreat. He lunged forward, a clumsy, powerful tackle born of desperation and terror, aimed at the man's midsection. He connected, his shoulder driving into solid muscle and bone, and for a second he felt a savage hope. They grappled, stumbling sideways toward the tent, Hank's fingers clawing at dark, coarse fabric, finding purchase on a jacket, trying to spin the man to throw him off balance to get past him. He grunted with effort, his breath coming in ragged, steaming gasps. The man in his grasp was like a rock, impossibly balanced, rooted to the earth. The struggle was short, brutal, and utterly one-sided. Hank, fueled by adrenaline and terror, was wild, uncoordinated, all instinct and fury. The killer was prepared, precise, a technician. He absorbed Hank's momentum, shifted his weight subtly, and in the tangled half-embrace, as Hank tried to get a better grip, the killer's other hand moved. The blade was short, utilitarian, with a matte finish that didn't catch the starlight. It found its mark not with a theatrical slash, but with a single, deep upward thrust, delivered with clinical accuracy just below the ribcage, angled inward and up. Hank's breath exploded out of him in a wet, surprised gasp, a sound of profound, confused shock. All the strength, all the frantic fight, drained from his limbs in an instant, replaced by a shocking, invasive cold that seemed to flood his core. His grip on the man's jacket went slack, his fingers uncurling. His knees buckled, the strength gone from his legs. He saw the starlit sky tilt crazily, the trees wheeling, then the rough ground rushed up to meet him. He folded to the pine needles with a soft, final sigh, a last exhalation that misted briefly in the cold air before disappearing. His eyes remained open, fixed on the blurred silhouette of the blue tent, a last image of a planned future that would never come. Then came the staging. The killer stood still for a full minute, listening. His own breathing was even, deep, the only sign of exertion, a slightly faster rise and fall of his chest that quickly settled. The only sounds were the eternal, indifferent lap of water and the faint, distant questioning cry of an owl. He turned his head slowly, scanning the tree line, the road, the empty reservoir. Satisfied, he then knelt beside Hank's body, his movements economical, unhurried. He peeled back his glove with his teeth, revealing pale, long-fingered hands. He checked for a pulse at the carotid artery, his bare fingers pressing for a slow, 10 count against the still warm skin. He gave a single, barely perceptible nod. He pulled the glove back on, the leather snug. He moved to the water's edge where Dana lay crumpled. He worked without haste, with a meticulous, reverent care that was more horrifying than any display of rage. This was a ritual, a sacrament of correction. First, he crouched and lifted Dana. She was a dead weight, but he handled her with a strange, almost gentle respect, one arm sliding under her knees, the other supporting her back and shoulders, cradling her head so it didn't loll. He carried her back into the circle of faint, residual warmth from the fire's ashes, his steps measured and sure. He laid her down on her back carefully, as one might lay a sleeping child in bed, lowering her until her shoulders, then her hips touched the ground. He stepped back, his head tilting slightly to one side, assessing the angle of her body against the imagined frame of a photograph. He then knelt again and adjusted her position, pulling her left arm out straight from her body, the palm turned up to the stars as if in silent supplication. He straightened her legs, aligning them neatly, parallel, and brushed a few stray pine needles from the front of her jacket. Next was Hank. The killer gripped him under the arms from behind, his own knees bending, and dragged him across the few feet of ground. The body was heavy, but the killer's strength was evident in the smooth, controlled motion. The heels of Hank's boots left twin furrows in the duff, and a faint, dark smear of moisture darkened the pine needles beneath his torso. He positioned Hank on his side, facing Dana, then knelt to arrange the limbs with the focus of a sculptor. He bent Hank's right arm at the elbow, placing the hand near, but not quite touching, Dana's throat. The fingers were curled loosely, passively. The killer then pried open the stiffening fingers of Hank's left hand, the tendons already beginning to set, and placed the handle of the killing knife into the palm. He carefully folded the fingers back around it, adjusting the grip until it looked natural, like a man who had fallen clutching the weapon, the blade's tip resting against his own thigh. The positions were exact, a ghastly, silent recreation of a specific moment frozen in a crime scene photograph from decades past, studied until every angle was committed to memory. The killer stood again, his gaze sweeping over the tableau. He walked a slow, deliberate circle around the two bodies, his eyes missing nothing, from Dana's outstretched hand to the curve of Hank's spine, to the cold, gray fire ring with its circle of charred stones, and back. He paused, his head cocked. He made one more micro-adjustment, using the toe of his boot to nudge Hank's hip a fraction of an inch to the left, changing the fall of shadow across the body. Now it was perfect. A frozen diorama of domestic tragedy. From an interior pocket of his dark jacket, he removed a single sheet of paper, folded crisply into quarters. He opened it, holding it by the corners between his gloved thumb and forefinger. It was a photocopied page from a police case file, the copy quality poor, the text blurred in places like tired eyes had made the original. Thick, impenetrable black bars of redaction obscured most of the typed lines, leaving only islands of text. A date, a location, a a fragment of an evidence log number. But the header at the top was clearly visible, the typewriter font stark, Salinas, Victor and Maria. DOA, 9/17/1996. Millerton Lake. Below the blocks of black ink near the bottom, the official ruling was stamped in faded, slightly smeared ink, murder-suicide. The killer studied the page for a long moment, his eyes tracing the visible words, his lips moving silently as if reciting a creed. Then he refolded it neatly along the original creases, making the edges sharp. He walked to a point equidistant between the two bodies and the water's edge, a spot of bare, sandy soil between clumps of tough shore grass. He scanned the ground, then selected a smooth, heavy river rock, flat on one side about the size of his palm. He hefted it, feeling its weight. He placed the folded page on the ground, aligning it squarely with an invisible grid. He then set the rock squarely on top of it, pressing down once to seat it firmly, anchoring it against any stray breeze that might come off the water before the scene was discovered. It was a piece of evidence waiting to be found, a signature left not in ink, but in institutional memory and blood. The scene was complete. A couple dead at a secluded reservoir. A knife in the man's hand. A cold case file left like a calling card. The original 1996 investigation into the Salinas deaths had noted inconsistencies buried in the appendix of the report, tire tracks near the scene that didn't match either victim's vehicle, a third set of size 11 boot prints in the mud by the lake, a neighbor's statement about hearing an argument involving 3 voices, later retracted under unclear circumstances. But the tidy, tragic, administratively convenient narrative of a murder-suicide had prevailed. The file had been closed, shelved, forgotten. Now it was resurrected, not with words or affidavits, but with flesh and blood and careful, cruel imitation. A truth told in corpses. The killer took a final moment to observe the work. His eyes moved with cold appreciation from the starlight glinting on the dark, placid water, to the 2 still forms posed by the ashes of the spent fire, to the silent, blue dome of the tent that still held their sleeping bags, their packed clothes, their hopes for a morning of coffee and pancakes on the camp stove. The cooler sat where Hank had left it, a red monument to normalcy, beaded with moisture that caught the starlight like tiny diamonds. It was perfect. A replica. A tribute. A correction etched into the earth itself. Then the figure turned, his boots making no sound on the soft, needle-carpeted earth. He walked back into the tree line, stepping over the same broken twig that had betrayed his approach, a small, dry casualty of the night's work. He melted into the shadows from which he had come, becoming one with the pattern of trunk and branch and night, a darkness moving into deeper darkness. Silence returned to the shore of Mill Creek Reservoir, deeper and more profound now, weighted with a new, permanent truth. The owl did not call again. The breeze stilled. Only the water continued its ancient, rhythmic lap at the rocks, a sound that had been here for decades and would continue, utterly indifferent, as the bodies cooled and the first gray light of morning began to bleach the stars from the sky. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The dream was always the same, but it never arrived the same way. It seeped in. The house, her father's house, materialized not as a whole image but in fragments. The chipped white paint of the porch steps under her small sneakers, the rusty screen door that always stuck with a groan of protest, the dark silhouette of the roof against a bruised twilight sky that smelled of coming rain. Then the flames. They didn't erupt. They bloomed from the downstairs windows, silent and orange, licking up the clapboard siding with a terrible, patient grace. The heat was a palpable weight against her dream skin, a dry, prickling wave that made the air shimmer. And his face. He wasn't at the window this time. He was right beside her in the dark of her old bedroom, his features indistinct but his presence violently immediate, the weight of his hand on her shoulder, a cold, heavy pressure. Katie. His whisper was dry, papery, a rustle of dead leaves dragged over concrete. His breath carried the twin scents of wood smoke and cheap bourbon, so real she could taste the sour tang at the back of her own throat. Why did you leave the door unlocked? Her eyes flew open. She was sitting bolt upright in the motel bed, a silent scream trapped in her throat, her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached. The stale, mildewed air hit her lungs like ice water. She clutched at the front of her sweat-damp t-shirt, fingers digging into the cotton over her sternum, where her heart was slamming against her ribs in a frantic, runaway rhythm, a trapped bird beating itself to pieces. She could feel the pulse hammering in her neck, a thick, insistent drumbeat, and in her temples, a dull, synchronous throb. She dragged in a deep, ragged breath that hitched halfway, then forced another, expanding her chest against the constriction that felt like a band of iron. The digital clock on the nightstand burned 3:07 a.m. into the darkness, the red numerals floating in the black. The afterimage of the fire danced on the backs of her eyelids, orange ghosts on a black field, curling and uncurling. She focused on the hum of the ancient air conditioner under the window, a metallic, wheezing rattle that shuddered to a stop, clicked, and started again, using its mundane, faulty reality to anchor herself. You are in a motel. You are an FBI agent. The fire was 20 years ago. The mantra was automatic, but tonight the words felt thin, insubstantial, like ash on her tongue. The pounding on her door was so violent, and sudden it seemed to shake the entire wall, the cheap hollow core wood flexing inward with each blow. For a disoriented second, Katie thought it was the dream breaking through, a final, physical manifestation of the flames hitting the door. Ford. Open up. Now. Nana's voice. Not dream-soft, but sharp, stripped of all patience, razor-edged with an urgency that cut through the last cobwebs of sleep. Katie swung her legs out from the tangled sheets, the fabric snagging on her ankle. Her bare feet hit the coarse, industrial carpet, gritty with tracked-in sand. Her body moved on autopilot, the training overriding the lingering dread that pooled cold in her stomach. She fumbled for the lamp on the nightstand, her fingers clumsy, knocking over an empty water bottle with a plastic clatter. The click of the switch was loud, and the sudden, harsh glare from the 60-watt bulb made her wince, bleaching the room of shadows and color, exposing the stained lampshade, the watermarked ceiling tile, the sad floral print on the wall. She padded to the door, her heart still thudding a frantic cadence against her palm, where she still pressed it to her chest, and yanked it open. Nina stood in the corridor, already fully operational, a figure carved from the pre-dawn gloom. She wore dark jeans, a black field jacket zipped to her throat, her hair scraped back into a severe, practical ponytail that pulled the skin taut at her temples. The hall's fluorescent light fell on her at a cruel angle, carving deep lines of fatigue around her mouth and eyes, highlighting the tight set of her jaw, the flat, focused look in her eyes. Her gaze swept over Katie, taking in the rumpled t-shirt, the sleep-tousled hair, the likely pallor of her face, the dilated pupils in one swift, assessing glance that missed nothing. Get dressed. We've got another one. The couple at a reservoir. Mill Creek. Local PD just secured the scene, they're waiting for us. Her words were clipped, efficient, leaving no space for questions. Katie nodded, her throat parchment dry. She tried to speak, managed a hoarse, okay, the sound was a croak. She turned her back, feeling the weight of Nina's stare between her shoulder blades like a physical pressure, a pinpoint of heat. The room was a mess of her solitary occupation, The Holly's folder and her notepad covered in scrawled dates and connecting lines still lay on the small table, her suitcase gaping open like a wound, clothes spilling out in a heap. She grabbed the first things her hands found, a gray Henley from the floor, her dark tactical pants from the chair back where they'd been draped. She dressed with hurried, precise motions, pulling the shirt over her head, shoving her arms through the sleeves, her back still to the door, hyper-aware of Nina's silent presence in the doorway, a statue of impatience. She could hear the faint, rapid tap of a foot on the concrete walkway outside, impatience or just nervous energy bleeding out. "Give me 2 minutes," Katie said, her voice firmer now as she sat on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning to pull on her boots. She laced them with quick, practiced tugs, pulling the nylon cords tight, double-knotting them. "You have 90 seconds, Nina replied, her tone leaving no room for debate, cold and flat. "The clock started when you opened the door." Katie stood, the boots firm on her feet, and shrugged into her own jacket, the lining cool against her arms. She went through the ritual, each movement a touchstone. The weight of her sidearm as she lifted it from the nightstand, the smooth, cold polymer of the grip familiar and solid in her hand. She ejected the magazine, checked the seated rounds with a thumb, the brass cool to the touch, reseated it with a solid, reassuring thunk, and worked the slide just enough to see the glint of copper in the chamber before holstering it at her hip. She clipped her credentials to her belt, the badge catching the harsh light, a flash of gold and blue. The entire process took less than the allotted time, a silent ballet of readiness. When she turned, Nina was already stepping back into the corridor, gesturing with a sharp jerk of her chin for her to come out. They didn't speak as Katie locked her motel room door, the key sticking in the cheap lock, requiring a jiggle. The silence between them was a tangible thing, heavy and charged, saturated with all the unspoken words from their tense dinner, with Nina's unanswered questions that still hung in the air like knives waiting to fall. The pre-dawn chill was profound, a damp cold that seeped through fabric straight to the bone, raising goosebumps on her arms. The sky was a deep, starless velvet, the moon long set. The motel parking lot was an island of sickly yellow light from the vapor lamps, pools of illumination that made the surrounding darkness seem even thicker, utterly empty save for their government sedan, its dark paint gleaming wetly under the light. Nina tossed her the keys in a low, underhand arc. "You drive. I'll navigate." Katie caught them, the metal cold and sharp in her palm. She slid into the driver's seat, the leather creaking a complaint in the quiet. The car smelled of old coffee and synthetic cleaner. As she started the engine, the dashboard lighting up in a constellation of green and orange, Nina leaned into the car from the passenger side and placed a travel mug on the center console. Gas station down the road was open. "It's terrible, but it's caffeine." Katie nodded her thanks, her fingers curling around the warm, almost hot plastic. She took a tentative sip as she backed out of the space, the tires crunching over loose gravel. The coffee was bitter, burnt, and acidic, but the heat was a welcome shock to her system, a liquid line of fire down her throat that helped burn away the last of the dream's chill. The headlights cut twin tunnels through the absolute blackness as they left the motel's feeble sanctuary behind, turning onto the main road that led toward the hills. The world was reduced to the 30 feet of asphalt illuminated in front of them, the dashed yellow line fleeing under the hood, the reflective paint winking once and then gone. The road began to twist almost immediately, climbing in a series of lazy switchbacks away from the last scattered streetlights of the town. Soon, even those pinpricks of civilization vanished in the rearview mirror, swallowed whole by the dense, towering stands of pine and redwood that pressed in from both sides, their trunks a solid wall in the periphery. The car's engine was a low drone, the tires a steady hum on the asphalt, the sound of the wind a constant rush against the windows. The darkness outside was so complete it felt like a wall, a void. Katie's hands were firm on the wheel at 10 and 2, her knuckles pale and prominent in the dashboard's greenish glow. She drove by instinct and the narrow cone of light, navigating the curves with a focus that was almost meditative, a welcome distraction from the silent woman beside her, from the secret burning a hole in her pocket. After 10 minutes of winding blacktop, the silence became a pressure in itself, stretched taut like a drumhead. Nina broke it. She didn't turn her head, just spoke to the windshield, her voice low, measured, and utterly devoid of its usual professional camaraderie. It landed in the confined space of the car like a stone dropped into still water, the ripples immediate. You've been off since we landed. More than just jet lag. You're distracted. You're running scenarios I'm not seeing. A pause, deliberate. What aren't you telling me? Katie's grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly, the leather creaking under her fingers. She kept her eyes glued to the retreating road, watching for deer, for fallen branches, for anything but Nina's profile, which she could see as a sharp, unyielding silhouette in her peripheral vision. I'm tired, Nina. The case. The travel. The time zones. It's getting to me, that's all. Her own voice sounded hollow to her ears. Bullshit, the word was quiet, flat, definitive, a guillotine blade dropping. Nina finally turned her head, and Katie could feel the weight of her stare like a physical touch on the side of her face, an intense, probing scrutiny. I've seen you tired. I've seen you on cases that got under your skin, that kept you up for days. This is different. You're here, but you're not. Your head is somewhere else entirely. You're chasing a ghost on this one. She leaned forward slightly, her seatbelt tightening with a soft click. What is it? Is it Holly's? Something he said. Something in those files. Katie felt a flare of defensive heat in her chest, a tightness. The deflection was ready, as she knew it would be, but it felt transparent even to her, a pane of dirty glass. The ghost of her father's letter was a physical presence in her jacket's inner pocket, the folded paper seeming to radiate a cold of its own against her ribs. The memory of Marcus Vance's knowing, reptilian smile in the prison visitation room was a cold stone lodged in her gut. She couldn't voice either. To speak them aloud would make them real in a new, dangerous way, would pull Nina into a vortex she had no business being in, a personal vendetta masquerading as an investigation. It's nothing pertaining to this investigation. Just personal stuff. Let it go, she aimed for finality, but it came out strained. A long, heavy pause filled the car, thick enough to choke on. The only sounds were the engine's drone, the tires on a patch of rougher asphalt, the rush of wind against the windows. Katie could feel Nina's eyes on her, studying the line of her jaw, the set of her shoulders, reading the lie in her posture, the way she held her head slightly turned away. The tension between them thickened, coiling in the space like smoke, acrid and suffocating. It settled into the passenger seat, a third, watchful presence. Nina didn't move, but her stillness was aggressive, a contained storm. Personal stuff that makes you jump at shadows. That has you staring into the middle distance during briefings. Nina's voice was quieter now, but no less intense. This isn't a solo run, Katie. We're partners. If you've got intel, if you've got an angle, I need to know. Or this doesn't work, she gestured vaguely between them. This. The partnership. Get fractures. Katie took a curve a little too fast, the tires giving a slight squeal of protest on the asphalt. She corrected, her hands tightening further. I don't have intel. I have a hunch. The bad feeling. It's not something I can brief. Try me, the challenge was direct, open. I can't, the words were final, a wall. Another silence, longer this time. The trees seemed to press in closer. Nina shifted in her seat, the movement loud in the quiet. She let out a slow, controlled exhalation, a sound of deliberate release, and looked away, out her window at the rushing dark tapestry of trees and the occasional glimpse of star-pricked sky between the branches. Fine, the word was flat, final, a door slamming shut and bolting from the inside. It wasn't acceptance, it was a tactical retreat, a conscious decision to disengage. The subject was officially closed, but the friction remained, a live wire now lying dormant between them on the console, waiting for the slightest touch to spark again, to electrocute whatever fragile professional trust was left. They drove the rest of the way in that heavy, pregnant silence. The road grew narrower, the broken white line at the edge disappearing, the trees seeming to lean in closer, their branches occasionally scraping the roof with a soft, eerie whisper, like long fingernails dragging overhead. A reflective sign for Mill Creek Reservoir flashed past in their headlights, a brief, ghostly apparition of green and white, then was swallowed by the dark. Katie followed the monotone directions from the dashboard GPS, her movements mechanical, her mind a careful blank. The paved road ended abruptly in a rough patch of gravel, and she turned onto an unpaved access road. Nothing more than two dirt tracks worn into the forest floor, gravel and hard-packed dirt, with a ridge of weeds growing between them. The car jolted violently as it left the asphalt, dipping into deep ruts and potholes hidden by shadow, the suspension groaning in protest. The headlights bounced erratically, illuminating a chaotic, jerking slideshow of fir tree trunks, dense ferns, the startled gleam of animal eyes before plunging back into swallowing darkness. The forest here was different, damp, colder, the air heavier. A faint, ground-hugging mist began to coil around the base of the trees like smoke, lit from beneath by their headlights, giving the woods an unearthly, floating quality. Katie rolled her window down a crack, needing the real air. The air that rushed in was frigid and carried the rich, decaying smell of wet pine needles, damp earth, and the faint, sweet rot of fallen leaves, completely devoid of any human scent, no exhaust, no food, nothing. The sound of the engine grew louder, echoing slightly in the wooded tunnel, a beast crashing through a silent world. Then, up ahead, a sickly, pulsating glow began to stain the low fog and the undersides of the branches. Not the clean white of their headlights, but the erratic, strobing dance of red and blue, bleeding through the trees like a wound. They rounded a final, sharp bend where the road skirted a massive boulder, and the world opened up. The reservoir was a vast, flat sheet of black glass, perfectly still, perfectly dark, reflecting the emergency lights in long, shimmering scars of color that wavered and stretched. It was an immense void framed by the sentinel shapes of towering pines, their tops lost in the night sky. The crime scene was a hive of muted activity on the near shore, a pocket of awful, garish illumination in the primordial dark. Yellow police tape, stark and garish, had been strung between trees, cordoning off a section of wooded area that sloped down to the water's edge, creating a fluttering, plastic perimeter. Several county sheriff's SUVs were parked at haphazard angles, their light bars cycling, painting the scene in alternating strokes of alarm and dread, casting long, racing shadows that made the uniformed officers look like marionettes. The officers stood in small, quiet clusters, their postures stiff, hands in pockets or on belts, their breath pluming in the cold air in steady, ghostly streams that caught the flashing lights. A county coroner's van was parked with clinical prominence, its rear doors open, a dark mouth waiting, a gurney visible inside. The whole scene was underlit by the harsh white beams of portable work lights set up on tripods, powered by a generator that chugged somewhere in the trees, its exhaust adding a faint, diesel tinge to the cold air. Katie pulled the car to a stop behind the last SUV, the gravel crunching and pinging under the tires like gunfire in the relative quiet. She killed the engine. The sudden silence was profound, broken only by the distant, staticky crackle of police radio chatter, a burst of unintelligible words, and the low, solemn murmur of voices from the taped-off area. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The residual strain of the drive, of the confrontation, of the secrets and the silence, hummed in the air between them, a high-frequency vibration they could both feel in their teeth. Katie stared at the flashing lights reflected in the reservoir's black mirror, her hand still resting on the wheel, gone slack now. Nina sat perfectly still beside her, her profile a sharp, unyielding cutout against the chaotic, pulsating glow, her eyes fixed on the scene ahead, taking it all in. Katie took one last, bracing sip of the now cold, utterly bitter coffee, swallowing the gritty dregs that had settled at the bottom. She placed the empty mug carefully on the passenger seat floor, wedging it against the base of the seat so it wouldn't roll. The nightmare, her father's accusing whisper that still seemed to echo in the shell of her ear, the tense, shattered silence in the car, the weight of the folded paper in her pocket. She visualized a metal box in her mind, its lid heavy, its sides thick. She packed it all inside with deliberate, vicious care. The fear, the guilt, the secret, the professional rift, the image of Marcus Vance's smile, the chipped white paint of the porch steps. With a deliberate, internal effort that felt physical, she slammed the lid shut. It sealed with a muffled, resonant thud. She turned a key, the mechanism grinding. The lock engaged with a final, satisfying click. The box was stored away, deep down in the cold, dark vault where it couldn't touch her. Not here. Not now. This was a different box, a different darkness. "Let's go," Nina said, her voice stripped of all personal inflection, pure professional focus, cool and clean as a scalpel. The earlier inquiry, the hurt, the anger were all shelved, but the space where they had been was now a wall of cool, efficient detachment, smooth and impenetrable. She pushed her door open, the interior dome light flooding the car with a sudden, shocking yellow, illuminating the dust motes in the air, before she stepped out into the chill and shut it with a solid thump, plunging Katie back into near darkness, save for the strobing colors from outside. Katie followed suit, the door handle cold under her fingers. The gravel crunched loudly under her boots as she stepped out, the sound absurdly mundane in the midst of the scene, like walking on broken glass. The air was at least 10 degrees colder by the water, a damp cold that seeped through her jacket instantly and found the gaps at her wrists and neck. She took a steadying breath, the scent of pine and decay now undercut by a faint, coppery tang she recognized all too well, and the artificial lemon scent of portable generator exhaust, and beneath it, the cold, clean smell of deep, still water. She walked toward the strobing lights, her posture straightening, her shoulders going back, her agent's mask settling into place, her face becoming a smooth, neutral plane, her eyes sharpening, focusing on the details. The way the tape was strung, the positioning of the vehicles, the body language of the waiting officers. The unresolved tension with her partner trailed behind her. A silent, unseen shadow she could feel like a weight on her back, but in front of her was the work. The scene. The next piece of the puzzle. And it demanded everything. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The fog clung to the water like a shroud, bleeding the pre-dawn light into a flat, gray wash that erased the horizon. Katie stood just outside the yellow police tape strung between two pines, the plastic vibrating faintly in a cold breeze she couldn't feel. Her boots were already damp from the coarse, wet grass. She watched the forensic techs move like ghosts in their white Tyvek suits around the two shapes on the rocky shore, their flashlights cutting weak cones through the gloom. The scene was a grotesque diorama, preserved in the chill air. A man and a woman, fully dressed in practical outdoor clothing, fleece jackets, hiking pants, lay on their backs side by side on a bed of smooth, water-tumbled stones, hands folded over their chests with a formality that was utterly obscene. Their ankles were bound together with the same coarse, tan rope, the fibers dark where dew had settled. Not a murder-suicide. A double homicide, staged to look like one. The silence was profound, muffled by the fog. The only sounds were the gentle lap of water against the shore 10 yards away, the crunch of gravel under a tech's boot, and the low murmur of a deputy keeping the log. The air smelled of wet pine, cold stone, and the faint, metallic tang of the reservoir. Nina materialized beside her, holding 2 paper cups of bitter gas station coffee. Her breath plumed in short, sharp bursts. Ray's is on his way. Coroner's prelim says time of death between 10 p.m. and midnight. Same ligature marks on the necks. Manual strangulation, then posed. No defensive wounds on either. They were taken by surprise, or they knew their killer. Katie accepted the cup, the thin cardboard offering little insulation. The heat barely penetrated her leather gloves. She took a sip, the coffee tasting of burnt chemicals and stale pot. It's a perfect match. To the file photo. Yeah, Nina's eyes were fixed on the scene, her profile sharp. No. Not just the photo. Katie's own breath clouded the air between them. She stepped closer to the tape, her eyes tracing the lines of the scene like a surveyor. Look at the distance from the water's edge. I'd call it 8 feet, maybe 8.5. The type of rope, 3-strand twisted nylon, not braided. The way the hands are folded, left over right on him, right over left on her. The orientation of the bodies relative to that boulder. She pointed with her chin toward a large, moss-dappled stone that rose from the shore like a slumped shoulder. The man's head is 18 inches from its base. The woman's feet are aligned with that seam of quartz. It's not a general resemblance. It's a forensic replica. This is the 1996 Millerton Lake scene. Exactly. She could see it in her mind's eye, the black and white photo from the file laid over this living color version. The angles matched. The spacing matched. The chilling, theatrical piece of the posing matched. The crunch of tires on gravel broke the stillness. A black county SUV pulled to a stop behind the line of official vehicles, its headlights cutting off as the driver's door opened. Sheriff Reyes climbed out, his broad shoulders seeming to carry the weight of the damp morning. He didn't hurry. He stood for a moment by his door, looking past the vehicles toward the taped-off shore, his face grim in the flat light. The grimness wasn't just in the set of his mouth. It was in the slow way he closed the car door, in the deep breath he took that expanded his chest visibly, in the tired drag of his hand over his close-cropped hair before he started toward them. He ducked under the tape, his boots sinking slightly into the soft earth, and joined them. Without preamble, he handed Nina a single sheet of paper protected in a clear plastic evidence sleeve. It was a photocopy, old and speckled with age-related flecks, but the redactions were fresh, blocks of impenetrable black ink that stood out starkly. Found under the driver's side wiper blade of their car, Reyes said, his voice a low rumble. Parked in the main lot up the hill. Same placement as the others. No prints on the plastic. No useful trace on the paper itself, according to the tech who bagged it. It's clean. Katie took the sleeve from Nina. The plastic was cool and slightly tacky with condensation. She held it up, angling it to catch the gray light. The visible header read County Sheriff's Office, case report, and a date in July 1996. The victim names were redacted, but the location, Millerton Lake North Shore access, was clear. So was the original ruling, stamped near the bottom, apparent murder-suicide. The few unredacted lines of the deputy's narrative were chilling in their bland procedural tone. Subjects discovered at approx. 7:30 HRS by a park ranger. Subjects lying supine, side by side, approximately 8 feet from water's edge. Ankles bound with common nylon rope, see evidence log 12B. Hands folded across torsos. No obvious signs of struggle in immediate vicinity. It was a blueprint, and they were standing in the finished product. The killer hadn't just read the file, he'd used it as a set of instructions. 3, Katie said quietly, the pieces locking into place in her mind with an almost audible click. She lowered the sleeve and looked from Nina to Reyes. 1994. 1996. 1997. All from this county. All originally ruled accidental or suicide. All now recreated with new victims. She gestured toward the bodies with the evidence sleeve. These aren't the original victims from 96. Hank and Dana Reeves. So why them? What's the connection? Nina's eyes were sharp on the text as they carefully photographed the rope binding the ankles. The communication isn't the cipher we thought. It's the scenes themselves. And these pages. The file pages are the message. He's handing us his source material. The message is that the original investigations were wrong, Katie said, turning fully to Reyes, her voice gaining conviction. Corrupt or incompetent or deliberately blind. This killer has intimate, inside knowledge of these cold cases. He believes a truth was buried, and he's forcing it into the open by recreating the original crime scenes down to the millimeter. But he's not using the original victims. He's using new ones. She felt the profile building in her head, cold and solid as the boulder on the shore. Dorothy Brennan filed the original evidence logs for the 1994 drowning. Henry Rourke wrote the initial deputy's report for the 1997 hanging. They were part of the administrative machinery that labeled it an accident, a suicide, and closed the case. They were the first 2 targets. Nina finished the thought, her gaze snapping back to them. Every victim so far was directly involved in the original cover-ups, or what this killer perceives as cover-ups. So the connection must be here. She looked squarely at Reyes. The couple, Hank and Dana Reeves. What was their link to the 1996 Millerton Lake case? Did one of them work for the department? Were they related to a witness? To the original detective? Reyes rubbed a hand over his jaw, the sound of his palm against stubble audible in the quiet. The motion seemed to pull the skin taut over his cheekbones, highlighting lines of fatigue around his eyes. In the gray, diffuse light, he looked older, the authority in his posture tempered by a deep-seated weariness. I had records pull the 96 file as soon as we tentatively them from the vehicle registration last night, he said. Took a couple of hours to dig it out of deep storage. Hank Reeves's father, Samuel Reeves, was the primary witness in the 96 case. The one who found the bodies of the original couple. He was a fisherman out early. He gave a statement that supported the murder-suicide theory, said he saw no one else around, that the scene looked peaceful, like they'd chosen to go together. Reyes's mouth tightened. Then, 2 weeks later, he recanted. Came back to the station, agitated. Said he'd been confused, that he might have seen a vehicle leaving the area, that he felt pressured by the investigating detective to keep his statement simple. The original detective, a guy named Irv Moody, retired 15 years ago, shut it down. Told Reeves he was creating complications, that the case was clear-cut. Case stayed closed. Samuel Reeves died about 5 years back. Liver failure. The fog was beginning to lift in earnest now, thin tendrils peeling back from the water to reveal the still, dark surface of the reservoir. Details emerged, the far shore a line of dense trees, a lone buoy bobbing gently. The killer's pattern was no longer a theory. It was a map laid over the landscape of the past. "He's not swerving," Katie said, more to herself than the others, her eyes on the receding fog. "He's excavating. Layer by layer. He's targeting people who played a role, however small, in burying the truth. The file pages are his citations, his proof of the original sin. The staged scenes are his public correction." She turned back to them. "He's making it undeniable. You can argue about a file, you can dismiss a witness. But you can't argue with a fresh body posed exactly like the old one. It forces you to see the original scene as a crime." A senior forensic tech approached, holding a digital camera. "Sheriff, we've documented the scene. We're ready to process the bodies. You want to take a closer look before we move them?" Reyes nodded. 2 minutes, he looked at Katie and Nina. "Come on. See what he wants us to see." They followed him under the tape, their footsteps careful on the uneven stones. Up close, the details were even more precise and more horrifying. The victims' faces were calm, their eyes closed. There was no visible trauma beyond the faint, bruise-like ligature marks on their necks, mostly hidden by their collars. Their clothing was neat, not rumpled. Dana Reeves's hair was fanned out slightly on the stones, as if arranged. Hank Reeves's hands, folded left over right, were large and calloused, a tradesman's hands now forever still. A wedding band gleamed dully on his finger. Katie crouched, careful not to touch anything, her eyes scanning. The rope around the ankles was tied with a simple, efficient square knot. The ends were cut cleanly, not torn. She looked at the positioning of the feet. Together, side by side, almost touching. She glanced at the crime scene photo in her memory. Identical. "He took his time," Nina murmured, standing beside her. "In no rush. This is workmanship." Katie stood, her knees protesting the cold and the crouch. She looked past the bodies to the water, then back to the boulder, mentally measuring the 8-foot gap. "He's strong. Or confident enough to move 2 bodies into exact position without leaving drag marks in the gravel." She pointed to the ground around them. The stones were disturbed, but in a general, scuffed way, not with the clear trails that dragging a body would create. "He probably carried them. One at a time." Reyes had his hands in his pockets, staring down at the couple with an unreadable expression. They were reported missing by Hank's mother when he didn't show for a visit yesterday in Sacramento. They were supposed to be camping one night. A celebration. He shook his head once, a short, sharp movement. "Let's let the techs do their job. We need to move." The briefing in the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department conference room 2 hours later had a different atmosphere. The maps and timelines pinned to the corkboard walls had taken on a new, sinister cohesion. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed, reflecting off the laminated surface of the long table, which was littered with empty coffee cups, legal pads, and laptops. The air smelled of old coffee grounds, dry erase markers, and the faint, damp wool scent from the jackets of the detectives who had just come in from the field. Katie stood at the front of the room, next to the board. She pinned the redacted 1996 page from the reservoir inside a clean evidence sleeve next to the fresh crime scene photos. Then she stepped back, aligning them with the columns she'd already made for 1994 and 1997. 3 cold cases, spanning 4 years, all from this jurisdiction. 3 recreations, spanning a single brutal week. She turned to face the room. Sheriff Reyes stood near the door, arms crossed. Nina leaned against the wall by the window, watching the group. Seated at the table were 4 of Reyes's senior detectives. 2 men, 2 women, their faces ranging from keen interest to skeptical fatigue. "He's methodical," Katie began, her voice clear in the quiet room. "He's not a spree killer driven by impulse or rage. He's a corrective force in his own mind. He's punishing the guilty and exposing the institutional failure simultaneously. But his core mission is here." She tapped the board next to the 3 redacted pages. "In these files, he believes the truth is in the original paperwork, and that the people who processed that paperwork betrayed that truth." One of the detectives, a lean man with salt and pepper hair named Det Alvarez, raised a hand. "So the playbook is clear. We pulled the original full case files for 94, 96, and 97. Not just the summaries, the whole jackets, every form, every log, every memo. We identify everyone whose name appears on them. Not just the lead detectives. We're talking responding deputies, evidence clerks, records personnel who filed them, the coroner who signed off, the typist who transcribed the reports." Another detective, a younger woman named Det Silver, chimed in, tapping her pen on her notepad. "And we cross-reference those names with our victims. Dorothy Brennan, clerical. Henry Rourke, deputy. The Reeves couple, connected through the father who was a witness. The link might not be direct employment. It could be familial, social, anything." Nina pushed off the wall, drawing everyone's attention. "And we need to look hard at the witnesses who recanted or who were discredited at the time." Samuel Reeves recanted his statement. He might have been a target if he were still alive, or his recantation might be a clue pointing to who really wanted the case buried. "We need to find anyone else who tried to speak up and was shut down. More importantly," she said, walking to the table and placing her palms flat on it, leaning forward, "we need to compile the master list of everyone who might have helped sweep these cases under the rug. Because our killer clearly has that list. He's working from it. In order." Reyes nodded, his jaw set. He unfolded his arms and took a step toward the table. "All right. Alvarez, Silver, you're on the 1994 drowning. Pull the full file. I want a spreadsheet of every name, every badge number, every civilian contractor. Cross-reference with current addresses and status, alive, dead, moved away. Peters, you and Dwyer take the 1997 hanging." Same drill, he turned to his administrative sergeant. "Sergeant Lowe, I need you to find Samuel Reeves's next of kin. Hank Reeves has a mother in Sacramento. Find out if there's anyone else, and if any other family members ever worked for the county or had connections to the sheriff's department. Dig into Hank and Dana's backgrounds too, see if they ever had any tangential contact with these cases. A temp job, a community service program, anything." The room immediately buzzed with a new, focused energy. The pivot from a baffling series of murders to a structured, data-driven manhunt was almost palpable. Chairs scraped back as detectives stood, gathering notepads and jackets. The low murmur of conversation broke out, detectives pairing up and dividing tasks. The sound of a whiteboard marker squeaking, as Silver began to write names, was sharp in the air. Jaws were set, eyes narrowed in concentration. The confusion of the past days was channeled now into a clear, if grim, objective. Katie watched the activity for a moment, then turned back to the board. She stared at the 3 redacted pages, side by side in their plastic sleeves. They were more than evidence, they were a manifesto of grievance. And a timeline. The dates were right there: 1994, 1996, 1997. A thought, cold and precise, crystallized. She waited for a lull in the activity. Reyes was giving quiet instructions to Sergeant Lowe by the door. Nina was reviewing something on Alvarez's computer screen. "He's working in strict chronological order," Katie said, her voice cutting through the administrative buzz. The room quieted, heads turning back to her. She pointed to the board. 1994 first. Dorothy Brennan. Then 1996. Hank and Dana Reeves. The third recreation was 1997. Henry Rourke. She paused, letting them follow the logic. Dead. Peters, a broad-shouldered man working on the 1997 file, frowned. But Rourke was killed before the Reeves couple. The 1997 scene was the second one we found. The scene was recreated out of order, Nina said, understanding dawning on her face. She walked over to stand beside Katie, facing the room. But the victim was chosen in order. Rourke was connected to the 1997 case. The killer is following his list of people associated with each case. He dealt with the 1994 person first. Then he moved to his 1997 list and took Rourke. Then he created the 1996 scene, with new victims connected to that case. He's ticking names off a list, case by case, but he's executing the scenes as exhibits, possibly when opportunity allows. Katie nodded. The scenes are his public statements. The murders of the individuals on his list are the actual punishment. They might not happen at the scene of the recreation. Rourke was killed at the marina, not at the original 1997 location. The Reeveses were killed here, likely elsewhere, and brought to the reservoir. She turned to Nina, the final, critical question hanging in the stuffy, coffee-scented air. He's methodical. He's following his list. So if the killer has already targeted someone from the 1994 case, and someone from the 1997 case, and now people connected to the 1996 case, she let her gaze sweep over the detectives, finally landing on Reyes. He's working through the people involved in each cover-up. For the 1994 drowning, we had Dorothy Brennan. For 1997, Henry Rourke. For 1996, it was Samuel Reeves, but he's dead. So the killer went to the next generation, his son. A message about inherited guilt, or just closing the loop? She took a step closer to the board, her finger hovering near the 1997 column. He's addressed 1994 and 1996. He's already taken a target from 1997. But was Henry Rourke the only name on his list for the 1997 case? The silence in the room was absolute. The hum of the lights seemed to grow louder. Dead. Peters looked down at the open file box in front of him, then back up, his face pale. The 1997 hanging. Victor Salinas. The original report was filed by Deputy Rourke. But the case was investigated by a detective. He flipped through a photocopied document, his finger tracing down a page. The lead detective was Ray Hollies. The name landed in the room like a stone. Katie's blood went cold. Ray Hollies. The retired detective, living in a bungalow full of boxes. The man who had given her the folder, who had expected her. Nana's voice was tight. Hollies is on the list. For the 1997 case. Ray's was already moving, his phone in his hand. I'm putting a unit at Hollies' place now. For protective custody. He started dialing, walking quickly toward the hallway for better reception. But Katie was already seeing it, the map complete. The killer was methodical. He had a list. He was working through it, case by case, name by name. He had taken Dorothy Brennan, 1994. He had taken Henry Rourke, 1997. He had taken Hank Reeves, 1996 by proxy. Ray Hollies was a name on the 1997 docket. And the killer had already begun his work on the 1997 case. She looked at the board, at the 3 redacted pages. A manifesto. The timeline. A hit list. The question wasn't just who was next. The question was, were they already too late? She turned to Nina, the dread a solid weight in her stomach. We need to get to Ray Hollies. Now. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The air in the Sonoma County Archives was a constant 60 degrees, a dry chill that seeped through the sleeves of Katie's jacket. It smelled of old paper, the sweet-sour tang of decaying pulp, undercut by the astringent bite of industrial cleaner. The hum of the fluorescent lights was a high, steady note that vibrated in her molars. She followed Deputy Reyes down a narrow, concrete staircase, her footsteps echoing in the enclosed space, the handrail cold and gritty under her palm. The basement beneath the courthouse felt less like a room and more like a vault. Rows of gunmetal gray filing cabinets stood in silent ranks, their drawers labeled with years and case codes in fading ink. A single metal table, its surface scratched and cold to the touch, sat in a pool of harsh light in the center of the room. Nina was already there, pulling on a pair of the white cotton gloves Reyes had provided from a box on the table. The cotton whispered against her skin. She flexed her fingers, her gaze already fixed on the empty tabletop. Let's see what they didn't want us to see, she said, her voice flat and purposeful in the tomb-like quiet. Reyes, looking bulky and uncomfortable in his uniform in the sterile, bureaucratic space, placed 3 thick, accordion-style case files on the table with a soft thump. Dust motes swirled in the light. These are the originals, he said, his voice lowered, as if the cabinets themselves might be listening. The ones from the evidence storage locker you saw. Those were the public copies, the ones cleared for court. These, he tapped a finger on the faded cardboard. These are the investigative masters. The raw reports, the unfiltered notes, the stuff that gets trimmed for the record. They shouldn't have left this building. Ever. Katie opened the first file, the 1994 Millerton Lake murder-suicide. The cardboard was soft at the edges. She carefully laid the photocopied pages the killer had left at the crime scene beside the original, weighting the corners with a spare glove. The blacked-out rectangles on the photocopies were stark, brutal blocks of ink against the faded gray type of the old thermal fax paper and dot matrix printouts. She began to read the underlying text, her eyes needing a moment to adjust to the older font. The silence stretched, broken only by the rustle of paper and the omnipresent fluorescent hum. Katie leaned in closer, her gloved finger tracing a line of text. Here, she said, the word sharp in the quiet. Her finger stopped, finding the first redaction. In the witness statement summary. Paragraph 3. Witness credibility was challenged by Ada Martin Reeves, citing prior, and then the black bar. She moved her finger to the original document, to the unblemished text beneath. The redaction isn't hiding a method or a clue. It's a name. She read it aloud, the name feeling heavy on her tongue. Arthur Linden. The witness had a prior minor bench warrant handled by Judge Linden, who then provided a character assessment recommending the witness's testimony be discounted. Nina was already on the second file, the 1996 Millerton Lake case. She didn't look up, her focus absolute. The same pattern. Look, she pointed. A memo from the lead detective to the DA's office. A strong recommendation to bring charges against a primary person of interest. And then her finger slid to the photocopy, to the black box that covered the response. Redaction. She squinted at the original, her nose almost touching the paper. The recommendation was overruled by Martin Reeves again. The then district attorney. His memo says insufficient probative value, given witness reliability concerns. No specifics on the concerns. Katie straightened up, the scope of it beginning to dawn, a cold, spreading understanding. He's exposing interference, she said, looking from Nina to Reyes. He's not just copying old murders. He's not just killing the people who botched them. He's highlighting how the original investigations were compromised. He's giving us a roadmap to the cover-up. Reyes let out a slow breath, his hands on his hips. And Jesus. They worked in focused, intense silence after that, a systematic unpacking of corruption. The rustle of pages was the only conversation. Katie would call out a redacted line, Nina would find its source, and Reyes would jot the revealed name on a fresh notepad, his handwriting tight and controlled. The redactions revealed a short, damning list. Some names they knew or half knew. Lauren Miller's father, Thomas Miller, was listed in a detective's handwritten addendum as a potential suspect in the 1994 case. A footnote stating his alibi was provided and vouched for by a now-deceased police sergeant, with no further investigation noted. Max Westbrook's uncle was named as a witness who had given a detailed statement placing a vehicle near the scene, only to formally recant 2 days later after a private meeting, the report noted, with an unnamed judicial official. Other names were unknown to them, ghosts in the machine. A lab technician whose preliminary serology findings, which didn't match the state's theory, were omitted from the final report with a note initialed Mr. A patrol officer's logbook entries, which meticulously documented his arrival time and initial observations, directly contradicted the official timeline presented in court. His supervisor's memo, questioning the discrepancy, was marked, filed, no action. Katie felt the pattern hardening with each page turn. It was administrative, cold, and devastatingly effective. This wasn't a monster lurking in the shadows. It was the shadow cast by the institution itself. 2 names appeared multiple times, threading through the files like poison. Martin Reeves, the former county district attorney, was a specter in all 3 files. His memos and directives were concise, legalistic kill shots to inconvenient lines of inquiry. Close this avenue, witness is non-credible, insufficient grounds. The second was Judge Arthur Linden. His name appeared in 2 files, always in the context of discrediting witnesses or evidence, a benign-sounding, judicial input that carried the weight of a gavel. Linden is still on the bench, Reyes confirmed quietly, pulling out his phone and scrolling. The screen's blue light lit his face from below. Superior Court, Sonoma County. Civil docket, mostly. He's sitting right upstairs. Probably in his chambers right now. Katie felt a cold clarity wash over her, a sensation that started in her chest and spread out to her limbs, leaving her still and focused. Her breathing slowed. She placed both hands flat on the cold metal table, feeling the vibration of the building through it. "This isn't a spree," she said, her voice low and certain. "It's a purge. He's killing people who were actively involved in the original cover-ups, the detectives who looked away, the deputy who filed the false report. And he's using the crime scenes, these grotesque reenactments, to point us directly at the architects. Reeves and Linden. He's handing us the whole rotten tree, root and branch." Nina stood back from the table, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. The white gloves looked incongruous against her dark jacket. She stared at the spread of documents, her eyes calculating. "He's putting on a show for us. For the FBI specifically. He doesn't just want the triggermen dead. He wants the corruption exposed, the system itself humiliated. He's using federal attention as his bullhorn." She pulled out her phone, the movement decisive. "This just went federal in a whole new way. It's not just serial murder. It's a targeted attack on judicial integrity with a body count. I'm calling Vance. Now." She stepped away toward the staircase, seeking a bar of reception in the subterranean room. Katie heard the low, urgent murmur of her voice, professional but edged, with a tension that wasn't usually there. "Director, it's Shaw. We're in the county archives. We've identified a pattern. It's not just replication, it's exposure." A pause, listening. Katie watched Nina's free hand curl into a loose fist. "A pattern of institutional obstruction spanning 3 decades, documented in the original case files. The killer is targeting individuals who participated in it, yes, sir. The unredacted files point directly to a sitting judge, Arthur Linden, and a former district attorney, Martin Reeves, as central figures in suppressing evidence and witness testimony across multiple cases." Nina turned slightly, her shoulder tense. "We need a dedicated task force. This is bigger than a serial killer. This is a systematic attack on the judicial integrity of an entire county, and he's using our presence to amplify it." She listened, her expression hardening, a muscle in her jaw twitching. "I understand the jurisdictional sensitivity, sir, believe me. But we have an active killer who is using federal attention as a megaphone. He will interpret caution as complicity." Another, longer pause. Nina's eyes closed briefly. "A review is not the same as an investigation. He's going to keep killing until someone is held publicly accountable. He's told us that. We're reading his manifesto right now." She ended the call with a sharp press of her thumb, her jaw set so tightly the line of it was white. She stood for a moment at the foot of the stairs, her back to them, taking one deep, controlled breath. Then she walked back to the table, her footsteps measured. "Vance is cautious." Extremely. She didn't look at them, instead focusing on rearranging a page. Sending a federal task force after a sitting judge based on 30-year-old case notes is a political minefield. The AG's office would have to be involved, the Judicial Oversight Committee notified. He's going to consult extensively. He advised extreme discretion and to secure the evidence, his words. "Which means we wait," Katie said, the frustration simmering up through the cold clarity, hot and sudden. She gestured at the names on Ray's pad. "We wait while the killer picks his next target from this list. We wait for committees to have meetings while he plans his next correction." The word tasted foul. Nina finally looked at her, her gaze direct. "We work the list," she corrected, her tone leaving no room for argument. "That's what we do." We identify every name, cross-reference them with current addresses, occupations, vulnerability. We can't arrest a judge on this, not yet. But we can maybe prevent a murder. We do the work Vance is afraid to greenlight. Quietly. The tension between them was a live wire. Katie's drive for immediate, confrontational action against Nina's disciplined, procedural approach. Ray's watched them, the silent local caught in the middle. Okay, Katie said after a beat, forcing the anger down. It was a practical, if unsatisfying path forward. Okay. We work the list. As Nina and Ray's began compiling in earnest, pulling out laptops and making quiet calls to cross-reference the unknown names, the lab tech, the patrol officer, the others, Katie returned to the third file. The 1997 Salinas drowning ruled a suicide. The file was thinner than the others. She opened it carefully, the paper so dry it felt like it might crumble at the edges. She was looking for Reeves or Lyndon's name again, her eyes scanning the familiar bureaucratic language. She turned the pages slowly, the whisper of paper loud in her ears. Then her gaze snagged. Not on typed text, but on a small, handwritten note in the margin of the autopsy report, beside the paragraph describing lung tissue analysis. The breath left her body in a silent, involuntary rush, as if she'd been struck in the solar plexus. The handwriting was a compact, precise cursive. The blue ink faded to a soft gray but unmistakable. She knew the shape of every letter, the slight forward slant, the way the D's had a small, neat loop. She had a box in a climate-controlled storage unit in D.C., filled with birthday cards and letters, all in that same hand. Love, Dad. A lifetime of that script, now here, in the margin of a cold case file from a county she'd never heard of until a week ago. Ken Ford had annotated this file. Next to the coroner's official finding of death consistent with suicide, he had written a single, damning question: water in lungs. Check for diatoms. And below that, another note: scene photos show lividity inconsistent with drowning posture. Suggest review. Her father had flagged this as a possible homicide. Before he died. He had been looking at these same cases, this same tangled web. He had seen what they were just now seeing. The room seemed to tilt, the hum of the lights receding into a dull roar in her ears. Her hands, still encased in the white gloves, were steady where they rested on the table, but her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, trapped rhythm. A cold sweat prickled at the base of her spine. She could feel the blood draining from her face, leaving her skin clammy. She didn't look up. She couldn't. If she met Nina's eye, she would shatter. Think. Move. With a deliberate slowness that felt like moving through syrup, she leaned her elbow on the table, bringing her hand to her forehead as if massaging a temple. A gesture of fatigue. Under its cover, her other hand drifted to her pocket and extracted her phone. She laid it on the table beside the file, screen down. She pretended to scan the page again, then shifted her body slightly, a natural adjustment of stance that also served to block the direct line of sight from Nina and Ray's. Her back was mostly to them now. Her thumb found the power button. The screen lit up silently. She opened the camera app, her movements small, her eyes flicking once quickly to the staircase. No one was coming. The murmur of Nina's voice as she spoke to someone on the phone was a distant, meaningless buzz. She positioned the phone's lens just above the margin note. The focus square blinked over her father's handwriting. Her finger hovered over the shutter button. The fear was a sharp, metallic taste in her mouth, not just of getting caught, but of violating this sacred, terrible piece of him, of turning his private doubt into digital evidence. She pressed the button. The phone simulated a shutter sound, a soft click chirp that sounded deafening to her. She froze, waiting for a question that didn't come. The other sounds in the room, Nina's talking, Ray's typing, had covered it. She took a second photo, a wider shot showing the note in context with the coroner's text. Another silent, simulated click. Then she lowered the phone, her thumb swiping the photos into a locked folder before sliding it back into her pocket. The whole operation had taken less than 15 seconds. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, a slow, controlled exhalation. She placed her gloved finger on the very spot where her father's pen had rested years before, feeling nothing but dry paper through the cotton. "Find anything?" Nina asked from behind her, not looking up from her laptop screen, her voice distracted. Katie turned, her face a careful mask of professional disappointment. She closed the file with a soft, final sound. "Just more of the same," she said, her voice remarkably even, betraying none of the earthquake inside her. She tapped the file cover. "Reeves and Linden. Their fingerprints are all over the Salinas case, too. A memo from Reeves agreeing with the suicide finding, given the absence of contradictory evidence. It all leads back to them." Nina nodded, accepting the answer, her focus already returned to her screen. "We've got preliminary locates on 3 of the ancillary names. The lab technician retired to Arizona. The patrol officer left the force in 2000, last known address in Santa Rosa. We need to verify, see if they're still there." Katie moved to join them, her legs feeling unsteady. She pulled out a chair, the metal legs scraping harshly on the concrete floor. She sat, the cold of the seat seeping through her clothes. She picked up a printout of the list, her eyes scanning the names without seeing them. All she could see was the blue-gray cursive. "Check for diatoms." Her father hadn't just been a good agent, he'd been a suspicious one. He'd seen a cover-up. Had he begun to see its shape? Had he known about Reeves? About Linden? The questions swarmed, insistent and terrifying. This wasn't a random connection. He had been pulled into this same vortex. And then he had died in a fire-ruled accidental. The coincidence was a gaping hole in the floor of her world, and she was teetering on its edge. Ray's phone buzzed, a loud vibration on the metal table. He picked it up, frowned at the screen. "It's the front desk. They say there's a delivery for Agent Ford." He looked at Katie, puzzled. "Upstairs at the security checkpoint. They won't let the courier past." Katie's blood, already cold, turned to ice. "A delivery. Here. Now. I didn't order anything." Nina was already standing, her chair pushing back. "What kind of delivery?" "They didn't say. Just that it's addressed to her, care of the sheriff's department." Ray stood, holstering his phone. "I'll go get it. You two should stay here." "No," Katie said, the word coming out sharper than she intended. She stood up, the file with her father's note burning a hole in her awareness. "It'll come. If it's from him, I need to see." Nina's expression was grim. "Then we all go." They left the files on the table, the ghosts of 3 decades laid bare. The climb back up the narrow staircase felt longer than the descent. The normal courthouse sounds, muffled voices, the distant bang of a door, the squeak of shoes on polished floor, felt jarring, alien, after the sealed silence of the archive. At the main floor security checkpoint, a uniformed court officer stood holding a standard legal-sized cardboard document box, the kind used for files. It was sealed with clear packing tape. A white delivery label was affixed to the top. The officer handed it to Reyes, who examined the label. Addressed to Catherine Ford, FBI, Reyes read aloud. No return address. Courier service is listed as local express. He looked at the court officer. Who dropped it? Guy in a bike courier uniform, the officer shrugged. Helmet, sunglasses. Paid cash up front. Said it was time-sensitive legal documents. Didn't wait for a signature. Nina had already pulled a fresh pair of gloves from her pocket and was putting them on. We need to open this in a controlled environment. Now. Reyes led them to a small, empty jury deliberation room nearby, windowless, with a simple wooden table and chairs. He placed the box on the table. Nina produced a pocket knife and carefully slit the tape along the seams. The sound of the blade tearing through the tape was loud in the quiet room. Katie watched, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her heart back to its frantic pounding. Nina lifted the lid. Inside, there were no files. Instead, nestled in crumpled brown packing paper, was a single, old-fashioned microcassette tape. The kind used in dictation recorders and older answering machines. Next to it was a cheap, disposable plastic player, the sort sold at electronics stores for playback. There was no note. The three of them stared at the contents. The message was clear, play me. This room clean? Nina asked Reyes, her voice low. As far as I know. No active recording equipment in jury rooms. But we should sweep it. Later, Katie said, her voice hollow. She reached into the box and picked up the plastic player. It was light, flimsy. He went to a lot of trouble to get this to me here now. He's not waiting for a sweep. Nina met her eyes, a silent argument passing between them. The risk of a recording versus the imperative of the message. Finally, Nina gave a tight, reluctant nod. Do it. Katie's fingers were cold as she fumbled with the player. She found the compartment, slid the microcassette in. It clicked into place. She set the player on the table, her hand trembling slightly now. She took a deep breath, held it and pressed play. The speaker was tinny, but the voice that emerged was chillingly clear. It was a man's voice, calm, measured, and utterly devoid of emotion. It was the voice from the journal, given breath. Agent Ford. You are in the archives now. You have seen the original files. You understand the nature of the corruption. The disease is not the violent act, but the lie that is built to protect the powerful from its consequences. The lie becomes precedent. The precedent becomes policy. A pause, the faint hiss of tape. You have also, by now, seen your father's handwriting. I knew you would find it. I left it for you. Special Agent Kenneth Ford was a meticulous man. He requested these files through interagency, liaison channels, 17 months before his death. His interest was noted. And then it was discouraged. He was told the cases were closed, local matters, not worth federal time. He persisted. He filed a second request. Then he died. Katie's knees felt weak. She gripped the edge of the table, the wood biting into her palms. Nina's hand came to rest on her shoulder, a firm, grounding pressure. The voice continued, relentless. His death was investigated by the same county apparatus that had filed the reports you just read. It was ruled an accident. A faulty space heater. Case closed. You have the report. Look at it again. Look for the redactions that aren't there yet. Look for the name Martin Reeves, who was consulted on the electrical inspector's findings. Look for the name Arthur Linden, who dismissed a civil inquiry from your mother for lack of standing. A hot, blinding fury rose in Katie's throat, choking her. She saw Nina's face go pale, her eyes wide with a horrified understanding. The purge is necessary, the voice said, its tone almost professorial. But it is not sufficient. The individuals are symptoms. You have the names of the architects. You have the evidence. The system will not act against itself. It requires an external force. That is you. You are not just an investigator. You are a witness. And you are a product of the original crime. Your father was not the first victim of their cover-up, but he is the one that matters to you. Do not let his request for diatoms go unanswered. The truth is the only thing that will not drown. There was a soft click, and the tape hissed to its end. The silence in the room was absolute, heavier than any silence in the archive below. Katie stared at the little plastic player, the voice still echoing in the vault of her skull. You are a product of the original crime. Nina was the first to move. She carefully used the tip of her knife to eject the cassette, holding it by the edges. This is evidence. This is a direct communication. He's not just taunting us. He is recruiting you. Or trying to. Ray's looked shaken. He knew you'd be down there. He knew when the files would be accessed. He had this timed. He ran a hand over his face. The courthouse. My department. He's inside everything. Katie didn't hear them. The words faulty space heater were on a loop in her mind, superimposed over the memory of a charred, blackened shell of a house. The official report was in her own files, a document she had read 100 times, looking for a crack, a flaw, a reason. She had looked for signs of an intruder, of arson, of foul play. She had never looked for the names Reeves or Linden in the ancillary paperwork, in the consult notes, in the bureaucratic back channels of a county fire investigation. Her father hadn't just stumbled onto a cover-up. He had been erased by it. The cold clarity she'd felt earlier was gone, replaced by a white-hot core of purpose that burned away the fear, the confusion, the professional hesitation. She looked at Nina, and her partner saw the change immediately. The Katie Ford of a minute ago was gone. We're not just working the list, Katie said, her voice quiet but with a steel wire running through it. We're taking it apart. Starting at the top. He wants an external force. He's got one, she turned to Ray's. I need everything you have, everything that isn't in a file, on Martin Reeves and Arthur Linden. Their habits, their routines, their friends, their enemies. Where they get their coffee. Who cuts their grass. I need to know them better than they know themselves. Katie, Nina started, the caution of Vance's order in her tone. He killed my father, Nina, Katie interrupted, the words hanging in the air, stark and undeniable. Reeves and Linden. They covered up murders, and then they covered up his. The archivist is right about one thing, the system won't act. So we will. We'll act so fast, and so hard they won't have time to hide behind their desks. She picked up the empty cardboard box, her gaze fixed on some middle distance, seeing not the room but a path forward, dark and narrow, and leading directly to the men who had signed the death warrants of strangers and then of Ken Ford. He delivered this here to make sure I understood the personal stake. Message received. She looked back at the tape in Nina's gloved hand. Now he gets to find out what happens when the witness stops taking notes and starts testifying. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The blog loaded on Ray's phone screen like a gut punch. Nina stared at the headline, the byline, the damning timestamps. Jace Whitfield. The podcast host from the coffee shop, the one with the eager eyes and the recorder. He hadn't just been researching. He'd been building a bomb. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the conference table, the laminate cool and unyielding under her grip. She could feel the eyes of Ray's and Ford on her, waiting for her reaction. The headline was a work of true crime sensationalism. The archivist's ledger, are Sonoma's elite hiding a serial killer? The byline was his. The timestamp was 2:14 a.m. When, her voice was flat, a lid clamped down on a rising boil of fury. She kept her gaze locked on the screen, absorbing the subheadings, the pull quotes lifted from official-sounding documents. Her knuckles were white against the dark wood grain. Posted last night around 2 a.m., Ray said, his own expression grim. He shifted his weight, the leather of his duty belt creaking. The podcast episode dropped an hour ago. It's comprehensive. The staged scenes. The cold case connections. He's even got the names from the files we pulled on the Millerton Lake and Mill Creek originals. He's speculating, but he's speculating in the right damn direction. Nina took the phone, her movements precise and controlled. She scrolled, a muscle in her jaw ticking. He'd used phrases like judicial corruption and decades of silence. He'd listed Martin Reeves, former district attorney. He'd all but pointed a finger at Arthur Linden, retired judge. There were blurred images that looked like photocopies of report covers, with strategic redactions visible. The narrative was a shotgun blast of accusation, cloaked in the language of public service journalism. The public's right to know. She handed the phone back to Ford, who took it with a quiet, sharp inhale. I need his address. Now, Nina was already turning for the door, her shoulder brushing the doorframe. The motion was abrupt, a physical shedding of the conference room's sterile inertia. It's in the file from his initial interview, Ray said, moving to a folder on the table. He flipped it open, the paper rustling sharply in the quiet room. He pulled a sheet, holding it out. You want backups? No, the word was final, bitten off. This is a conversation, but the look she shot over her shoulder was anything but conversational. It was a promise of reckoning. Her eyes were dark, the professional mask stripped back to show the cold steel beneath. She took the paper without breaking stride, her fingers snapping it from his grasp. The drive to Jace Whitfield's apartment was a tense, silent affair. Nina navigated the streets with aggressive efficiency, the tires of the sedan hissing on damp asphalt. The earlier fog had burned off, leaving a flat, gray sky that pressed down on the town like a lid. She passed the coffee shop where they'd first met him, its windows glowing warmly, a stark contrast to the cold fury settling in her chest like a stone. He'd sat there, nodding along, playing the helpful citizen, all while compiling his explosive little package. The betrayal wasn't personal, it was professional, and somehow that made it worse. It was a stupid, reckless contamination of a crime scene that spanned decades. Her hands were firm on the wheel at 10 and 2, her posture rigid against the seat. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional click of the turn signal, overly loud in the enclosed space. Jace Whitfield's apartment was exactly as she remembered from their brief visit after Lauren Miller's ordeal. A second-floor walk-up in a bland stucco complex, the stairwell smelling of disinfectant and old carpet. The concrete steps were worn smooth in the centers. The door itself, numbered 2B, was scuffed at the bottom where feet had kicked it open, the beige paint chipped to reveal white primer beneath. She knocked, 3 sharp raps that echoed in the hollow hallway. There was a pause, a muffled thump from inside, then the sound of a lock turning. He answered the door in sweatpants and a faded podcast t-shirt, a pair of expensive-looking headphones around his neck. His eyes were wide, the pupils dilated with either caffeine or adrenaline, and his expression cycled through surprise, a flash of triumph, and then a settling, wary fear when he registered her face, her posture, the absence of any greeting. He held a ceramic mug in one hand, steam curling from it. "Agent Shaw, I was wondering when you'd..." She didn't let him finish. She moved forward, a solid step that forced him to step back or be shouldered aside. He stumbled back a step, the coffee sloshing dangerously close to the rim of his mug, and she pushed past him into the apartment, the door swinging wider on its hinges with a soft groan. The smell hit her first, a layered aroma that was almost a physical presence. Stale coffee grounds, the hot plastic scent of electronics running too long, and underneath it all, the dry, dusty paper smell of endless printouts, like a library that had been sealed for years. Her gaze swept the chaos. The living room was a nest of audio equipment, mixers with blinking green lights, a microphone on a boom arm poised like a mechanical insect, studio headphones on a stand. Corkboards covered every available stretch of wall, plastered with photos, printouts, and maps, connected by a web of red and black string that formed chaotic constellations. Case files were stacked in teetering piles on the floor, on chairs, on a small kitchen table buried under the detritus. A large monitor displayed a waveform editing program, a cursor blinking silently over a jagged audio track labeled Archivist EP5 Final. "You published everything," her statement cut through the low, constant hum of computer fans. She didn't turn to look at him immediately, instead taking in a corkboard dedicated to the reservoir scene. There was a grainy, obviously zoomed-in photo of the crime scene tape, and next to it, a scanned image of an old newspaper clipping about the 1996 Mill Creek drowning. A red string connected the clipping to a printed screenshot of Martin Reeves's official portrait from the county website. He closed the door with a soft, definitive click. His defensiveness was immediate, a physical coiling. He set the mug down on a stack of papers with a thunk, then crossed his arms, but it looked less like a barrier and more like he was holding himself together. His shoulders were hunched up near his ears. "I published the truth. Those families have waited decades for answers. The system failed them. Someone has to speak for the dead. You're not speaking for them." She turned on him then, and the control in her voice was brittle, like ice over fast water. She took a step toward him, forcing him to look up at her. He was tall, but he seemed to shrink into himself, his back pressing against the edge of his cluttered desk. "You're writing their death warrants." She took another step, closing the distance. She could see the fine sheen of sweat on his forehead, the rapid flutter of a pulse in his throat. "Every name on your blog, every connection you theorized. The killer now knows exactly what we know. He knows we're looking at the cover-ups. He knows which names we've pulled from the archives. You think the remaining targets on that list are just going to sit quietly? They'll run. They'll lawyer up. They'll bury themselves so deep we'll need a geological survey to find them. And the killer's timeline just accelerated from methodical to panic. You understand that? You just turned a controlled investigation into a free-for-all. Jace uncrossed his arms and leaned back against the desk strewn with notepads and USB drives, trying to effect an air of unapologetic resolve. He gestured vaguely toward the corkboards. The public has a right to know. Transparency is the only disinfectant. Sunlight, Agent Shaw. That's what this needs. But his knuckles were white where he gripped the desk's edge, the tendons standing out in sharp relief. This isn't a sun lamp for corruption, Whitfield. Her voice dropped lower, gaining a dangerous, focused weight. She didn't blink. This is a spotlight telling a predator where the prey is hiding. You are actively interfering with a federal investigation. You could get people killed. Not theoretically. Not in the abstract. The man we are hunting has already killed at least 4 people that we know of, and he stages them like museum exhibits. He is not going to be swayed by your 5-star podcast review. He's going to be motivated by it. He's going to see your little article as a challenge, a to-do list made public. Or I could force someone's hand, he countered, but his voice had lost its podcast-ready resonance. It was thinner now, cracking on the word force. He looked away, his eyes scanning his own boards as if for reassurance. And create pressure. Maybe someone talks now because they're scared of the spotlight. Scared people don't talk to the FBI. Her words were chips of flint, each one dropped with precision. They disappear. They have accidents. Or they get a nylon rope necklace in the fog. Where did you get the documents? The specific case numbers, the original investigator notes on Millerton. The ones you blurred but quoted from verbatim. That didn't come from a public records request. That level of detail is sealed. It's in the master file. He hesitated, his bravado cracking. His eyes darted to a specific pile of papers on his desk, neat, clipped-together sheets that stood out from the surrounding chaos. Then flicked to a secondary monitor showing his email client, inbox prominently displayed. He licked his lips, a quick, nervous pass of his tongue. Anonymous source. Emails. Scans. PDF attachments. Before we arrived in Sonoma or after, she watched his face, every micro-expression. The dilation of his pupils, the slight tightening at the corners of his mouth, a tiny tick under his left eye. He was a terrible liar. His whole face was a broadcast of guilt and dawning anxiety. Another pause, longer this time. He looked down at his cluttered desk, at a framed photo of himself interviewing someone at a crime scene convention, a fake, toothy smile plastered on his face. When he looked back at her, the defiance was gone, replaced by a dawning, sickly realization that drained the color from his cheeks. His shoulders slumped forward, collapsing his chest. After. The first one came, the day after the news broke about the reservoir. About the double homicide. The air in the stuffy apartment went still, thick and heavy with the implication. After. The confirmation landed with physical weight. Nina felt it in her gut, a cold, sinking certainty. The killer wasn't just reacting to their presence. He was monitoring it, engaging with it. He'd fed information to a blogger after the FBI had landed, a deliberate act of communication or provocation. He was using Jace as a loudspeaker, amplifying the terror, muddying the investigative waters, and maybe, just maybe, flushing his remaining targets into the open. The hum of the computers seemed to grow louder, a persistent electronic whisper. You have the emails. The original files. The metadata, Her voice was low, intent, pulling him back from the edge of his own panic. He nodded, finally looking chastened, his gaze fixed on a stain on the carpet. On my laptop. The phone, too. I have a separate phone I use for source communication. It's clean. I mean, it was supposed to be. You're handing them over. Now. As evidence, it wasn't a request. She held out her hand, palm up, waiting. Her arm was steady, her hand open and empty. The gesture was one of absolute expectation. He moved slowly, as if each step cost him. He turned to the desk, his movements clumsy. He unplugged a slim silver laptop, the power cord slithering to the floor with a soft plastic slap. He closed the lid, the click of the latch absurdly loud. He then fumbled in a drawer, pushing aside cables and spare batteries, pulling out a cheap, prepaid smartphone in a plain black case. He held them for a moment, looking at the devices like they were artifacts from a lost civilization. His civilization, the one he'd built on speculation and sourced leaks. Then, with a resigned exhale that seemed to deflate him completely, he placed them in her outstretched hand. The laptop was warm from constant use. The phone was cold, inert plastic and glass. I didn't think he was still watching. I thought the source was a whistleblower, someone from the past, finally coming forward. The emails, they were so detailed. They knew things only someone with access would know. You didn't think. Nina took the devices, her anger cooling, hardening, transforming in that moment from a hot blaze into a hard, professional certainty. The heat receded, leaving behind something glacial and sharp, a tool rather than a reaction. She hefted the laptop, feeling its solid weight. That's the problem. You're playing detective with real lives. You built a narrative, and you didn't care who got caught in the crossfire because the story was too good. You wanted the scoop, not the solution. You wanted the clicks, the downloads, the breaking tag on your feed. You traded potential lives for listener numbers. He had no retort. His mouth opened, then closed without a sound. He just stood there, amidst the physical manifestation of his obsession. The strings, the photos, the towers of paper, looking suddenly very young and very foolish, a boy who had played with matches next to a gas leak. Do not publish another word, she enunciated each syllable with icy clarity. Do not record another segment. Do not tweet, do not post, do not whisper to your cat about this case. If you do, I will have you arrested for obstruction, so fast your head will spin. I will personally ensure you are held as a material witness in a secure facility where you can't get a signal for your precious podcast. Am I clear? He nodded mute, his throat working as he swallowed hard. She didn't say another word. She turned, the devices held securely against her side, and left him standing in the wreckage of his own ambition. The door shut behind her with a firm, final click that echoed in the silent hallway. The disinfectant smell of the stairwell was almost cleansing after the cloying, paper dust atmosphere of the apartment. The drive to the sheriff's department was a blur of grim calculation. The gray streets passed in a smear, streetlights beginning to flicker on in the deepening twilight, their orange glow streaking across the windshield. She replayed the conversation, the look on his face when he said after, the moment his self-importance crumbled into fear. The killer was communicating. He was confident. He was orchestrating not just murders, but the public revelation of them. Her mind raced ahead, a cascade of logistical nightmares. They'd need to move fast, attempt protective details on Lyndon and Reeves, knowing both proud, powerful old men would likely refuse, seeing it as an admission of guilt. They'd have to anticipate where a cornered predator would strike next. Would he go for the biggest name first, the judge? Or the weakest link, someone less guarded? The logistics of surveillance, the legal hurdles of convincing a judge to authorize wiretaps based on a blogger's speculation, the sheer manpower required spun out in a daunting tapestry. She gripped the wheel tighter, her shoulders aching with tension. In the parking lot of the sheriff's department, she sat in the car for a full minute, the engine off, the only sound the metallic pinging of the cooling engine block and the distant slam of a car door. The weight of the laptop and phone on the passenger seat felt immense, charged with potential and peril. This was a direct line, however filtered, to the subject. It was also a potential minefield of digital false trails, a game he might be playing to waste their time or lead them astray. Before she went inside to face the operational fallout with Ford and Reyes, to see the disappointment or frustration in Ford's eyes, she needed to set the chain in motion. The evening air was cool through the slightly open window, carrying the smell of damp asphalt and distant eucalyptus. She pulled out her FBI-issued phone, the black plastic case familiar in her hand, and made a call. It connected after 2 rings, the electronic chirp in her ear. Tech line, San Francisco field office. Agent Delaney. This is Shaw, badge number 5714. Her voice was all business, stripped of any residual heat from the confrontation. I'm having 2 pieces of evidence couriered to you via secure channel from Sonoma County Sheriff's Department, a laptop and a cell phone. Priority 1. I need a full forensic extraction on all communications from an anonymous source, focusing on anything received within the last 72 hours. All metadata, all routing, any embedded data in attached files. I want the send times cross-referenced with our known case timeline. The source is likely our subject. He's communicating and he's watching. I need to know where he's watching from. There was a pause on the line, the clack of a keyboard in the background, the sound of someone shifting in a chair. Understood, Agent Shaw. Priority 1. We'll need the chain of custody forms and your case file reference. You'll have to get the local evidence custodian to initiate the transfer. You'll have them within the hour. The devices are currently in my possession. I'm handing them to the custodian now. I need preliminary findings as soon as humanly possible. We are anticipating further victim escalation. This is time critical. We'll put a rush on it. What's the suspected method of source contact? Encrypted email. Burner phone relay. Delaney's voice was calm, methodical, a counterpoint to the urgency. Emails to the subject's dedicated source phone. Scans and PDFs of what appear to be internal documents. The subject is a blogger. The source knew that. This was targeted communication, not a leak to the press in general. Another keyboard clack, faster this time. I got it. We'll look for watermarking, printer artifacts, anything in the scan metadata that could trace back to a specific machine. We'll also trace the email header as far back as we can. It'll probably bounce through a dozen proxies, but we'll start the map. If he used a public Wi-Fi to send, we might get a geographic hit from the IP lease logs. Thank you. I'll be waiting for your update. She ended the call and sat for another moment in the quiet car. The dashboard clock glowed a soft green, 5:48 p.m. The killer had used Jace Whitfield as a megaphone, broadcasting his grievances and his progress to the world. He was no longer just a ghost in the archives. He was a director, staging murders and then staging the public revelation of the conspiracy behind them. He wanted an audience. He wanted the corruption exposed, but on his terms, in his bloody, meticulous order. And now, thanks to Jace, that audience was vast and growing by the minute. Nina picked up the laptop and phone, their surfaces cool against her palms. They were pieces of him now. A digital fingerprint. A clue he might have left deliberately. A breadcrumb leading into a trap, or a mistake born of arrogance. A belief that he was too clever to be traced through layers of digital obfuscation. As she stepped out of the car into the cooling evening air, locking it behind her with a solid thunk, she felt the shift in the investigation settle into her bones. It was no longer a hunt through dusty files. It was a race. A race against a killer who had just pressed fast forward, using the loud, foolish voice of a true crime blogger to sound the starting gun. They had to trace the voice back to its source before the echo got someone else killed. The next name on the list wasn't just a name in a file anymore. It was a target under a blinding, public spotlight, and the clock was ticking down with every share, every download, every podcast play. The silence of the parking lot felt like a held breath, the calm before the storm his actions had guaranteed would come. She straightened her jacket, adjusted her grip on the evidence, and walked toward the stark, fluorescent-lit entrance of the sheriff's department, each step measured and deliberate, carrying the weight of what was to come. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The air in the conference room smelled of lemon polish and old leather, a scent that spoke of money and tradition, of decisions made slowly and sealed behind thick doors. The long mahogany table gleamed under recessed lighting, its surface so polished Katie could see a faint, warped reflection of the coffered ceiling above, the dark wood drinking in the light and giving nothing back. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves held uniform rows of legal reporters and bound statutes, their burgundy and navy spines creating a solemn, impenetrable backdrop. The only window, behind Judge Arthur Linden's chair, offered a view of a manicured interior courtyard, all trimmed boxwood and gray flagstone, sealed away from the city's noise. The silence here was a tangible thing, thick and expensive, absorbing sound into the Persian rug, and the heavy velvet drapes pulled precisely halfway open. The room was cool, almost cold, the climate control set to preserve the books and the suits, not for comfort. Judge Arthur Linden sat with his back to a wall of diplomas and awards, framed testaments to a 40-year career that had bent the law into shapes that served a community. He was flanked by two attorneys in suits so dark they seemed to absorb the light. The woman to his right was in her 50s, her steel-gray hair pulled into a severe bun that tightened the skin at her temples. A yellow legal pad was centered perfectly before her, a Mont-Blanc pen uncapped and ready in her hand, her posture so rigid she seemed carved from the same wood as the table. She hadn't blinked since they'd sat down. The man on Linden's left was younger, maybe late 40s, with a thick neck and broad shoulders that strained the fabric of his jacket. He looked like he bench-pressed legal briefs for breakfast. His gaze, when it landed on Katie and Nina, held an open, practiced hostility, a preemptive strike meant to establish dominance before a single question was asked. He had placed his own phone on the table, a larger, newer model than Linden's, its black screen a mirrored slab. Katie and Nina had taken the two chairs opposite, their backs to the door. Katie felt the weight of the room press against her shoulders, the high back of her own leather chair feeling less like support and more like a barrier. This wasn't an interview room, it was a fortress, and they were being allowed a temporary, heavily supervised audience with the king. The male attorney began without preamble, his voice a low baritone that required no volume to command the space. It was a voice used to being listened to. My client is here as a courtesy to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He is not under subpoena. He is not a person of interest in your investigation. He will answer questions pertaining solely to his official, judicial capacity in the referenced cases from the 1990s. He will not speculate on evidence he has not seen. He will not comment on any ongoing investigation, its theories, or its targets. He paused, letting the restrictions hang in the chilled air. Any line of questioning deemed to venture outside these parameters will be met with an instruction not to answer. Is that understood? He didn't wait for a reply, his eyes flicking between the two agents as if filing their expected objections away for later use. He leaned back slightly, the leather of his chair creaking a soft protest, his arms crossing over his chest. The message was clear. He was the gatekeeper and the gate was shut. Judge Linden was a thin man in his late 70s, his face a delicate map of fine lines and liver spots. He wore a tweed jacket with leather elbow patches, but it hung on him as if he'd recently lost weight or the shoulders had been padded for a larger man. His hands, resting on the polished conference table, trembled with a faint, constant tremor. He'd placed a glass of water with a slice of lemon in front of him, but the condensation beads had gathered and run down the sides in tiny rivulets, pooling on a paper coaster. The glass was untouched. His eyes, a pale blue behind wire-rimmed glasses, kept flicking to his smartphone, placed screen down beside a pristine legal pad. Every few seconds, his right index finger would tap a silent, anxious rhythm next to it, a staccato beat of 1, 2, 3, pause, 1, 2. Your Honor, Katie began, keeping her tone neutral and respectful, the model of federal deference. She placed her own notebook on the table, aligning it with the edge. We appreciate you and your counsel making the time to speak with us. We're trying to understand the disposition of two specific homicide investigations from 1994 and 1996. The official files we've obtained show your signature on the final court orders, declaring them murder-suicides and judicially closing the cases. She laid photocopies of the signature pages on the table, sliding them forward just enough so they were in the neutral zone between them. The black scrawl of Arthur Linden was visible at the bottom of each, the ink slightly faded with time. Linden cleared his throat, a dry, papery sound. He reached for his water glass, his fingers missing the stem on the first try, a slight fumble. He finally closed around it, the tremor causing the ice cubes to clink softly against the glass. He took a tiny, almost ceremonial sip, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. He set the glass down carefully, precisely back on the damp coaster. A judicial finding, he said, his voice reedy but precise, each word carefully measured as if being transcribed, is based solely on the evidence presented by the district attorney's office at the time. My role was to assess the sufficiency of that evidence for the purposes of closing the docket. To provide finality, he lifted his hands slightly, the tremor more pronounced in the air, and then clasped them together on the table in a white-knuckled effort to still them. Nothing more. The female attorney gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, her pen finally touching the legal pad. She wrote a single, swift word. Precisely, her voice was crisp without warmth. The judge's role is adjudicatory, not investigative. He relies on the work product and the representations of the state. To suggest a judge should have acted as a detective misunderstands the fundamental separation of functions within our justice system. It presumes a capacity and a mandate that simply did not exist. Nina leaned forward, her elbows on the table, a calculated breach of the formal posture the room demanded. She let a beat of silence pass, her dark eyes moving from the attorney to Linden and back. With all due respect, counsel, we're not here for a civics lesson. We understand the separation of functions. She tapped a finger on the photocopied signature pages. We now have forensic and testimonial evidence, indicating those original findings were materially incorrect. The death scenes were staged. The physical evidence was misinterpreted, or, she paused, letting the word hang, possibly intentionally obscured. We believe there was a coordinated effort to misdirect the initial investigations away from a single perpetrator and towards a convenient, closed narrative. A narrative that required judicial approval to become official. The male attorney's hand came up, palm out, a traffic cop gesture. Allegations, he bit the word off. From a currently active, and by all accounts highly unorthodox and publicly compromised, serial murder investigation. He glanced at Nina, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. My client has been briefed on the broad strokes of your theory. Let me be unequivocal. Judge Linden is not, and has never been, involved in any coordinated effort to obstruct justice. Any suggestion otherwise, especially in a forum like this, ventures into territory that is not only speculative but legally actionable. We're here to discuss historical court procedure, not entertain conspiracy theories spun by a blogger, and now, apparently, the FBI. Katie watched Linden, not the attorney. The man's jaw worked, a muscle in his cheek twitching under the thin, translucent skin. His eyes had gone back to his phone, but now they were unfocused, seeing nothing in the dark screen. He was afraid. The security detail downstairs had been conspicuous, 2 men in a dark sedan across the street trying to look casual, another in the building lobby with an earpiece, his suit cut to accommodate a shoulder holster. A sitting judge, even a semi-retired one, didn't double his personal protection without cause. The fear in this room wasn't just about legal exposure. It was visceral, a matter of breath and heartbeat. Katie could see the quick, shallow rise and fall of his chest under the tweed jacket. Your Honor, Katie said, shifting her focus directly to him, bypassing the legal wall his attorneys had erected. She kept her voice low, almost confidential, leaning in just enough to create a sense of intimacy across the vast expanse of mahogany. We have compelling reason to believe the individual responsible for the current murders, the person calling himself the archivist, is specifically targeting people connected to those old cases. People who may have participated in or benefited from the closure of those files. She let that sink in, watching his eyes. He's not just killing them. He's restaging their deaths from the original scenes. He's making a point. A public grotesque point. And he's leaving a trail of documents that leads right back to these signatures. Linden's eyes snapped to hers. For a fraction of a second, the professional mask dissolved. Katie saw the dilation of his pupils, a quick, involuntary intake of breath that flared his nostrils and made his glasses shift minutely on the bridge of his nose. It was a flash of raw animal fear, the kind that bypasses the brain and goes straight to the spine. Before the shutters came down, his expression resetting into one of weary, patient judicial forbearance. But his hands, still clasped, squeezed tighter, the knuckles blooming white against the liver-spotted skin. I have no knowledge of any cover-up, he stated, the words flat and rehearsed. He unclasped his hands and spread them slightly, a gesture of empty innocence that was undermined by the persistent tremor. I ruled on the evidence before me. If the evidence was flawed, the flaw originated elsewhere in the system. My role was terminal. Then you have nothing to fear from being forthcoming, Nina said, her voice cool and clean as a scalpel. She sat back, mirroring the attorney's own posture of dismissal, but her gaze remained locked on Linden. But if your name is on a list, and we have strong indications it might be, your attorneys here can't stop a bullet. Their motions won't slow down a knife. Their objections won't matter to someone who works with rope and staging and knows the details of a 25-year-old case file better than you probably do. She let the image form in the quiet room. Your best, your only protection is helping us find this person before he decides you're the next chapter in his story. Before he decides your death needs to make a point. The room went profoundly quiet. The low hum of the building's HVAC faded into the background, a distant mechanical breath. The male attorney's face darkened, a flush creeping up his neck from his starched white collar. He opened his mouth, a rebuttal clearly forming, his body tensing to stand to end it. But Lyndon moved first. The judge placed his quivering hand flat on the table, fingers splayed. It was a silent, unmistakable command. The attorney closed his mouth, the sound of his teeth clicking together audibly in the hush. The female attorney stopped writing, her pen hovering an inch above the paper. She looked at her client's profile, a faint line of concern appearing between her eyebrows. Lyndon stared at his silent phone for a long moment, as if he could will it to ring with a deliverance that wasn't coming. The seconds stretched, marked only by the faint tap-tap-tap of his index finger. He reached for his water glass again, this movement slower, more deliberate. He took a small, careful sip, the ice cubes clinking like tiny bells. When he set the glass down, a new, larger wet ring formed on the polished wood, seeping past the coaster. He didn't look at his attorneys. He was looking at a point somewhere between Katie and Nina, his gaze turned inward. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, stripped of some of its formal cadence. It was just the voice of an old, tired man in a room that was too cold. There was pressure. In those years. The mid-90s, he swallowed the sound dry. Not explicit. It was never a directive, you understand. Nothing you could pin down. Nothing in writing. Pressure from whom? Katie asked, her voice soft, encouraging. She kept her own hands still on her notepad, though she felt the urgent need to write. She didn't want to break the spell, to remind him of the audience. She willed Nina to stay silent. The district attorney's office. Martin Reeves, Lyndon said the name as if it were a stone in his mouth. And others. The Chamber of Commerce. The editorial board of the Sentinel. The Civic Foundation. He listed them like ingredients in a bitter recipe. Certain cases, involving certain families, were considered sensitive. Politically, socially. There was a prevailing desire for swift resolution. To avoid scandal or prolonged media attention that could damage community trust. The perception of safety. He was parroting phrases he'd heard, or maybe phrases he'd used himself to justify the decisions. A murder-suicide in a troubled marriage, it's a tragedy. A serial predator targeting young women in our county. That's a panic. That's lost tourism. That's a stain. Which families? Nina pressed, leaning in again but gently this time, her voice losing its edge. Lyndon shook his head, a quick, bird-like motion of denial. His eyes darted to his lead attorney, the woman with the bun. Her expression was stony, a warning carved in granite. I'm not making specific accusations. Not without protection. He looked back at Katie, his pale eyes pleading. From the U.S. Attorney's Office. Formal, written immunities. For anything I might say here today. A proffer agreement. You get me that, and we can have a different conversation. A longer one. Your Honor, we're trying to prevent more deaths, Katie said. Her own frustration was a tight wire pulled taut in her chest. She could feel it in her shoulders, hunching them slightly against the weight of the legal blockade. Under the table, Her right foot tapped a silent, rapid rhythm against the solid leg of her chair. She pressed the tip of her pen hard into the margin of her notepad, the ballpoint digging in, leaving a small, dark crater in the paper before the ink began to flow. She wanted to reach across the gleaming mahogany, to grip the old man's trembling wrist, to feel the frantic bird pulse under her fingers, to ask the one question that burned like acid in her throat. Did you sign off on covering up my father's murder too? Was his death just another, sensitive case that needed a swift resolution? Was he part of the stain that needed to be cleaned up? She bit the inside of her cheek, hard, the sharp, metallic taste of pain an anchor in the storm of her anger. Revealing that personal connection now would blow the investigation apart. It would make her a liability, her motives suspect. It was the one card she couldn't play, not here, not yet. She exhaled slowly through her nose, a controlled release of pressure. Then get me immunity, Lyndon shot back, a sudden, brittle heat cracking his voice like old ice. He unclasped his hands and gestured vaguely, a shaky, sweeping motion that took in the room, the law books, the world outside. You think I'm enjoying this? Looking over my shoulder, every time a car slows down near my house. My wife is at her sister's in Napa. I insisted. I'm sleeping in a goddamned safe room installed last week, a panic room in my own home. Do you understand what that feels like? His voice rose, cracking again. It wasn't just one person, Agent. It was a network. A understanding. He emphasized the word, his eyes wide behind his glasses. You understand that word. It was a network. Of nods. Of phone calls that didn't need to be specific. Of favors owed and reputations protected. He was breathing quicker now, a faint, wheezing whistle underlying his words. A tiny bead of sweat traced a path from his temple down the side of his face, disappearing into the collar of his crisp white shirt. The female attorney reached out and placed a firm, restraining hand on his forearm. Her fingers were long and pale. Arthur, that's enough. You're not helping yourself. You're getting agitated. He shook her off with a surprising strength, his arm jerking away. Her hand hovered in the air for a second before she withdrew it, placing it flat on her legal pad. Lyndon's eyes were locked on Katie's, desperate for her to comprehend. No. They need to understand. It was a different time. The choices weren't black and white. It was about stability. About protecting institutions from chaos. And the families. The two families, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial rasp. They coordinated. Their interests were aligned. Protection of reputation, of legacy, of assets. That's all I will say without that piece of paper. He named no names, but the capital F was almost audible in the room, the ghost of wealth and influence hanging between them. The female attorney's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. She carefully recapped her Mont Blanc pen with a definitive click. She gathered her legal pad, aligning it with the edge of the table, a ritual of closure. The male attorney stood up, his chair scraping loudly on the hardwood floor beneath the rug, a jarring, ugly sound in the hushed space. He buttoned his suit jacket with a sharp tug. This interview is concluded. Any further communication will go through our office. We'll expect the immunity paperwork if you're serious. Otherwise, don't waste my client's time. Or ours. Lyndon seemed to deflate, the burst of fearful energy spent. He leaned back into the expensive, supple leather of his chair, the material sighing softly as it accepted his weight. He looked every one of his 78 years, and then some, a drained vessel. The fear was back in his eyes, but now it was mixed with a profound exhaustion. The exhaustion of a man who has carried a secret for decades and found it had only grown heavier. He picked up his phone, looked at the blank screen, and set it down again. "Without it," he said, his voice a dry whisper, almost to himself. "Without it, I may as well sit here and wait for the ghost to knock on my door. He knows where I am. He knows what I did." The meeting was over. The power dynamic had reasserted itself, the attorneys now physically framing their client, ready to shepherd him out of the room and back into the protective bubble of procedure and privilege. The male attorney moved to stand behind Lyndon's chair, a silent sentinel. The woman remained seated for a moment longer, her eyes on Katie, conveying a clear, cold message: "You've done enough damage." Nina and Katie rose as well, the sheer weight of the legal complication settling over the room like a sudden, cold fog. Katie's mind was already racing ahead, navigating the familiar bureaucratic maze. It would take days, maybe weeks, to navigate the process of a federal immunity deal, drafting the narrow scope, getting approvals from the field office and the division, tense negotiations with the U.S. Attorney's Office, all while the clock ticked down and a killer worked with terrifying precision. Time was a currency they were desperately short of, and the justice system was designed to spend it lavishly. They gathered their files in the heavy silence, the rustle of paper loud in the room. Katie slid the photocopies of the signatures back into her folder, the movement deliberate. As she turned to follow Nina toward the door, her coat over her arm, Lyndon spoke once more. He hadn't moved from his chair. His voice was so low they almost missed it, barely more than a breath shaped into words, pushed out on a sigh. "He's not just killing them." Katie stopped, half turning back. Nina paused at the door, her hand on the polished brass handle. Lyndon was looking not at her, but at the surface of the table, as if reading the story in the deep wood grain, in the reflection of the recessed lights. His trembling finger traced an invisible pattern on the polish. "He's making them confess. With their deaths. The staging, it's a confession. Our confession." He finally looked up, and his gaze was clear and terribly sad, stripped of all pretense. It was the look of a man reading his own epitaph. "Remember that. When you see it. It's not just murder. It's accountability. Of a kind." Then the moment broke. The female attorney took his elbow, a firm professional grip, helping him to his feet. He went without resistance, a man being led away, his shoulders slumped. He didn't look back. Out in the hall, the muffled silence of the prestigious law firm pressed around them. The carpet was a deep navy, plush and new, absorbing their footsteps into a soft, soundless tread. Tasteful, expensive abstract art hung at precise intervals on the oak-paneled walls, splashes of color that meant nothing, resolved into nothing. It was a world of muted sounds and controlled environments, of whispered conversations behind closed doors, a stark contrast to the raw fear and moral rot they'd just glimpsed through a crack in the armor. The air out here smelled of floral arrangements and floor wax, clean and anonymous. Nina stabbed the elevator call button with a rigid finger, the plastic click echoing in the empty corridor. She stared at the illuminated arrow above the door, her jaw tight. "We need to call DC. The minute we're in the car," she said, her voice tight with suppressed anger. "Start the immunity process. It's a procedural nightmare. They'll want reams of justification, probable cause affidavits linking him directly to an imminent federal crime, a threat assessment. And his lawyers," she jerked her thumb back toward the closed conference room door, "will fight us on every comma, every semicolon in the draft. They'll drag it out. They're paid by the hour to drag it out. Katie just nodded, her mind churning, parsing Lyndon's final words. A network. Two prominent families. Law enforcement who looked the other way. County officials who smoothed things over. And a judge sitting in his leather chair, waiting for a ghost to knock. Her father's face flashed in her mind. Not the haunted, angry figure from her dreams, but the smiling one from a photograph on his old desk, taken at a department picnic before the shadows consumed him. He'd been on the outside of that smooth, powerful network, a state investigator sniffing around edges he wasn't supposed to, asking questions in a notebook that was now ash. He'd been trying to break in, to expose the quiet machinery of corruption that kept the community stable, and it had cost him everything. The ghost Lyndon feared wasn't just the archivist. It was the past itself, rising up, and her father was part of that tide. The elevator arrived with a soft, expensive chime, a sound designed to be unobtrusive. The doors slid open silently, revealing an empty, brass-lined compartment. The inside mirror made the space look larger, endless. As they stepped inside, Katie felt the immense, insulating quiet of the building envelop them, a vacuum sealing them in. The doors began to close, and for a second she saw the long, empty, perfect hallway reflected in the polished brass. The ghost, she knew, wasn't waiting politely. It was already knocking. And the law, with all its delays, its protections, its polished tables and immunity deals and attorneys with Montblanc pens, suddenly felt like the flimsiest of shields against a reckoning that played by older, darker, more literal rules. The elevator began its smooth, silent descent. Nina pulled out her phone, already scrolling for contacts, her thumb moving with agitated speed. The screen's blue light lit her face from below, casting deep shadows under her eyes. Katie leaned against the wall, closing her eyes for a second. The image that came was the tremor in Lyndon's hands, the stark, unvarnished fear in his eyes when he'd said ghost. Not anger, not guilt even, just pure, simple fear of a consequence that had finally, after 25 years, come due. The archivist wasn't just a killer. He was an excavator, an archivist of sin, unearthing buried failures and forcing the guilty to wear them in death. He was writing a confession in blood and crime scene tape and redacted documents, and they were scrambling to read it, to interpret it, before he wrote the final chapter with another body posed in silent accusation. The network had protected itself for decades with whispers and nods and judicial signatures. Now, something from the past had broken free of the files, and it was methodically, artistically, taking the network apart piece by piece. And they were stuck in a descending brass box, about to make a call that would get lost in a maze of voicemails and committee reviews and competing priorities. The doors opened on a vast, marble lobby. The security guard with the earpiece watched them cross the veined white floor to the glass doors, his expression professionally neutral, but his eyes tracked them all the way. Outside, the ordinary sounds of the city felt jarring, too loud, too bright. A bus hissed to a stop at the corner. A car horn blared. The afternoon sun, filtered through the downtown buildings, was harsh after the muted interior light. Katie took a deep breath, the air cool and real, carrying exhaust and the distant smell of food from a food truck. The shield of the law was fragile, cracked, but it was all they had. For now, they had to work within its confines, filing motions and begging for immunity, even as the ghost moved freely in the shadows outside the law, writing its own brutal, final judgments. Nina was already on the phone, one hand cupped over her other ear to block the street noise. Yeah, it's Shaw. I need to talk to the ADIC or whoever's covering. Now. It's about the archivist case. We have a sitting judge who's a material witness and a potential target, and we need a proffer agreement drafted yesterday." She listened, her expression growing darker. "I don't care if he's in a budget meeting. Pull him out." Katie unlocked their sedan, the beep of the doors disarming oddly mundane. She slid into the passenger seat, the upholstery warm from the sun. She looked back at the law firm's building, a monolith of glass and steel reflecting the sky. Somewhere in there, Arthur Linden was being escorted to a private elevator, to a secure garage, to an armored car. He was going back to his safe room. But Katie knew, with a cold certainty, that the ghost didn't need an address. It already knew where he lived. It had been living in the same files he'd signed. The race wasn't to protect him, it was to get to the truth before the ghost decided his confession was due. And as Nina argued with a faceless voice in Washington, Katie felt the seconds slipping away, each one a grain of sand falling through the fragile hourglass of procedure.